What an unbelievably crazy week on Kick. I was just talking about the French streamer Jean Parmenov, who passed away in his sleep on stream after a marathon of abuse from some other streamers. And just now, I literally just finished streaming Resident Evil 6, and I was taking a little tinkle, and I got sent a little something that is so diabolical, I had to hop back in the saddle and yap about it. It is incomprehensible that yet another potential death was just streamed on Kick. I'm recording this an hour after it happened, and the victim is currently still in the ICU, so I guess by the time I post this, I'll know whether or not they passed away, but I'm going to keep this part in here right now because it's up in the air. A Kick streamer, Raja Jackson, who is the son of Rampage Jackson, and also a professional fighter, just went fucking ballistic on a wrestler during a wrestling event on stream. He picks the wrestler up, slams him on the mat, and then lays down 27 punches to the man's skull, most of which were delivered while he was unconscious. And by the end of it, he is bleeding and bloodied. They couldn't wake him up. They said he was barely breathing, and someone even used the word flatline, that he was flatlined in the ring. This is not fake. This is not scripted. I did my best to censor this. It is brutal. It is extremely hard to watch. I also cut the clip short, but they pan back and he is covered in blood. Raja Jackson is a professional fighter who has unloaded, I counted 27 blows to an unconscious man. And they all are connecting. This is not like fake. It's not like he's pulling any of his punches. They are all hitting squarely on this man's skull, bouncing his head off of the mat. And I said most of them were when he was unconscious. All of them are while he's unconscious. When I watched it back, it's clear that when he slammed him on the mat, his head hit the mat and it knocked him out immediately. So all 27, potentially more, punches that he threw were on an unconscious man. That can be fatal. That is most oftentimes fatal. And he wasn't done either. It's not like he just stopped and said, okay, well, that's plenty. I've had my fill. He was still going. The only reason there weren't more punches thrown by him is because the other wrestlers were able to separate him. But he was fighting against them to go back and keep beating this unconscious man. He probably wouldn't have stopped punching him until his head popped like a balloon. It's extremely scary, and even if he does pull through, this could have life-changing repercussions with brain damage and so many other complications for the rest of his life, if he even survives, which we don't know yet. He apparently flatlined in the ring and is currently still in the ICU, and we don't have any updates. This is terrifying stuff. Hello, it's Charles, first thing in the morning here, and we don't have a ton of official updates on the condition of that wrestler, but the father of Raja Jackson, Rampage Jackson, gave an update where he is saying that Psycho Stu, that's the name of the wrestler, is alive and is stable. And he also says that he's clearing up misinformation about his son. But then in his statement, he doesn't clear up any misinformation. He just confirms what everyone already knows, that this was completely out of control, inexcusable behavior that Rampage Jackson also doesn't condone. So I don't know what misinformation he thinks he's clearing up with this. He's just agreeing with what everyone else is saying, that his son went fucking berserk. I guess maybe the misinformation demon that he was exercising here was about his son actually getting like the permission for payback on Psycho Stu for an earlier confrontation. And what he's referring to there is they had like a little beef before the event started, and someone had told Raja Jackson that he could, like, double leg take down Psycho Stu in the ring and then throw, like, a fake punch, and that would be it, to, like, settle the beef and create, like, this storyline. But Raja Jackson, on stream, on camera, says that he is going to hurt Psycho Stu. He said he will not stop punching him until people will yank him off of him. So he took that like, pseudo-invite, like, green light to be involved in the wrestling event as a permission slip to go brutally assault this man and beat him within an inch of his life. Like, I think you could also make a case that this is attempted murder. This was premeditated assault that he planned on not stopping at any point until third parties intervened. Like, I really think you could make, like, a real argument that he had went in there with the full intentions of killing Psycho Stu. That's what it looks like to me.
Tell you guys this, they told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit him as many times as you can. Watch.
That's indefensible. You can see him literally planning it off the back of them giving him, like, the instructions for a work where he'd come in and he'd deliver, like, a hit, like a fake hit, and then he'd be pulled off and that'd be the end of it. And he is saying, but watch this, I'm going to keep punching him. Like, he is blatantly stating this. It is very clearly a premeditated assault. And like I said, I really think his goal was to kill Psycho Stu there. It really seems like that was his mission. And you can't chalk this up to confusion where he was directed to do something but then just went a little far, like, mistakenly. He is, with his own voice, his own vocal folds flapping with their own volition here. He is stating, they told me to do this, but instead, I'm going to do this. I'm going to punch him as many times as I possibly can. He is stating clearly that they told him one thing, and he is not doing that. Instead, he is going to punch the shit out of him, beat him within an inch of his life. You can't possibly say that he just got confused with the stage directions here of the storyline. He is saying that he is going to go punch him as many times as possible and disregard what they said he is permitted to do, like what they planned on. It is premeditated assault by every possible definition. Now, what started all of this, and I've seen people joking about it like, oh, haha, Raja Jackson must not know that wrestling is fake, and he thought the heel was being mean to his favorite babyface, so he took matters into his own hands, tee-hee-hee. But what actually happened is Raja Jackson was touring the event and meeting the wrestlers backstage, and of course the wrestlers are all playing characters, and when it comes to wrestling, there's a little something called kayfabe. And so they are going to portray their character to the best of their ability and keep everything as authentic and genuine as possible. And Psycho Stu was in character and misunderstood that Raja Jackson was not a worker in the event.
Worry about him.
Psycho
Be
Stu.
worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little.
Oh, you don't sell it?
Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking
Bro.
worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, I will fuck him
we're
up,
good.
bro.
I know you will.
No.
We're good.
And he takes it way too far when he takes a beer can. I don't know if it's like a real beer can or like one of those breakaway like stunt ones, but he takes it and he crushes it on Raja Jackson's head. Then you can see him get really fired up about it, and all the other wrestlers are also saying to Psycho Stu, like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? He's not like a worker here or anything. That was too far. And that's what started this. And then Raja Jackson waited until their match. Then he stormed in and then beat him potentially to death for it. Now, I think if Raja Jackson had swung on Psycho Stu after the beer can thing, you could definitely make a strong case that he was acting in self-defense. Because that is unexpected, it was unprovoked, and it was kind of a crazy thing for Psycho Stu to do, not knowing for sure if Raja Jackson was a worker in the event or not. It was a bad judgment call for sure from Stu. And he was just like way too fucking committed to being the heel. Like he was really deep into his method acting like fucking Shia LaBeouf style, and he did the beer can thing, and it was definitely over the line. But here's something a lot of people aren't showing enough of, that Psycho Stu was very apologetic when he learned that Raja Jackson was not a worker at the event. He apologized 3 times. They shook hands multiple times, and Raja said, like, hey, it's good, I get it. Multiple times. Meanwhile, he was just like bubbling with anger, waiting for his chance to fucking assault this man.
Don't fucking feel that.
Yeah. Hey, yeah.
I'm sorry, bro.
Hey, it's gonna all work out.
Yeah, hello.
I apologize.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were at work. Don't see my wheel. You still got the camera.
I get it.
We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're always working.
What a fucking worm. This is some slimy behavior here. This is some turbo ass. Raja Jackson is now pretending that he understands and forgives Psycho Stu, who is very apologetic, mind you, and he's explaining, like, look, I saw the cameras, I thought that this was like another work, that we were building a storyline, this and that, and Raja Jackson's like, no, I get it, and he's like shaking his hand and everything. Meanwhile, he is actively planning of assaulting this man, beating him unconscious and fucking leaving him eating meals through a straw, as he is like pretending to let bygones be bygones here and that they're on good terms. That's fucking unhinged. Now, before showing you some more of the aftermath here, let me introduce you to Psycho Stu. I think you should get a little bit of the lore behind this wrestler that Raja Jackson beat so severely, hospitalizing in the ICU, and apparently caused to flatline in the ring.
Pro in 2009. I had just got out of the military, probably about 6 months earlier. I got out of the military. I joined Knox Pro, because I needed something to focus on. I needed something to help me adjust back into civilian life. A lot of veterans, it's hard for them to readjust into civilian life coming from the life of the military. I'm an American soldier that suffers from PTSD. Being in front of a crowd, it doesn't give me as much anxiety and aggression as I thought it would.
Yeah. Psycho Stu is a veteran who was suffering from PTSD and found wrestling as a means of escapism and fell in love with the sport. And now is currently hospitalized in the ICU, but apparently is stable, so hopefully Rampage Jackson is accurate with that claim that he is alive and stable. That would be wonderful news. But what an unbelievable set of circumstances that led to his hospitalization here. Yes, he made a mistake with Rampage Jackson's son here, not knowing whether or not he was a worker and still building the storyline anyway under the impression he was. But it's not a mistake that should have led to something like this, especially when he did everything in his power to try and rectify it and try and apologize for his mistake and explain why it happened and ensure that it was totally unintentional and there wasn't meant to be any bad blood or anything. And he thought that he did accomplish that, but clearly Raja Jackson didn't actually think so. He was just acting. Raja Jackson was flexing his thespian skills here when he was pretending that everything was okay between those two, because what he was actually doing was plotting a premeditated assault on Psycho Stu. Again, that potential argument of self-defense, that has poofed away like Timmy Turner's fairy godparents. That ship sailed a long time ago because he didn't act in response to the threat. Like, after the beer can was crushed on his head, which, again, he wasn't expecting, and that can be dangerous, but he didn't, act in the heat of the moment to defend himself from that or anything. Instead, he let it marinate, let his rage bubble up, and then waited for his opportunity to get revenge later. There is no longer a possible case of self-defense here. Yes, he was wronged, but he didn't, try and defend himself from that threat or anything. He pretended to, move on from it with the guy who did it, and then waited to attack him later. And I think you can make a very strong case that it was attempted murder. At the very least, it is a premeditated assault, and based on the things he was saying leading up to it, and based on the behavior in the ring when he was delivering 27-ish blows to an unconscious man's skull, I really think there is a strong argument to be made that he was in there doing that solely to try and kill him. All of this on stream, mind you, and you can even see him respond to the news that the guy that he just unloaded 27 punches on in the ring while he was unconscious is potentially flatlined.
Hello?
Hey, where the hell are you at? I told you to double leg that motherfucker and start welding. I just saw the video.
Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now they can't wake the nigga up. He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My
You
bad.
didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take it there.
I'll call you back later.
This guy does not seem to care at all. This is a fucking monster right here. In response to hearing that the guy flatlined, he just says, "My bad." That's crazy. Kratos had more empathy for the people that he killed in very similar fashion, by the way, with like the unbelievable amount of blows to the head. But at least in Kratos' case, the people he was fighting, they were at least conscious. All of these were delivered to an unconscious man. A man who never even saw this coming, by the way, because he storms into the ring, grabs him, and then slams him. So it wasn't even a fight, but he walks away feeling so fucking tough and accomplished about it with no remorse at all for potentially killing this man.
Tired of motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Real shit. One of them a bitch and fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'ma stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
He's walking away from this with his chin held high, extremely proud of what's unfolded here. It seems like this might be the happiest moment of his life. The way that he is perceiving this is him standing up for himself. He is not able to have a grasp on the severity of what just happened here. He thinks that because the disrespect that he encountered earlier in the day, he was entirely justified to potentially murder this man. And by the way, the wrestlers that were calling him a bitch, well, I imagine they were saying that because he basically sucker punched this guy potentially to death. The guy never even had a chance to fight back because he came into the ring when his back was turned, slammed him down, immediately knocking him unconscious. It wasn't even a fight, it was a surprise attack. So I imagine that's what he's referencing when it comes to the wrestlers like insulting him and the one that bit him, with everyone that was like getting on top of Raja to get him away from Psycho Stu on the ground because he was still going back to try and make sure he was dead, it seems. Now, in the rest of the clip here, one of the wrestlers from the event starts walking towards them, talking to them, trying to get them to stay. Probably until police get there would be my guess. But he is talking to them and he is shit-talking, trying to goad him into staying. And he's like talking about like, I'll fight you right now. And then it's a back and forth. But Raja Jackson reiterates that he wants to fight more of them there. He wants to continue to beat people within an inch of their life there. It's scary. I cannot imagine a world where he does not go to jail for this. I really can't. Rampage Jackson has tons and tons of money, sure, but I don't know if he's going to be able to outspend the attempted murder charges that his son just racked up here. Now, of course, I'm not a lawyer and I don't have like a magic crystal ball that I can ponder the orb of to see the future, but my guess would be that there will be attempted murder charges for this incident. Because, I mean, I really think it's like... It feels like that's what the goal here was when Raja Jackson was delivering these blows. I mean, I think at bare minimum, you're getting some serious assault charges. Like, no matter what, I think he should be thrown in the slammer for this. This behavior is completely unacceptable. He knew exactly what he was doing. He even on-stream states what he's about to do. And he clearly doesn't stop until he is pulled off and then still wants to keep going. All of these blows delivered to an unconscious man. How could you possibly say this is anything other than him trying to kill him? It's fucking sickening. Now, like I said at the start of the video, I've recorded all of this pretty much immediately after it happened, so we still don't know how Psycho Stu is doing, if he's going to pull through from all of this or not. But by the time I post this video, I imagine we'll have some kind of update, so I'll go ahead and put that at the beginning of the video, but as of right now, fingers crossed that he pulls through. Like, yeah, he definitely did make a big mistake with the beer can thing, but I don't think it's something that should have cost him his life here in this manner. This shit is unhinged. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Good Boy is a horror film whose concept I find to be really interesting. It's a horror film from the perspective of a dog. Not a POV, it's not Cloverfield from the eyes of a dog like that episode of Rugrats with Spike. It is a horror film where the dog is the main character and you follow all of what happens and unfolds from that character. And I just saw it. It's really good. I'm happy to say that it is a very solid film that I think utilized its concept really well. It's a gimmick that doesn't fall flat. It actually just feels like it elevates a very tense haunting. Now, admittedly, the story isn't the most, innovative piece when it comes to its narrative. It's not trying to reinvent the condom or anything. While it seems like it's just a pretty standard haunted house movie, it does have its own spin on it that changes. I've been getting into spoilers for so many of these things, but for this one I'm going to avoid it. It does do something a little different with the concept and caters it more to a deeper meaning, especially to a dog. I'm finding it hard to get the right words across without just spoiling it, but most of what you're going to see are things that you've seen in other horror films when it comes to like its scares or like its tension building, but there is a deeper meaning to it, albeit I don't think it's one that really like, is a game changer for a horror narrative or anything, but it's not like I'm disappointed by that. You get your jump scares, then your like music cuts out, it's silent, then nothing. You get all of that, the same formula there, but using the dog as the main character and having that perspective does make it feel fresher. Like, it does breathe a little more life into it. And the way the movie is shot, I think, is extraordinary. I really like the cinematography here. Like, I think they have some very creative shots that help elevate things that otherwise would be pretty stale in other movies. So, since you follow the dog, you never really see, like, the full face of his owner, Todd. And Todd is sick. Todd is very ill, and he moves back to the old family home where multiple generations of their family have died at a young age. And his sister really doesn't like that, so she's trying to convince him not to, and tries to talk to him pretty often to get him out of there. He refuses. And he takes his dog, Indy, to this house to live with him, their new home together. The house is haunted, and there's a lot of spooky noises going on, and some kind of weird monster creature that shows up occasionally before disappearing and stuff, and it's trying to, like, get Indy and get Todd. And this entire time, you spend the whole movie following Indy. And since you're following Indy, you never really see, like, a full picture of things that includes Todd. So you never really even like see his face. You get like these silhouetted outlines of him pretty often. When he's watching TV, you'll see TV from like a bigger perspective because to a dog it's much larger. And then you'll see some things out of the corner, and it's really cool. Like, I love the way some of the shots look, and it makes it more tense. And I think the choice to follow the dog makes you naturally more emotionally invested, especially if you're already a dog fan. Like, if you already have some pets of your own, you're going to feel, I think, a lot more emotional in certain scenes where the dog conveys so much. Like, it really does seem like, fear and being frightened and analyzing the unknown. What does it all mean? And not fully understanding what's going on, like with Todd and wanting to be there for Todd because he's so loyal to Todd. I think the dog actor Indy did an amazing job. And interestingly enough, at the end of the film, the director, Ben, is talking about how they made this. And Indy is not a trained dog actor. It's just Ben's dog. So him and his wife and his dog, over the course of 3 years, filmed this movie in 1 to 3 hour chunks. Like, shoot days. They filmed for like an hour to 3 hours, depending on, how cooperative Indy wanted to be over the course of 3 years. And I think the results are extraordinary. I think that all that time they put into this, all that passion is very clear on the big screen. It was a joy to watch. And I think they really did a great job with Indy. And I think the fact that Indy is not some kind of like, Air Bud prodigy or something, like a protege to the Air Bud lineage or something, really helps. Because it does just feel like a guy's dog who is now experiencing all this paranormal shit around it while seeing its best friend struggling and going through so much. It just makes it feel much more real and a lot more sad in certain aspects, again, without trying to get into too many spoilers. I just think it really is a good movie. Though I think some people will probably find it boring. Because it's not a film that is like, fast-paced, nuts to butts, scares out the wazoo or anything, trying to have you on the edge of your seat, throwing popcorn in the air. Like, it is a slow burn. And for me, I really liked that. It's not a long movie. In fact, it's a very short movie. But that's not to say that it doesn't deliver a full experience. I was very satisfied with this, but I do think there will be people that come out of it just thinking that it was all just a one-trick pony, relying on the gimmick of the dog perspective to sell an otherwise bland horror movie. I think there will be people with that take. I'm just not one of them. I think it did something different, and it tried something new, and I think it did it well. Would I have liked to see a little bit more in terms of horror? Sure. But I think what's here is executed well, and I think their spin on it is something that will resonate with people that bother to pay enough attention to it, especially if you are a pet owner. I won't yap about it too long, but I will also mention that I found it extremely cute that they did the behind the scenes at the end of the movie to show you how they got Indy to do certain scenes. And I just thought it was so cute. It's no easy feat being able to have a dog perform in a movie like this. And they didn't try and force it or anything. They just did these short work days over the course of 3 years. This is a longer development time than a lot of Marvel projects get. And so I really appreciate that dedication to it and just wanting to build something special. And as the director mentions, this was like a family project for them. And I think they did a great job. I also couldn't help but get some Courage the Cowardly Dog vibes for certain scenes, especially when it came to how they lighted certain elements of it. Like scenes where Indy would be roaming around the house and there'd be this strong moonlight illuminating some very, specific piece of furniture as darkness creeps up on it. I did get some Courage vibes. Maybe I'm just, picking up on something that wasn't there. Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of my favorite shows ever made, and clearly the concept here of a horror movie from the perspective of a dog kind of fits in line with, Courage the Cowardly Dog and that, but I don't know, it really did seem like there were moments where there was definitely some influence there, which I appreciated. Regardless though, I think this was a good movie. I would recommend it. I thought it was something new and something fresh that I hadn't seen before and was done very well. Anyway, that's about it. So, yeah. Marty Supreme. I feel like a lot of you have heard this name recently because Timothée Chalamet has done such an incredible job at generating hype for it, most notably by shouting it out multiple times on a very popular song where he collabed with an artist who a lot of people had a tinfoil condom conspiracy cooked up that he was actually this UK rapper, and then in order to dispel the rumors, he collabed with the rapper and then dropped a verse where he shouted out Marty Supreme a few times. He was on the Las Vegas Sphere shouting out Marty Supreme. And I knew nothing about this movie before all of this from Timothée Chalamet, so I went into it pretty blind. The only thing I knew about it is that ping pong was there. Boy howdy, let me tell you what, I do love me some ping pong. I'm pretty nasty at it. I can clap cheeks on the table. So that was pretty exciting as a core component of this movie, but it's where the extent of my knowledge of Marty Supreme stopped. I just bought into the hype train because I was really entertained by Timothée Chalamet's promotions for it. So I just got back from it. It was good. Very good, actually. So I was talking about it on stream, and I made a comparison saying I got similar vibes watching Marty Supreme as I did to Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. And turns out they're from the same director, which makes sense. Safdie has truly mastered the art of capturing chaos and stress and carrying that momentum throughout an entire movie without ever letting up. It is unrelenting. So Marty Supreme follows Marty Mauser, who is a narcissist douchebag. He is an absolute scumbag who uses people till they have no more things to offer him in order to elevate himself to where he believes he needs to be, which is displaying his talents, capitalizing off of his God-given ability to bend people over on ping pong tables. He is an extremely talented table tennis player, and as such, he wants to be the face of the sport that he believes is going to take over the U.S. He is uniquely positioned, as he believes, to be the best possible candidate to make table tennis even bigger than it already is. And what a fucking journey it is. There's not a ton of ping pong played in here, though when it is played, I was pretty hyped, kind of wiggling in my seat excitedly. I love ping pong, so that was fun to watch. But that's not the most important part of this. It really is a exploration of one man's fucking unhinged journey. I could never expect where the movie goes next. So, like, even from the very beginning, it immediately puts you in the middle of, like, stressful arguments. Not to the point where it becomes incomprehensible, where, like, they're just talking over each other and yelling, so you don't even know what the fuck's being said anymore. It sounds like Charlie Brown's parents. They do such a good job at capturing this chaos of, like, a real argument where someone's trying to, like, convince someone of something while the other person's trying to stand their ground. So unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. And it works really well. And it usually ends with Marty Mauser getting what he wants out of that person. Whether it's, you know, some kind of partnership or some kind of handout. He's very, very good at manipulating people, either for money or whatever, for his own personal gain. But he's also just so lost in his sauce, huffing his own farts, that he will also step over the line more often than not, where he will push the person away and ruin a good opportunity for himself. Like, you always expect him to have, like, this come to Jesus moment where he, like, simmers down, calms down, and he never does. It's always just over the top, extreme. He is just such an asshole. But the film isn't just Marty Mauser using people. Like I said, you go on a crazy fucking journey that takes twists and turns I never saw coming. Like, there's this whole subplot where he goes to a hotel, and Tyler, the Creator's here, which shocked the fuck out of me. Like I said, I knew nothing about this movie, so when Tyler, the Creator, shows up, I probably would have been less surprised if I saw my own dad in this film. I didn't see that coming at all. Tyler, the Creator, does, like, a really good job of playing with Marty Mauser here as, like, his cohort, where they scam together and they're good friends. And while Marty's in the middle of turmoil where he's facing a lot of unpaid debt and he needs to find a way to get to Japan to go to the World Championship, but after what happened at the last major tournament, it's not looking real good. And so they end up at a hotel. He rents a room. He's, of course, using Tyler, the Creator. He is very clearly exploiting him for his own personal gain because he needs money now and a place to stay. So while they're at this hotel, he takes a bath, which is something that the hotel owner said, do not do, don't use the bathroom. He does, and while doing so, the tub crashes through the fucking floor and blows up the dude's hand who was underneath him cleaning his dog, who we met in the lobby. The dog is fine, the dude's hand is fucked, he needs to go to the hospital, and it's just so much chaos erupting out of nowhere, and then it becomes a very big piece where he needs to take that dog to the vet because that guy whose hand just got absolutely annihilated, like it went through the goddamn wood chipper, is offering him money to take his dog to the vet because his dog is sick and needs some help. So the two of them then go take the dog, but they don't go to the vet. They use the money that he got paid for it to gamble it, not really gamble it. They go and scam others through hustling to make even more money, and when they get even more money, they get found out that they are hustlers, then they get tracked down by people who are about to beat the fuck out of them, just kill them right then and there. They escape, the dog escapes, and now the dog's lost, and now he's being hunted by the guy whose arm he broke because now his dog is missing. It is just so much that keeps happening, and every time I thought that they were giving him an out, he fucking blows it up. He ruins it. Not in, like, a way that doesn't make sense. It's a very Marty Mauser thing to do, to be handed an opportunity that could actually save him and actually get him out of the hole, and then just wipe his ass with it. It is just so well done. And I really think something that stood out to me a lot was the music. The music makes this so tense. It reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog music from time to time. They crushed it with the score. It's haunting. What will play when Marty Mauser's going through, like, you know, some kind of episode. And what makes all of this work is this 1-2 combo, this fucking two-piecing here of really strong writing. Like, I actually think they did a great job with writing these characters. Like I said, I think they have mastered the art of capturing stress and, like, bringing you into the stress. And also, an incredible performance from Timothée Chalamet. Not just Timothée Chalamet, everyone really does a good job. The weakest one, probably Kevin O'Leary, but even Kevin O'Leary delivers a fine performance because he fundamentally just plays himself. There were a couple scenes where I thought for sure he was going to say, you fucked my wife and for that reason I'm out. Like, it really is him just being Mr. Wonderful. So he didn't do, like, a poor job or anything, but everyone delivered, like, a top tier performance, especially Timothée Chalamet. Now, I've become somewhat of a fan of Timothée Chalamet over the last, year or so. I think he's been choosing, good projects, and he is very good in them. And I also really like how he is just very unapologetically being himself and being excited about what he's in. So, I saw in one of his speeches, he's like, I'm trying to be the greatest, I'm trying to be the best, and I really think I've been delivering some incredible performances. I actually really like that mentality. I feel like some people might get rubbed the wrong way, that it's arrogant or something, but I like that. It reminds me of an athlete or someone who is striving to be the best at what they do. And I think he really is trying to get up there with the fucking greats. And with performances like these, he shows he has the jaw for it. It shows he's got the talent. I really was very entertained by Marty Supreme. Again, I knew nothing about it going into it. I was fully open to the idea that this might just be trash, that they were desperately trying to make a break even on or something with having Timothée Chalamet shouted out all the time. That's not the case. I can see why he's so proud of it. It is a very good movie. It was extremely entertaining watching Marty Mauser basically solve a problem and then immediately fuck himself in his own face right after. So he is extremely good at getting people to do his bidding and putty in his hands, but he always keeps going. He doesn't know how to stop. It is just so hectic, so chaotic. So even when he is in a position where problems would be behind him, if he would just, call it quits right there, put the kibosh on the talking and the bravado and everything, he can't. Best example, and the one that really caught me off guard, is towards the end of the film. Spoiler warning. I've given little light spoilers. This is another light spoiler. It's not the biggest one in the world, but just warning. As he is on his hands and knees at his wit's end, he has to get to Japan because he needs to go to the world championship to prove he is the best in the world. But he still doesn't have the money. Everything else is crash and burned around him. Everyone has been hurt around him. His last-ditch Hail Mary was to try and manipulate Gwyneth Paltrow's character into somehow giving him the money through making him, through portraying himself as very sympathetic and all of that, where she'd feel inclined to help. It's not really working, but eventually he weasels his way to her basically giving him a necklace that her husband gives her every year that's worth a lot of money, but she hates her fucking husband. Guy's a dweeb, tired of him. She gives him the necklace because he can sell it, get the money, go to Japan, do what he needs to do to prove his greatness. And he then kisses her. And I thought that would be the end of it. They exchange a kiss, and he now has his problem solved. And he just keeps going. So a kiss turns into him eating her out in a public park in the middle of the night. And then cops are there and they see that and they stop them both. And then they end up having to give the cops the necklace to bribe them to stay out of jail. So now he's back to square fucking one. It didn't solve his problem. And I thought for sure that's where they were going. I thought that was going to be his out. It's not. So now he still has to solve this fucking problem in another way. It is so good that the ride never stops. Even when you think you see how it's going to go, it doesn't go in that direction. I was so entertained with this movie, man. I really did like Marty Supreme a lot. Is it a perfect film? No. I think this is definitely not going to be everyone's cup of tea either. I feel like if you watched Uncut Gems and didn't like how hectic and how stressful and even at times headache-inducing a lot of the conversations and scenarios were, this movie probably will not appeal to you. It has very similar DNA to that. He's fast-talking. It's very back and forth, or even, one person trying to overpower the other in a conversation. It is going to be a lot that maybe people will find to be more frustrating than entertaining. I get that. But for me, I really did like it. Had me giggling, had me entertained, and made me want to get back to practicing ping pong. It lived up to the hype. If you're watching this, Timothée Chalamet, let me know if you ever want to catch these hands at ping pong. I think I've got a real shot. I don't know if he actually plays ping pong in real life, or if this is all CGI, phony baloney, smoke and mirrors, which I doubt it. It seemed very real ping pong there for the most part. So I imagine he probably practiced a lot for the film, and I think he would be a worthy opponent. But anyway, I liked Marty Supreme. I thought it was very good. That's about it. See ya. Hairline jack. Mostly unchanged. Not too shabby. You know what is shabby, though? I saw a dubious little advertisement. Now hold your horses there, partner. It's not AI. I know you are already getting that idea in your noodle, so let me put that to bed right now. This is not one of those dog shit, ridiculous AI commercials that are becoming extremely popular. In fact, this is just some good old-fashioned, old natural false advertisement. Almost brings a tear to your eye. Scummy company still deceives customers the old-fashioned way. It is a misleading ad run by a company that I think a lot of you watching this have probably heard of. Restream.io. They right now are apparently running an ad that has me in it. And Matt sent me this wondering if I had given them permission or if they paid me for it or something like that. If this was some kind of agreed upon thing for me to appear in a Restream ad. And get a load of this. No. I had no idea. And in fact, I don't like Restream.io. I've talked about multi-streaming a lot. I think anyone who has any iota of interest in streaming or any current streamer should absolutely be multi-streaming. But I've never recommended Restream.io to anyone. I tinkered around with it when I was first dipping my tootsies into multi-streaming, and I didn't like it. It was always preached about as the gold standard, so I even bought an extremely expensive subscription to it. The lowest subscription offer is $16 a month. Now, there is a free option as well, but since everyone was hyping it up and all these incredible features, I did do the subscription, and I just really didn't like it. So instead, I used a free plugin called Sorayuki, and that's always the one I recommend to people for multi-streaming, not Restream.io. Yet, here I am in a Restream.io ad, and even though I don't mention Restream by name, anyone watching this ad is going to have the takeaway that I am endorsing that product, because otherwise why would I be appearing in a pitch for it? It's a very interesting scenario. Every single person should be multi-streaming.
Should you multi-stream? Of course. Should you take my word for it? No, listen to the experts.
All my streams have been multicasted. I've been having a blast with them.
I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
Now, if somebody was to come at me and ask should they consider streaming on YouTube, I would say yes. Whether you want to do it as a daily stream or you want to multi-stream it across platforms.
This reminds me of when that fraudulent One Piece game on Facebook was using me as a spokesperson for it, and it was cleverly trimming around videos to make it seem like I was excited for the One Piece game, even though I never even mentioned the game or anything. That's kind of the same vibe I get from this, where I'm not saying Restream or anything, but I'm talking about multi-streaming and this and that, and since it's in a Restream video, the obvious perception is that I am advocating for Restream.io that you should be downloading and subscribing to in order to multi-stream. When the reality is, the truth couldn't be further from that baloney. I just plain old didn't like Restream.io. I didn't like the green eggs and ham, I'm sorry to say. I preferred a simple plugin. Sorayuki was free. It's been real efficient. I've had no issues with it. It's been smooth sailing, whereas Restream.io, I had plenty of problems. So, I just am not a big fan of the product, but if you're someone who's been fed this ad over the last 8 months, you would probably think I'm a goddamn Restream.io partner, a huge enthusiast, I'm sucking my own dick and pumping my fist going, Restream.io, you gotta get it now, that kind of thing. This ad has 460-something thousand views as of me making this video, and apparently it's been run elsewhere too. That's pretty lame, Restream. But I will give you a small thanks for reminding me of something very important. I never canceled my Restream subscription. So I went into my email in order to do the deed, and it turns out I've been paying for this longer than I thought. 2 years, it's been auto-renewing. At $190, 190 clams a year I am forking over to Restream every October like a terrible Halloween trick-or-treat surprise. Oh my god, I was actually pissed. I was actually disgusted. I didn't remember it being that expensive. I didn't remember the yearly was almost $200. Oh my god, what a waste of money. But you're welcome, Restream, for the easy fucking $600 basically that you squeezed out of me. I did a double take and then immediately went to their website to check their pricing to ensure I didn't somehow subscribe to the premium fuck me in the butt package, and luckily that wasn't the case. But then I saw this eye-opening business plan of $200 a month or $23.90 per year for their business tier. That is hefty. Feels more like you're the one getting the business if you signed up for that one. They are giving you the business into that cock into your wallet, my lord. Like I said, I didn't remember it being this expensive, so I do appreciate the ad reminding me that I needed to at least cancel the subscription, because otherwise I would just be losing $200 every year to something that I completely forgot about. But yeah, about the ad, is it the biggest deal in the world? No, but it is a little bit shady. Typically, when someone wants to use something for promotional material for their product, they usually will ask you permission to use it to promote their brand. So Warframe. I think all of you know now, I am a big Warframe fan. It is, I believe, one of the best free-to-play games out there, and I've said that a lot on stream. And maybe at some point you've seen a Warframe ad that has me in there with a segment glazing Warframe. And it's just a stream clip of me talking about Warframe. That wasn't like a paid partnership or anything. They saw that clip and wanted to use it, but instead of just ripping it and then putting it in their commercial, they reached out and asked if they could do so, which of course I gave them permission. That's typically the standard protocol when it comes to taking someone else's shit in order to use it in your commercial material. You'll either at least ask permission or even oftentimes offer to pay for usage rights in whatever marketing material they want to use when you're going to be feeding actual consumers a real commercial. It's just very odd that they wouldn't even at least ask if they could use clips. For example, if for Cheeky Soap we decided to run an ad where we just started taking other people's clips oh man, if only there was a soap I could use that leaves me feeling moisturized after a shower, and we just start taking all of that shit in order to promote our product without paying them for it or asking if we have their permission to utilize those material, that would be pretty scummy. It's a bad business practice. I don't know if it's full-blown illegal or anything like that. I don't think Restream founders are going to be in handcuffs or anything for it. It's just pretty scummy is all. I don't know if they asked Tim the Tatman or Swag permission to use their clips or anything like that. Couldn't tell you. Maybe they both use Restream.io and are really, enthusiastic about it, so they don't care. And that's totally fine. And like I said, at the end of the day, it really isn't that big of a deal. But this standard does exist for a reason. In this case, it was used for a service a lot of people do like. But if this was the norm, then companies could just willy-nilly be grabbing all kinds of people's content and using it to promote some complete, utter trash. Maybe Bored Apes wants to have some kind of big revival. They just start taking Tim the Tatman clips to make it seem like he's endorsing them and trying to rally his community to buy some fucking Bored Apes or something. It's just misleading, and it's not very good. So I was surprised to see this from Restream, is all. But heavens to Betsy, could you have at least taken my shit and then promoted something I actually like with it, a product I actually enjoy? I don't like Restream.io. I don't want to be appearing in a Restream.io commercial. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. There is huge censorship going on in gaming right now. I'm sure a lot of you saw Steam a few days back announced that hundreds of games have been pulled from their catalog because of the efforts of a group known as Collective Shout. Collective Shout is an organization that has been forcing payment processors to bully platforms into removing games they deem unfit for sale due to the themes around them. And for Steam's case, they targeted hundreds of adult games that featured rape and incest. And a lot of people were pumping their fist yeah, that's good. How could you possibly be mad at that? Less degeneracy and disgusting shit on the platform. This is a big W across the board. It's not censorship if it's things I don't like being taken down. Obviously, like every weapon out there, this is only going to be used for good. Clearly, they're only going to use this power to take down very bad, gross things. Which is the most low IQ take you could ever have. Collective Shout, just yesterday, has now also gone after itch.io, and they have removed every single not suitable for work game from their platform. Not just rape and incest games, all adult games. We have de-indexed all adult NSFW content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout launched a campaign against Steam and itch.io directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. So this is the playbook here. Collective Shout is a very powerful organization who somehow has a lot of leverage on payment processors. I don't know if they're just over there giving them perpetual wet willies or they got some serious dirt on like the upper echelon elites in the food chain at the payment processors. Like they got proof they're in the Epstein files or some shit. But they have got these payment processors by the nutsack, and they are squeezing the piss from their balls. So now the payment processors are LARPing as the moral authority on what people are allowed to spend the money they earned on. So they're making these sweeping censorship changes to Steam and itch.io. Steam, they made it very easy for the public to not make a big stink about it because they went after a very low-hanging fruit target that most people aren't going to be upset about. Oh no, you lost all your rape and, incest games. Boo-hoo, call the fucking wambulance. But what people don't realize is that is clearly just the first step here. Collective Shout has now already taken that, which hasn't even been like a full week, and it's translated it to wiping all adult content from itch.io, a totally separate platform using the same methodology of having the payment processors threaten to leave them. Censorship is not something that is a good thing. This is not a positive thing. Yoko Taro also came forward saying, like, this is pretty bad stuff, that other countries can now limit everyone else's free speech. He's right. That's not great. You don't like to see that. And let's go ahead and extend this to its natural conclusion here. As Collective Shout becomes more and more successful at censoring games, other organizations will spring up and do the same for things Collective Shout maybe doesn't want to see censored. Like, who's to say, with this censorship, now that it's proven that it can be done by having the payment processors threaten to pull out of these services, if you can bully them through the payment processors, you win. That's checkmate. Who's to say an organization doesn't pop up that wants to take away all kinds of LGBTQ representation in games? And now that they have a proven formula to follow, they could easily spring up and be probably very successful. Another organization could come about where they believe that M-rated games just shouldn't exist. Games should be focused purely to appeal to a younger demographic. They shouldn't be deep, thought-provoking games. There should be no violence. There could easily be a very puritanical organization that comes forward making similar pushes for censorship. I don't know how delusional you have to be to think that somehow this is only ever going to be used against bad things. It's not. And it's already extending way beyond what it started with for Collective Shout. They started with a very easy win on a genre of games that most people aren't really going to miss. And they have already extended that to just broad adult content from another platform, itch.io. And as they continue to be more successful, more organizations are going to follow that blueprint, follow those footsteps, and be successful as well, censoring other things that maybe Collective Shout doesn't want to see censored. It's going to just be fucking pandemonium because it is clear now that these platforms are willing to go belly up, roll over, and suck the fucking schmeat of the payment processing cartel that shackles them. These payment processing patriots, who all of a sudden care so deeply about morality, are able to get these platforms to censor themselves at the behest of the organizations that are strong-arming them. It's absurd. And it doesn't stop there. If you do any amount of research on Collective Shout, you'll see that it's not just like adult games. They also went after Detroit Become Human and Grand Theft Auto 5 for absolutely fucking outlandish reasons. Like, this is actual horse hockey. And another scary fact, the article I was reading on stream, which I'm going to show you clips from so you can see about their previous attempts to go after things like Detroit Become Human and GTA 5, that article that I was reading then got taken down 8 hours after stream because Vice deemed it was a little too controversial because the article wasn't super favorable to Collective Shout. So Collective Shout not only has pull in censoring games, but it looks like they can even take down some articles that are a little, harsh on how they're going about their mission or what they're trying to do here. In other words, it seems virtually impossible for Steam to host any adult games depicting child abuse. Rather, Collective Shout may be targeting popular video games that depict children in scenarios where they face distress or harm, even if these depictions are intended to encourage concern and care in the player. From there, the organization may be describing these titles as featuring child abuse. In 2018, Collective Shout encouraged its supporters to sign a petition to ban Detroit Become Human for sale in Australia, claiming the game features child abuse and violence against women. The petition focused on an abusive father's violent behavior towards his housekeeper and daughter in the game. This dynamic, core to the character Kara's story arc, is intended to encourage empathy for the abused woman and child. While it's unclear whether Collective Shout is actively targeting Detroit Become Human in 2025, the removal of such a game would be akin to artistic censorship of material discussing misogynistic abuse against female family members. Targeting the game, in other words, could be considered anti-feminist in intent. That doesn't really make any sense. In 2014, the organization called on Target to remove Grand Theft Auto 5 from store shelves, sharing a petition that claims the game encourages players to commit sexual violence and kill women. Collective Shout described GTA as if it were a misogynistic funhouse, stating the game lets players enact their fantasies of committing extreme violence against women, including punching women to the point of unconsciousness, killing them with a bat, gun, or machete, running them down with a car, and setting them on fire as they continue screaming. What world are we living in? What? So that all this is only reserved and acceptable if it's men. Like, if you're killing men with a bat, gun, and machete, running them down with a car and setting them on fire as they scream. These arguments are so weak and flimsy, and I think just downright detrimental to what they claim their mission is. This would basically, like these two things in conjunction, would make it so like most games won't even put women in there. So let's take the first example about like how children in like distress and harm is something that they would target and try and take down. It's why they went after Detroit Become Human. Let's extend that scope. Things like Limbo, Last of Us, Out of Sight, like these games where there are kids present and they do go through like hardship, that would be removed under their guidelines here. In Detroit Become Human, it's not like they're trying to glorify this type of horrible thing. It is used as a way of showcasing how bad a situation is and getting empathy from the player for what is happening to these characters. And yet, they want to take it down, even though it is used to deliver positive messaging to the player. It's like they don't want any deep themes in their games, and not only that, it's like they don't want women to even be interactable in the games. So also something that wouldn't fly under their protocol here would be things like Tomb Raider. Any game where a female is leading it wouldn't really be possible because the women in the game are going to go through distress. Like Lara Croft goes through a lot worse than what they listed for GTA 5 being a misogynistic funhouse. Lara Croft gets killed in so many different ways potentially if you fail certain things. She's constantly being hunted, hurt. It's all like pretty much no game with a female character in it could be made if Collective Shout continues to gain this much power. It's a fucking absurd notion here. God of War, the new God of War, those games couldn't be made because Kratos' son obviously goes through a lot there. That would be a child in a harmful and distressing situation. It would be poo-pooed by Collective Shout. They would banish that shit to the Shadow Realm. Like, their rules on what is and is not acceptable are just unhinged. Again, this would fundamentally, like, scrub women from video games. Like, I don't know why they're not grasping that concept. They call GTA 5 a misogynistic funhouse because you can hurt women in it and that kind of thing, which you can also do to men. But the issue is exclusively because women can also be hurt and killed in GTA 5, just like the men can. It's not like GTA 5 is telling the player, you have to go commit these sexual violent acts against women right now. We need you as the player to score 100 sexual violent crimes against our women in the city right now. Go out there. That's the quest. Go fucking just slap 1,000 women for maximum turbo gamer points. Like, it's pretty fucking crazy. So basically, if you are going to have women in the games, the only way I see that even be possible with Collective Shout's, groundwork they're laying here, the way I understand it, is if every female in the game is immortal, God mode activated, and uninteractable outside of dialogue and cutscenes, but the female character also cannot go through anything distressing or deep, basically has to just be like a completely flat nothing burger of a character. Otherwise, it could be like too much harm that they faced or something in the game. It just seems completely antithetical to what the mission they claim to have is. Again, with how they have targeted games in the past and what they're currently doing, it feels like most game companies, in order to play ball with these demands, will probably just elect to not have female-facing games, like with a lead female protagonist, and they will probably ensure that the female characters that might appear in the game don't play a big role in it because they never know what Collective Shout might have an issue with. And since these games' budgets are so bloated these days, I don't think they'll be willing to take any kind of chances, any type of risk of their game being just like wiped off of like the biggest fucking gaming platforms like Steam. So they'll probably just elect to play it safe and have any female characters just in the background with a really insignificant role. Because, again, there's no way of knowing what Collective Shout's going to try and spin when it comes to these games and these characters. Like, again, Detroit Become Human. All of that they listed there as an issue that was literally in the game to deliver messaging on how unacceptable that shit is. It was used for empathy, not a glorification or anything at all. It was actually delivering a message that really feels very in line with what Collective Shout claims to fight for. It is completely out of control. And let's go ahead and just continue to play a little here, a little theater of the mind. If you can successfully bully payment processors, and it's reported that Collective Shout is doing this by constantly phoning them up with like 1,000 employees or so. I don't know if that's all confirmed or not. But if you can get 1,000 people together and successfully have these payment processors threaten to leave some of the biggest platforms for gaming, think about what kind of power you can control with these payment processors. If you can just have them like puppets on your strings, that is so dangerous. There is no amount of mental gymnastics you can possibly do to conjure up a justification for why a payment processor has a say in what you can spend your money on, what they will permit you to spend your doubloons on. That is a bad direction for the future, which obviously extends far beyond just video games. This is a much bigger topic, a bigger issue than just gaming. If payment processors now going to step in and basically be like the fucking, lacrosse house party guy who's like, who do you know here? No, you're not allowed in. When you're trying to spend your money on a product, we've got a huge problem. Just play with that possibility here for a second. Like, let's say you want to buy a dildo or something, right? You want an adult sex toy. Well, what if the payment processors deem those to be obscene? We will not support any businesses that are selling these adult toys. Consumers shouldn't be able to buy these. Okay, all of a sudden you can't buy those? That's been fucking wiped out. And let's take it to something that's not even sexual. Let's say a katana or something. I want a katana for my room. I really liked some of the blades from One Piece. It'd be really nice to have a replica blade. Well, turns out the payment processors deem those to be a little too dangerous and threaten to pull out of any websites that are offering katanas for sale because those are some very scary, lethal weapons. So, can't buy those anymore. It's a big issue. Payment processors should have no say in what you spend your fucking money on. Of course, that doesn't apply when it's like you trying to buy something highly illegal. I get that. But things like this is absurd. Like, this is completely preposterous and out of control. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit. That's really it. See ya. Are you mad right now? Do you want to be? I saw a video today that was pretty infuriating. This lady is behind the wheel of a rented vehicle from Turo. This is allegedly posted by the owner of that vehicle after, spoiler alert, she gets into an accident here and then tries to lie about what happened. This was posted in response to that to show what actually happened, and if you've got some keen peepers on you, the astute observers may have noticed she's texting while driving. But to be honest, I don't even think that's accurate to say because she is doing more texting than driving, so she's like occasionally splicing in some driving between her texts. It seems like she's in some kind of heated argument, and that is like her primary focus is sending these text messages while on the road. I'm sure I don't need to educate you on the dangers of texting while driving. I'm not the DMV. I'm also not your dad. I imagine most of you know that, and this is one of the most egregious examples of texting while driving I've ever seen. She could easily have just pulled over and sent those messages if it's that urgent, but instead she said, fuck it, we'll do it live, so she's doing it while on the road, risking her life and the life of those around her. I guess she's really got places to be, and those messages, that's of, like, fucking utmost importance. If you're not first, you're last. If you're not pooping, you're shitting. Even while her car is veering off the road and blasting a mailbox, she is firmly grasping that phone. She is gripping the shit out of that. She still will not set it down in the act of crashing this vehicle. She treated that phone like it was the fucking Tesseract there. She was not parting with it. It's not until it is finally stopped that she sets the phone down and then puts her head in her hands and then immediately picks the phone back up after like 3 seconds. It's like she can't be separated from it. It's her fucking umbilical cord. It's unreal. It's actually a miracle she didn't just have a head-on collision here. I counted too. She looked up from her phone only 5 times in the amount of time that she spent on that single lane there. So she spent the vast majority of her time there behind the wheel looking at the phone, glued to it. In fact, she even double-fisted the phone at one point to get two-thumb action in there. No hands on the wheel, not looking up at the road. It is actually an act of God that she didn't kill herself or somebody else there. Just an unsuspecting, innocent car that she could have easily veered to the left instead of the right and just hit with a head-on collision, which would have potentially been fatal. Also, her squeals that she lets out, oh man, that is ear-piercing. And then she has like that full-blown like angry middle-aged mom scream after it like comes to a stop when it's entirely her fault. Apparently, again, the story is she's like a nurse practitioner and lied to the Turo owner here of this vehicle about what happened and why the car got crashed. I haven't seen too many details on all of that, but it's entirely her fault. You can see here in the footage, she is texting the vast majority of the time that she spends on the road. And I imagine this isn't an isolated incident. This is probably how she goes about her daily commutes. You can tell people till the cows come home how dangerous and bad it is to text and drive, but then you're still going to have people like this doing it. And it's actually, to me, it seems like becoming more common. Like, I know there was like even a trend a little while ago for streamers to do like car streams, and in some of them, they were just texting and reading the chat while driving, like while being filmed doing it. So it seems like people don't really grasp how important it is to not drive distracted. But anyway, this is probably the most egregious example of it that I've seen. This is unhinged. It's like she totally forgot she was operating a motor vehicle. She was so engrossed in her phone. That took priority over everyone's lives around her and her own life. Now, I don't know what the outcome of all of this was. There's not a ton of information I can find on it, other than, like, she's apparently a nurse practitioner and apparently lied about how the car got crashed. But the owner of the vehicle had the interior-facing dash cam as well as the other dash cam. People were debating if that's even legal to have, like, a rented car with an interior-facing dash cam. I looked it up. It is, but you just need to disclose to the renter that it's there, which I imagine is part of like the signed contract between them or something. I've never used Turo. I'm not super familiar with it, but it seems like the owner is well within the right to do that, and I could definitely see why people that are renting their car out might want that as like a bit of a security measure here, as this case beautifully illustrates, where your car gets wrecked and then all of a sudden the person that was driving it starts farting out a fairy tale about how it's not their fault, and then you've got no evidence that it was their fault, so now you're stuck with your dick in your hand and you're going to have to pay for that most likely. So I can see why you would want that there, and in this case it probably saved them a huge headache because they can instantly point to this as her fault, because it is her fault. Entirely her fault. Anyway though, enough blabbering about it from me today. A little PSA for you. Don't text and drive. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, my hair's wet because I just got out of the shower. I've been smoking on that West Virginia sticky couch co-op, and it's got me feeling like making fun of some more Pokemon scalpers. This has become a pretty embarrassing epidemic, with grown men fighting each other over Pokemon cards. A month ago, I was covering the Pokemon brawls that were breaking out across the country when Costco made the fatal decision to start stocking Pokemon products. God rest all the souls we lost on that day. Many a brave warrior were sent straight to Valhalla fighting to get their grubby paws on Pokemon boxes. That was always going to end one way. Death. Costco and Pokemon together, that's just gonna be catastrophic 100% of the time. That's like a nitroglycerin plant announcing they're gonna start selling fireworks. Anyway, it's not like the scalpers have been hibernating or anything, they've just been fighting in different locations without as much footage surfacing until today. I saw a goofy little fight break out at a Pokemon vending machine. Now, I've never seen one of these in the wild, but these are Pokemon vending machines where you can buy product out of it. And typically they're empty because scalpers come through like the Grinch and buy up the entire inventory and sell it online for a markup. That's how they live their life. Actually taking candy from babies for a $10 profit. It's fucking sickening. So in this video, these are apparently 2 known scalpers in the Bay Area that start duking it out at 10 a.m. off of a fresh restock. Now, speaking of fresh, if you want to start smelling better, if you don't want to be as stinky as these losers in the videos we're about to watch, then you need to start using Cheeky Soap. We actually just came out with 2 new scents. Absolute Cinnamon and Spope. Spope is spa soap. So we just combine the 2 words together. So this is like a eucalyptus scent. This one's obviously cinnamon. They're available now. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Now I can't play the audio because it's just DMCA music. So the person who uploaded this is the guy currently at the vending machine and is now getting boxed out by the Eagles hoodie gentleman. So Humpty Dumpty here with that NBA caliber box out, he's throwing that ass back on the guy who uploaded this. And I love this pose right here. This is that Spider-Man 2 stopping the train moment. Man is fucking, it looks like he's protecting the president, like he's about to like take bullets for the guy here, the way that he stretches out like that. I'll play the rest in a moment, but they're bumping and grinding at the Pokemon vending machine, and the guy decided not to keep the original audio in and elected to put a song there instead. I think that's a really weird decision, and I think the reason he would do that is because the Eagles hoodie guy was probably confronting him about scalping. That's, like, based on what I've been reading as well, that seems likely because that guy is apparently a known scalper who actually camps restocks of these fucking Pokemon vending machines, and it stands to reason that if Eagles hoodie guy was calling him out on that, you know, boo, boo, this guy stinks, he's buying every Pokemon box, this sucks. Well, he obviously wouldn't want to leave that in for the video because then nobody would be on his side. And if, like, you can see him at the Pokemon vending machine, he looks like he's about to place an order when the video starts, and then Kevin James from Hitch comes in here getting him with that fucking wobble swag, throwing that ass in a circle on him, getting him out of the way. So, if he just came in there out of nowhere to, like, kick him off the machine so he could hog it all to himself, I imagine he would have left the audio in because it was so unreasonable and so unexpected. That's just my working game theory. I saw a couple Facebook group posts as well as a couple Reddit posts saying they recognize this guy from their local Pokemon vending machines around the Bay Area and basically doing the same thing where he'd be there right when it restocked and grab a ton of product from it. Now, I also saw that the guy who boxed him out has a lot of people who apparently recognize him as well. He's not some virtuous hero, you know. Ass Ketchum is not using those cheeks for good. Apparently, he too cruises these Pokemon vending machines, buying up a ton of product from it. So, it does seem like the original caption of 2 known scalpers, you know, fighting at 10 a.m. is accurate based on everything I've read from the Bay Area Pokemon community, as well as some of the other people that have talked about this. Anyway, though, back to the action. You can see he is still in a wide power stance saying, "You shall not pass." And he's instigating this scuffle, by the way, yet he's leaving himself totally undefended. He could have caught the meanest knuckle sandwich of 2025. That move would have been super effective. It would have had him blasting off like Team Rocket. Anyway, though, the action's winding down in the 4th quarter and they go their separate ways. That was pretty awesome. That right there is what Pokemon's all about. At least in the modern day and age. There are so many fights for Pokemon cards. It is unbelievable. But yeah, like I said, these Pokemon vending machines are apparently a hotspot for scalpers. So, one thing that's been kind of popular is people will go there and just start filming and shaming some of the scalpers, and I really appreciate that. I think they're doing a very strong public service by filming these shameless fucking degenerate losers who go there buying tons and tons of product and then going online to sell it for a markup to kids or parents looking to buy something for their kids. Now, I also have said this before, and a lot of people disagree with me, but fuck you, I'm right. I think Pokemon has become less for kids and more for people like this. Adults that view it as a money-making conduit. So they'll see things like the Pokemon Oreo collab, right? And they'll go and buy tons of Pokemon Oreos hoping to get like the Mew one and sell it on eBay for $100. So I feel like most Pokemon products never even really get into the hands of kids predominantly. It is mainly in the hands of adults, like greedy assholes that are buying it to try and make money off of it. That's kind of what the entire hobby of Pokemon seems to be becoming. Of course, I'm sure there's data to prove me wrong, but I'm gonna plug my ears to that. Fuck you. The data can suck my dick. I think my feeling is more accurate here for this. Because every time there's a Pokemon set, a Pokemon collab, a Pokemon fucking fart somewhere out there, you will have hundreds, thousands of grown-ass dudes going out there to try and make money off scalping it. So it sucks. It super sucks. Anyway, let me show you some scalpers real quick so we can make fun of more of them.
Don't be this fucking guy right here, look. Don't be these two assholes. Taking all this shit right there. But we're all waiting in the fucking line to make fucking $20.
Now, I think it's worth mentioning that Pokemon themselves are aware of the scalping problem, so recently they implemented some new policies to these machines, one of them being anti-loitering and a couple other things meant to combat this. It's not working. Hey, sorry to hit you with the cold water. It is not working. I also heard there were like purchase limits in place, but that doesn't work either because you can just make like maximum purchase limit and then just stay at the machine and then do maximum purchase limit again. So the protocol aren't stopping the scalping problem. I don't know exactly what they can do for these vending machines to stop it. I mean, maybe you hire the Pinkertons and each vending machine comes with its own armed security guard to ensure no scalpers get to ransack it. I really don't know. But at least they're aware of the issue. Maybe they can do something about it down the line that I'm not smart enough to think of, but I truly don't know. Scalpers are a huge issue across the board. They are a scourge on the entire planet, not just to Pokemon. But in Pokemon, I'd say scalpers are some of the worst and most pathetic I've seen.
Here we go again. Cleaning out the machine once again. Every single time I see this guy at the machine is getting cleared out. He doesn't care if it's singles, bundles, ETBs, he's just clearing everything out.
They know how scummy it is too. You can see in all of these like confronting scalper videos, they like get really shy and try and like hide away. Like this guy's just blatantly trying to hide his face. The other two guys, they looked like they were on the verge of tears. Like they know that it's shitty, but they don't care. That little $20 they can make online, that makes it all worth it. They're hustling right now. They're on the grind. I've probably been yapping about this for too long now anyway, so I'll just stop it there. But yeah, Pokemon scalping still super sucks. Really shameful shit. That's really about it. So yeah. Over the years, you may have noticed there's a reoccurring side character I talk about on my channel from time to time. Someone who is by all possible definitions a hero. A very, very important presence in this country. And unfortunately, the only time his name is invoked is when there are some villains looking to murder him. Literally slit his throat on the street and spill his blood to our dismay. This is a hero that every normal person should be celebrating. It's like Moomin Rider from One Punch Man. Might not be the star of the show everyone's talking about, but it's someone that everyone should support, except for the bad guys. This character's name is Section 230. I got a little lost in the sauce with this introduction here. Section 230 is an extremely important piece of legislation that's been around for coming up on exactly 30 years, 1996. Wow. That really put in perspective how old I'm getting, because I'm 1994. I am older than Section 230, holy shit. But point is, outside of my bones turning to dust and everything, Section 230 is still young and spry and extremely important for the current landscape of the internet, and was a fundamental building block that allowed the internet to bloom in the first place. It's extremely simple. Even if you're hitting whippets right now, you'll still be able to comprehend what it's saying. No provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. Now, why am I bringing this up now? Well, it's because there seems to be a pretty big push to dismantle Section 230. Actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt actually just made a pretty strong statement in condemnation of Section 230 and how things desperately need to change to save ourselves.
I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago.
You know what else was 30 years ago, Joseph? Your last good movie, dweeb. So even though it was 30 years ago, it is just as important today as it was then. Now, over the years, I'm sure a lot of you have heard me yap about Section 230 a handful of times because the people in power are trying to kill this fucking thing more often than Kenny in South Park. They hate Section 230. When Democrats were in charge, it caught a lot of scrutiny, claiming that it was enabling the spread of racism and harming children. With Republicans in power, they're claiming that it's spreading misinformation and anti-Semitism. This is a bipartisan punching bag that they desperately want to just beat down. It's just been thorn in the side of people that want to control your speech pretty much since its inception. Since the advent of the internet, Section 230 has been a target for people that want to control your speech and infringe on your First Amendment rights, and dismantling Section 230 would fundamentally change the internet as you know it, and that's not an exaggeration to say it. Put it even more simply, Section 230 allows goobers like me to post whatever they want, saying whatever they want, and the platform itself is not liable for whatever I've made or said. That is on me, personally. The platform isn't going to be, fucking dragged through the streets with legs spread like a goddamn Thanksgiving turkey for it and getting blasted by lawsuits or whatever. Now, of course, there are limitations in place when it comes to illegal content, things that actually break the law. That is, of course, a very different set of circumstances. That's a different can of worms, and that's handled differently. But it should be obvious why Section 230 is so important, because if these platforms were held liable for every single thing people post on their platforms, they would get into a lot of hot water and they would just not allow people to post things. Full stop, because it would be too dangerous to do so. They would need to micromanage and control every single thing that hits the platform in order to protect themselves. No matter how you spin it, this would ruin the internet. It's a pile of dog shit. No matter how much perfume gets sprayed on it or how they want to repackage it, it still stinks. This would affect literally every platform that has anything user submitted in any capacity at all.
And I also understand how the internet has changed since then. Because back then, message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms. But that's not how things work anymore. Today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
So nothing's changed. Brother, wake up. Stop sipping the stupid potion. These mega corporations, these platforms, they've never been neutral. Just because you want to delude yourself into fantasy land thinking that it used to be neutral just because you didn't want to pay attention doesn't mean that's the actual truth of the matter. They've never been neutral.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue. And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree on anything.
These are the same talking points I've heard for over a decade now, and I'm sure many of you are exhausted of hearing them as well. This is the textbook yap. And now I know I said Joseph was drinking the dummy potion earlier, but the truth of the matter is he's shilling. There are people that are paying a lot of money to try and plant this idea in your brain that Section 230 is a bad thing. It only leads to things like extremism and conspiracy theories and demonization and that kind of thing. That's not true. Anyone who stops and thinks about this for even just a moment, firing on a few neurons, should be able to recognize how outrageous this proposal is. How would shutting down conversation and shutting down the ability to express thoughts and opinions somehow help combat the rise of extremism and conspiracies? That would only exacerbate the problem. Censorship doesn't solve these issues. It makes them worse. This is a tool utilized by people that want to control your thoughts and also be able to feed you any narratives they want to spin. Like right now, if there is a publication that puts out just a bunch of phony baloney nonsense, tons of people can call it out. And you, as just a normal, average Joe Schmo, can see like, oh, maybe this isn't a trustworthy source. But if you take away all those other voices and you only have this heavily curated, approved source that puts this information out that is incorrect, you have no recourse. You have no way of knowing that something is wrong. It's a big problem. It makes you worse off. And this is not some far-fetched example. Platforms would not allow just completely unfiltered usage of normal people expressing their thoughts because those thoughts might go against the official narrative from the curated source. And then the curated source might go after the platform saying, this is defamatory. These people have just said something hosted on your platform and we're coming after you with lawsuits. So they just wouldn't allow it. To extend this even bigger, Netanyahu has publicly, proudly stated that one thing he believes Israel needs to focus on is controlling platforms like TikTok. He has said this because he wants to better control the narrative around Israel because, well, a lot of people aren't huge Israel fans these days, if you can believe it. So he wants to control the conversation about Israel through being able to control how it's talked about on TikTok, which obviously would mean anyone that wants to start talking about Palestine and the atrocities and the genocide in Palestine would be muzzled because, well, that would now be something that TikTok would be liable for, and they don't want to take the chance anymore. Section 230 is extremely valuable in free speech.
And yet, one of the only things that the American public seems to agree broadly on right now, left, right, and center, Republicans, Democrats, independents, we all agree that we don't trust these big tech businesses and we don't like the influence they're having on our lives and the lives of our kids. Well, if we want to do something about that, the right first step is to sunset Section 230. It's not going to solve everything, but it is the right first step.
It is indeed the right first step for these corporations and political vampires. It would create a society of thoughtless sheep that would be perpetually silenced and censored. That's what would happen with Section 230 no longer being applicable if they did just get rid of it. It's ridiculous, and of course you knew they were going to dust off the tried and true tactic of think of the children. Any time that this kind of topic is brought up, that is undoubtedly going to show up. Children being poisoned by social media. I hope you're sitting down because there's going to be a shocking statement here. There's a brave take. Be a parent. Kids shouldn't be on social media in the first place. They shouldn't have unmonitored access to the internet to begin with. Be a parent. It is not the internet's job to cater to your lack of parenting by just letting your kid online. Fucking lazy, trash-ass parents just sit a kid in front of a computer or an iPad and then are stunned when apparently they find bad shit. Be a parent. Be involved in your kid's life. Raise your children. Don't make it the internet's job to do that for you. This is something I've said for over a decade now, and it keeps coming up. It's unbelievable that some people still think that this is some kind of slam dunk and like a good justification for getting rid of Section 230. It's so concerning. And going even deeper here, they keep saying that this rolling back of liability protection for tech companies would help enforce real accountability. By the way, how about real accountability for bad parents that just let their kids online? He then pointed to the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Something needs to change. Big tech needs to be incentivized to protect kids online, and if they don't, they should be held civilly liable. Sunsetting Section 230 won't destroy the internet, and nothing we are proposing will impact our First Amendment rights, said Bridget Noring, whose son Devin died by fentanyl poisoning after connecting with a drug dealer on a photo messaging service Snapchat. What it will do is end blanket immunity without responsibility for tech companies. That is tragic, and I am very sorry to hear about the loss of her son. However, what she is saying absolutely would destroy the internet. This has been a conversation that's been had for decades. You can go and look at all of the data and why this hasn't happened before in the past, because there has been enough sense from people to shoot it down eventually, even though it does sometimes make it kind of deep through the motions. Eventually it has been getting shot down because of how important these freedoms are and how it does impact First Amendment rights in a lot of cases. Also, that statement about ending blanket immunity for these companies, that's not really going to be the end result of 230 being destroyed. And also, there's not really a blanket immunity in general for everything either, because, again, illegal content is still not allowed. Notably, on Twitter, like a month or two ago, there was a huge issue where users were using Grok to undress children in photographs. They were taking photos of children and asking Grok to take their clothes off. So they were spreading child porn throughout Twitter. That is highly illegal. That is a horrible thing. And that is something that is not protected. Now, I know I've been yapping about this for a while, and I've made quite a few videos yapping about Section 230 in general because it's something that continues to be targeted. It is something that if you don't know about it, you should know how important it is that it remain. It should not be something that is just fucking destroyed and abandoned. So don't fall for like the brainwashing here that Section 230 bad. That's just not true. Anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. Yep. I've seen some bad ideas. I've had some bad ideas. I've had some really bad ideas. For example, probably one of my favorite terrible ideas that I cooked up is where I wanted to test body armor by shooting myself in the chest while wearing it to see how much it hurts. Obviously, I recognize why that's a horrible idea, but you can't convince me it would be a horrible video. I think that would be a slapper. I think it would just be a full-blown red alert DEFCON banger for sure. But, point is, I've had bad ideas, and I have seen innumerable horrible stinkers, especially from the likes of Ubisoft, who have become kind of like the Michael Jordan of bad ideas. That entire office, all of their headquarters, this entire company has basically become like Willy Wonka's factory for churning out dumb dog shit brain dead ideas instead of candy. And yet, what I'm about to talk about today is not a Ubisoft original. It actually comes from Meta. They have just announced what I believe to be the stupidest possible platform ever that will likely not be used by a single living, breathing, sentient human being on this planet, at least not on purpose. Let me introduce you to Vibes, a fully AI platform designed to share and create AI short-form videos. I just learned about this from Dole and Dark, who covered it. I had no idea. It feels like they made this announcement like whispered under their breath, because I haven't seen anyone even shoot spitballs at it. No one's even giving it the time of day to insult it. That's how under the radar it has flown. They have to know that no one wants this. Like, even people that don't mind AI content, I can't imagine being excited about this. There's just people that tolerate AI slop on TikTok and YouTube Shorts because it's become inundated with it now. It's like impossible to avoid. But I don't think even those people that can stomach that are going to be all gung-ho about going to a platform that is nothing but AI videos. That is a platform I can only see being used by bots. Just bots creating and sharing videos back and forth until the fucking heat death of the universe claims all our souls.
Well, Meta has announced a new feature on their app called Vibes, which is basically TikTok, except the content is entirely AI generated. As if scrolling TikTok wasn't brain-numbing enough, now you can do fully AI generated.
For the longest time, I thought considering yourself a professional Redditor, like a Reddit content creator, was the most pathetic title you could ever give yourself online. But I think if there's ever a point where someone unironically refers to themselves as a Vibes content creator or like a Vibes influencer, that should actually be grounds for some criminal charges, because that cringe is just illegal. There would be nothing more pathetic. at all. I actually couldn't think of anything. You could come out and talk about being like a scat fetishist cuck or something, and I would still think there's more dignity in that than being a vibes content creator. Anyone who even uses this platform, I think, should be shamed. It's so trash. There is no purpose to it. I cannot even picture what the person would look like that would be interested in a platform like this. Like, maybe some kind of like out of touch marketing octogenarian who thinks this is like a good way to promote a product or a brand, so they'd be like dumping endless advertisements on there. But I don't think there's anyone there that wants to consume that. Like, I don't think there is an audience for it at all. You're just putting it out to bots. Because bots will no doubt use this. It'll be nothing but bots. This is exactly what that shit would be utilized for bots to endlessly fart out just AI content. But as far as like an actual platform people would use, there is no value here. There is nothing at all to gain from it. Not even slightly. And I know, and Dolan Darkest also talks about it, that shorts and TikTok have become just completely ravaged by AI content now, just out the wazoo. Like, there's some of the most viewed videos on YouTube are just AI YouTube shorts, which aren't even really being consumed by people. It's just bots also watching it.
Short. Some of the most viewed shorts being this nonsense where a cat's watermelon car is crushed by a female transformer. And then this one with 50 million views with two fat people sitting in the mud and a train's behind them. And that's it. And the baby gets up and starts running and there's a watermelon there for some reason. And despite it having 50 million views, it has about 30 comments, and this is what the comments say. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. Bunch of emojis, and then this tutorial is very impressive. I did not expect it to be this good.
Yeah, you know that short was a turbo hit. Just look at the comments going ballistic for the big old man milkers running from a train with that woman and her baby joining along for the ride. They love it. This video is really helpful. This deserves recognition. I love cat. There wasn't a cat in the video, but they're just making a bold statement. They're not afraid to tell it like it is. They love cat, goddammit. What are you gonna do about it? Big whoop. You wanna fight? And then, of course, the one Dolan Darkest also mentions about the tutorial, which this is not a tutorial. It's clearly bots. It's not people watching this. It's just bots. And Dolan Darkest also went to that channel, and they have like actually 50 different variants of that exact same AI video. Just with like the different ethnicities as well as like different trains. It's such a mess. So now it's an entire platform of that. Who is going to watch it besides just bots who also aren't watching it, obviously? It's a waste. Meta is so out of touch, it's laughable. But here, you know what, maybe I'm just a big old sourpuss here who can't see the vision. Here's the key takeaways. This was the first step towards a new way to discover, create, and share AI videos, which everyone has been begging for new ways of being able to discover AI videos. It's hard to find them these days. You don't know where to look. They're just so hidden. And there's so few of them. So this is a really great service. We're rolling out Vibes, a new feed of AI videos at the center of the Meta AI app. You can bring your ideas to life with new AI visual creation tools or remix an existing video by adding music. So I already love that they're encouraging, just go ahead and steal other people's videos because, I mean, it's AI. They don't even own anything anyway. They didn't actually create anything. So why don't you just take that video and add some different music to it? Or, like, maybe put it through a Studio Ghibli filter. Like, there's so many different options to remix that video. It's so good. They're just immediately just encouraging that shit. Vultures. Parasites. Anyway, though, they're rolling it out. I really like the images they show here for this little section. Good morning, Alex. Create an image of tiny treehouse for squirrels in the forest. Restyle my photo as cyberpunk. Create a video of a dog playing jazz. Holy shit, that's a game changer. This guy's a visionary. AI is giving this genius the tools to bring out-of-the-box ideas to life, like a dog playing jazz? What? I've never even heard of something like that before. This is crazy. This guy's going places. He's able to see things that no other man can see, and AI is allowing him to share this creative vision with all of us, from inspiration to creation, just as advertised. Holy shit, thank you, Vibes. Yeah, I didn't mean it as an exaggeration. I really think this is the worst possible idea for a platform. It is a platform that will actually probably break records for being the only website or the only app that has 0 users. Like, actually 0 downloads. It will entirely just be bots. It's so fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ. Rate My Poo from the early 2000s was a more valuable and better platform than Vibes. And that was a site dedicated entirely to strangers rating pictures of people's shits and toilet bowls. Like, somehow that has more use and value than Vibes. It is so sickening. It is gross. It is despicable how stupid Vibes is. It actually makes me upset that this would not only just be an idea, but something they're actually going through with. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. I don't know if this is like a big fiery debate or if I just got thrust into like a very tiny pocket of hostility, but there is right now a raging battle of people debating whether or not balding is real. Kind of. That's the statement that started it. That was like the shot heard around the world for this topic.
I don't believe in male balding.
Why?
First of all, if you're a male and you want to go bald, that's fine. Like, good for you. However, if you're a male and you don't want to go bald and you're balding anyway, that's where I take issue.
That opening line right there, I don't believe in male balding, actually reached through the fucking phone screen and tickled me. I was smiling. It goes so hard. I don't believe in male balding. Shit is a myth. It's like a cryptid, almost. I've never seen a bald man. No such thing. That's a goddamn lie. That's a deep state hoax right there. That's like 5G. I don't know. I love that. It just slaps. It's not exactly what she's saying, but it's how she lays the foundation. The point she's making is that she believes that balding is a solved problem. And if there's anyone who is bald without wanting to be bald, it's due to their laziness. It's fundamentally what she's getting at. She's saying, like, if you're bald and you choose to be bald, yippee, good for you, she says. But if you're balding and you don't want to be balding, well, you're just lazy.
Because women in this day and age have to do so much to upkeep their looks, and men cannot be bothered to just put some cream on their head or take a little vitamin or get a hair transplant even. Women are doing more than that.
So her point is, compared to female beauty standards, men balding is a significantly easier issue to tackle. You can really grab that one by the fucking nipples and solve it with creams and pills and hair transplants. And if you are balding and don't want to be, well, you're just a gluttonous sloth who's too lazy to fix this problem. And that's kind of the gist of it. I don't think she's super knowledgeable on how expensive, like, hair transplants are. They are not cheap, especially in today's day and age. Also, being put on medication, also not super cheap. So, like, yeah, you can get, like, the finasteride, the minoxidil, and, like, the combo there. Get it with the fucking 2-piece, and from everything I understand about it, it seems to work to some degree. It varies person to person, obviously, because not everyone's just a fucking clone. So it doesn't work for everybody, but it does work a little bit for some people, and for others more so. But it's never like the cure to baldness, as I understand it. There's not like a magic pill. Like, there's no like Phoenix down for your hair. Like, you can't, chug your way to a full head of hair again. Like, it is tough, and it is very expensive. And she's saying women do significantly more than this, but men can't even be bothered to do the bare minimum of stopping the balding with these pills, creams, and hair transplants. Again, there's not exactly, like, it's not Courage the Cowardly Dog, where Eustace gets that handful of shit and can rub it on his head to fix the baldness, which ultimately led to other problems. Again, a lot of the medication does have, like, side effects and stuff, too. Like, it's not exactly the easiest thing. And I recognize that for women, there are a lot of things they go through for the sake of, like, the beauty standards that are put upon them that are also very difficult. But I don't think those should be celebrated either. I don't think there's anything good from putting this pressure on women or men to adhere to the beauty standards that people think they should.
More stigma for guys to do beauty products, and that includes like hairline stuff. Guys are like more generally insecure about doing stuff like that because they're not really supposed to. Beauty products, we were sold that that's a girl's thing, not a guy's thing.
I don't know how much of an excuse that is. There's not as much pressure on men in society as there is on women to upkeep their looks, and they just kind of get resigned to the fact that they're going bald. Versus if you ask any single woman something that's happening to their looks that they don't like, they will go ahead and fix it, whether it's like an at-home DIY solution to like professional, super expensive treatments.
Now in the comment section, everybody was dunking on the guy here, saying that he was mansplaining and not listening, and that he's, like not even engaging in the conversation, and everyone is on her side about how she's, out here spitting and shitting the truth. Like, these are all facts that she is speaking about baldness not being real and easily solvable. I don't think he did anything wrong. He's right. There is a stigma around men using, like, toupees or wigs, because then it's kind of like, I'm 5'6", right? A lot of people joke around like, just go get height surgery. Well, the people that get height surgery are constantly fucking clowned on. They get dunked on more than me at 5'6" when I play pickup basketball. Like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I get made fun of all the time for being short. It is what it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you gotta play with the hand you're dealt. My dad is 6'5". Man stole all the height genes from our lineage and then kicked the ladder out from under him. Can't do shit about it. I gotta live with it. So, like, I can stay 5'6", and I'm comfortable with it. I make jokes about it, but at the end of the day, I can't fucking change it without going and getting, like, life-changing surgery that'll have me debilitated for, like, 2 fucking years as my bones reform in my shins. I'm not going to do that. But if I did, I would be insulted for being so insecure about my height that I went through those extreme lengths to change it. And it's the same thing for bald men. You'll see this a lot, where like a bald guy will put on a toupee and it's not like the most optimal one. It's pretty clear he's wearing a toupee. People will make fun of him for being so insecure with that. And it's the same thing with other male beauty products that you'll see. There is a stigma around it. I don't know why she's pretending that doesn't exist. That's a very common and like really socially acceptable thing to make fun of a guy for, if he's trying to like fix baldness or something and it's not like perfect, you know what I mean? And while I agree with her that the standards for women are higher than that of men, it's not like it doesn't exist for men. As I mentioned, I'm 5'6". There are innumerable women that want nothing to do romantically with a guy my size, petite, fun-sized men like me. And that's okay. Like, it is what it is. Like, I understand that. Like, but the point is, there is a pressure on men, at least to some degree, to a lesser degree than women, but it is there. And what she's reinforcing here is the idea that men have to continuously adhere to an ever-increasing pressure on beauty standards, which is very similar to what women have gone through for a long time. And I think both of these things here are not good. Like, it's not something to encourage and, like, pump your fist about as, like, a celebratory thing. I think it's a bad direction. So the guy's not saying anything wrong here. I don't know why he's getting spit on so much in the comment section. He's just saying, like, hey, there's like a stigma that exists around it, so not every guy's going to be all gung-ho and like enthusiastic about going and spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on creams and pills that aren't super efficacious, as well as spending thousands and thousands of dollars on a potential hair transplant that might not work super well or might not look all that great. Like, it's tricky, and it's a tough situation to be in. And to her point about female beauty standards and how much women go through to uphold, like, the female beauty standards that have been put on them for so many years now, she's not wrong in that perspective. But I don't know why it has to be a battle. I don't know why she needs to now start shaming men for not conforming to male beauty standards that are being put upon them. Like, yes, there are significantly more for women, but it's not like men are just allowed to be slobs forever. In fact, I don't know how many of you remember this, Don Tolliver just took a picture had his picture taken with his girlfriend once, and the entire internet was insulting him for like 3 full days about how ugly he is and how shameful it is for her to be with him. And Don Tolliver, I don't even think is like a really unattractive looking guy. Like, there is still a pressure on men to look good, because they will also be insulted. That is the way the entire culture of, like, beauty has shifted, where everyone is expected to uphold, like, crazy standards, right? Now, of course, I do think it is still more for women, but it's not like it's non-existent for men. And I don't think balding is some kind of fabrication, some kind of made-up concept in that it's an easily solvable problem. It's not. And I also think that it's very hypocritical of her to take this stance that bald men are lazy by not going through all of these procedures to try and fix it, because women will go through tons of procedures for things they don't like. So like BBL or something, or a boob job. But I would also argue that men that are trying to tell women that they need to fix their flat ass, or like small titties aren't real, you're just lazy, are equally in the wrong for having that perspective. Like, if this video was completely flipped and it was some frat bro sitting there going like, yeah, bro, I actually don't believe in A-cups. Like, honkers of that size, I think are just, like, actually made up, make-believe. Like, just go get a boob job. Like, go take some biotin or something. Like, I'd equally be clowning on him for that perspective, too. Like, enforcing those kind of beauty standards and insulting people that don't, like, conform to it, I think is a bad thing. Like, for women and for men.
Girls have a lot of pressure to be valued based off their beauty, and guys have a lot of pressure to be valued more on how useful they are. And so guys kind of have an excuse. Like, Jeff Bezos does not have to have hair if he doesn't want to, because he has all the money in the world.
I know what you mean, but like, I wouldn't want to be with Jeff Bezos. He's old.
What advice do you have for people that are dating?
If they're wearing a hat, it might mean they're balding and self-conscious about it. So I would press and see if they're doing anything about that.
I love that signing off advice from her right there. If you're with a guy who's wearing a hat, this is a clear indicator that there might be some balding under there that he's very self-conscious about, so poke the fuck out of it. Make sure to interrogate, and if necessary, rip that hat right off and reveal the magician's secret underneath. There could be a chrome dome, and then you need to ask, well, what's he doing about it? I don't know, to me that just really rubs me the wrong way, because again, if you flip this, let's say it's a guy saying like, if you're with a girl who's wearing baggy pants, it might be a clear indicator of a not being super cheeked up. There might not be enough cake under there. So make sure to, like, press her on it. Like, what's she doing about that? Are you hitting squats? Are you getting a BBL anytime soon? Like, what's the regimen to fix this? That's just as bad. Like, I think this whole idea of these beauty standards being forced upon women and men are just getting even more out of control in the current climate, and it's just a complete race to the bottom. I'm very surprised to see how much support there was behind her statements, because I find it to be kind of hypocritical, but again, this is a debate that I don't know how big the topic is. I just find it very odd now, where she's coming out here and, like, shaming dudes for being insecure about balding, but then not fixing it. Like, there are so many extenuating factors that could play into that for why they can't fix it. Like, maybe they have tried all the creams. Maybe they've spent tons and tons of money trying to combat this problem to no avail. Like, there are so many things to take into account. If you want to do things to your body that make you happier and more comfortable, then go right ahead. But to do it because other people think that it's expected of you, I think is horrible. Like, some people that are, like, feeling pressure to get a buccal fat removal procedure or some shit like that, because that's, like, the beauty trend. It's just not good. And it does exist for men too, to a lesser degree. I agree with her that women have definitely had more pressure on them when it comes to the beauty standard, but it's not like it is, you know, non-existent when it comes to men as well. As evident by this take here that has a lot of support about how, like, men who are bald, they're just lazy, they gotta fix it. If they're self-conscious about baldness and doing nothing about it, they're lazy. In fact, rip their hat off to double check to make sure they're not bald and insecure. And like, it's just, I don't love that. And I was pretty surprised that this debate was so split. Well, not even split. Most people were on her side with the take. It was just surprising as all. Anyway, I've been yapping about this for a while, when really it might just be a full-blown nothing burger of a topic where I got roped into, like, the fucking gravitational pull of the debate, like the actual epicenter. No idea, but I found it to be interesting nonetheless. That's about it. So, yeah. Like a jar of peanut butter in the top shelf cabinet in my kitchen, I just can't get it. I truly don't understand what is going on with Twitch that just leads them to making the worst decisions so brazenly. Like, they have to have the orb of confusion somewhere in the office up there, and it is just wreaking havoc on their brains. It is incomprehensible. There is a streamer, her name is Nina. She has on stream, on Twitch, twice now, sexually assaulted people. I'll show you the clips because it is textbook sexual assault. And she was banned for 1 day, initially. She got a 24-hour slap on the wrist, and then she was unbanned. Which you can kind of write off maybe as a mistake on Twitch's end, like they didn't mean to unban her. Maybe someone was pulling some levers in the HQ, not knowing what they did. You had someone fucking blasting away at the buttons and accidentally unbanned her, because she was banned shortly thereafter again. And I think every sensible person with a functioning frontal lobe expected that to be a permanent ban, because she I'm Porky Pigging right now. She sexually assaulted 2 people on stream, on their platform. If you don't take that seriously, what the fuck are you going to take seriously? It's a crime. It's sexual assault. So everyone expected that one to be an indefinite ban. But it was only a week. She is now unbanned, and she's already done a return stream. So it seems like Twitch truly only gave her a week vacation here. That's crazy. A week-long timeout Pretty close to that scene in SpongeBob where they steal a balloon on Free Balloon Day and the cops put them behind bars for 3 seconds saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime, and then, oh, you're free to go. That, for sexual assault, is unbelievable.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Saeed, come here.
Joey, you can't. Joey, you can't.
23.
No.
Consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
No. He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on.
That was the clip that started it. Saeed is his name. He was not consenting to any of this, and Nina is the one that's like holding him while her friend twerks on him. And his friends are even saying he's not consenting to this, and they do not care. They are forcing it upon him. And this is just a piece of a longer clip, and in the longer clip, they throw him on the bed and start, like, trying to rip at his clothes. They also take his bag and start going through his bag. And this whole time, he is making it very clear he does not want this, and he is uncomfortable with it.
No! Now they got it.
Take all this off. Take it off. Hey, yo, cut the cameras. Cut the cameras. Yo, cut the cameras, bro. Zo, do your shit. Look at my Louis Vuitton scarf. Hold on, bitch. No outside clothes on the bed. Hold on. What's going on?
You can't just forcibly take it out.
Let me get that bag. Let me get that bag. This is a nice bag. Hold on, this is a nice bag.
Yo!
How much this cost? Start with the sock.
Yo.
Oh, I need this. I needed this. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Zoe, he's not consenting.
Pretty clear-cut sexual assault here. You don't need to be Phoenix Wright here in order to argue why this is sexual assault. It's obvious. Yet, and this is something we've talked about in the past, a lot of people, when it comes to a man being sexually assaulted, take it very differently. So I saw when this clip was blowing up, and a lot of people I know, I've already talked about this because I'm tardy to the party, but I'm just so shocked that Twitch is not taking this seriously. A lot of people were talking about how it's actually not sexual assault. It's clear he's laughing. He's going along with it. It's for content. No, it's not sexual assault. He's having a good time. In fact, he wanted it. And that's something that you see a lot when it comes to sexual assault against men, where people say, like, it's not serious. Don't be a bitch. A woman can't sexually assault a man because a man always wants sex. So this is a nothing burger. You guys are making a mountain out of a molehill. This isn't sexual assault at all. It's just good old-fashioned Twitch content, baby. And Nina herself even says how embarrassing it would be for a man like Saeed to say that this was sexual assault.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong?
No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him, like, he definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy.
You didn't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
Wow, what an angel. Pretty watertight defense right there. Checkmate. The fucking last few neurons remaining in her brain really scrambling there to come up with the perfect cope, and damn did she hit a home run with that one. So she is saying, oh, he didn't get sexually assaulted. Oh, okay, well, if you say so, all right. You would know, of course, yeah, no. It doesn't matter what he thinks happened. You're saying he didn't get sexually assaulted, so then it must not have happened. You're right. And then she goes on to say, like, you have to think about it, like, it'd be very embarrassing for him as a man. Wow. Is that so, Nina? Interesting. Do you keep that same energy when it comes to women that get sexually assaulted? Do you say the same thing? Like, oh, it'd be very embarrassing. She treats it like it's no big deal. She did nothing wrong. Rub some dirt in it, dweeb. Get over it. That's how she handles it. But I imagine if it was two guys who did this exact same thing to a girl on stream, if it played out exactly the same, there would be universal condemnation across the board, including from Nina herself, I imagine, and rightfully so, because stand back, brave take coming in. Plug your ears if you're not ready for the spicy take. Sexual assault is bad. I know. If you were standing up, you're gonna need to sit down. Holy. It doesn't matter if it's a female or male victim, sexual assault in all of its forms is horrible. And everyone should be outraged and against it. So why do we treat it differently because it was two girls that did it to a guy? It is still sexual assault, and I can't believe we are still having this conversation about, like, sexual assault against men not being taken seriously. It's not a unicorn. It's not make-believe. This isn't the fucking tooth fairy we're talking about. It is a real thing. And there are male victims of sexual assault. Like, I can't believe that even needs to be said. But I guess Twitch needs a reminder that it is a crime. Like, anyone who is a victim of sexual assault is the victim of a crime.
I didn't want it to, like, them being banned is not really anything to me, because at the end of the day, like, sexual assault is a crime. And people that say that it's not sexual assault, I don't know what you think sexual assault is, or anything like that, but I don't know what to tell you. Like, as a person that's literally dealt with sexual assault previously, it has taken a lot, like a large toll on my head. I've dealt with something like this before, and I didn't want to, when I dealt with it originally, I was working at a job, and it was a gym, and I told my boss about it, and all he did was make jokes about it. And I tried to talk about it a lot more, and I didn't want to tell my parents. And it did affect me a lot. And this situation did bring back those memories.
This is Saeed being very open here, talking about what's unfolded, even mentioning that he's gone through a previous sexual assault situation in his past where it wasn't taken seriously then. His boss was making jokes about it, and it took a toll on him. And now, in this case, it seems like Twitch itself is not taking it seriously and treating it like it's a joke, considering Nina was only banned for a week. They slapped her in detention for a week, and now it's all sunshine and rainbows for her. She's back streaming again. And let me tell you, in her return stream, it's very clear she's learned her lesson. I think the week-long, benching here from Twitch has really helped put it all into perspective for her. You can see how apologetic she is and how remorseful she is for her actions.
Let me tie, right? Oh, what the fuck, yo? Why you always hitting me? Stop with those punches. Oh, shit, I can't touch you no more because I have to make a sign of NDA. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, bro. It's gonna come up 3 months later. I won't come up. Oh, me punch you? You want me to punch you? Are you okay?
Did you send that NDA or no?
You sure? So I am not sexually assaulting you.
No.
I am not. You consent to this.
Yes.
You fully am okay with this.
Yes.
You will not use this clip against me later in 3 months later.
Never.
Or 9 months later.
No.
Or 6 months later.
No.
No? Hey, chat sees this, bro. Ready? Alright.
Okay.
Ready? 1. You asked for this. Nod your head. 2 times. Did you get it? Okay.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Wait, can I say something?
Damn.
Listen, can I say something?
This seems like a real hoot and a holler. Man, she seems like a lot of fun to be around. So, I don't even know why she even threw out the word NDA. She has no idea what that is. I bet if you ask Nina what a non-disclosure agreement is or what it's for, she would just fucking blue screen. But the reason she's saying that is because she's just trying to insult everyone that made a big deal out of her sexually assaulting Saeed. And I haven't even shown you the other victim yet. I'm saving that till the end. But she's just treating it like it's no big deal. Like, oh, I guess I just can't touch people anymore. Not without like an NDA, I guess. And then this dude over here, this goober, I don't know if he's hiding his face out of embarrassment or shame, but if that is the case, I'd see why. Because that's pretty pathetic to be begging to be punched by this lady just for a crumb of attention. But yeah, that was her return stream, a real highlight moment from it. Some other really great tiddlywinks are when she's being mad at her friends for switching up on her after the sexual assault clip surfacing, where she was mad that they didn't fight tooth and nail for her honor, even though her actions are indefensible to a normal, sane person. So obviously her friends aren't going to go to bat for her, I imagine, or at least they shouldn't. Like, I don't care if you're her best friend, you should be able to come out and say, like, yep, that's fucked up, that is sexual assault, I don't support what's happened there. And she's getting mad that people did exactly that. Like, her friends were like, nope, that's unacceptable. She expected them to just be like, no, you guys are misunderstanding. And then she goes in to be, like, upset that they weren't texting her to get her side of the story, even though there's no sides. It is sexual assault, no matter how you spin it. You can try and feign ignorance until the cows come home. It doesn't change the fact that what you did is still textbook sexual assault. Just because you are a woman who did it to a man doesn't mean that it doesn't count.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Nina.
All right.
Okay, bro.
It's actually not that bad.
I know. Concentrating on the bug.
Okay, girl.
No, have the best masseuse, Toast.
That was good.
Wow, she is so bold.
My spine.
You'll love to see it.
All right.
So bold, so bold. Yep, keep it up.
Push.
Yep. Good job, Nina.
So Toast shared his experience with Nina where he went there expecting a professional masseuse only to be met by a stranger named Nina, the fucking boogeyman here, coming up and giving him this massage where she was very clearly making a joke of it by just like groping him, like just grabbing on his ass cheeks there. Like she was grabbing those things like fucking motorcycle handles. It's not an accident. It's not unintentional. She didn't just like wander down there while trying to give a legitimate massage. She is literally honking on his butt cheeks. And people are laughing about it, making light of the whole thing. Like, Nina, oh my goodness, ha 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 ha. It's sexual assault. If that was a man that did that to a woman that was lying on that table, how many people would be laughing? Probably not very many. I imagine it'd be crickets for the most part. It'd be more silent than a James Corden stand-up routine. There wouldn't be a lot of laughter. It wouldn't really be viewed as a holly jolly good time. I imagine most people would immediately try and say like stop or step in, put the kibosh on it, but not here. Here, it's just treated as a joke. But why? Just because it is Nina doing this to a man, Toast, it doesn't make it not sexual assault. And in Toast's statement, he even says he has no idea who she was at the time. She just stepped in, did this. He was extremely uncomfortable, but didn't say anything in the moment because there's a bunch of cameras in his face, and it's hard to try and like speak up in front of that because then it creates a tense situation. So it's an extra level of fear where it's hard to speak out and express, negative feelings in a case like this because well, maybe now the streamers there view you as the bad guy or the chat starts attacking you or something. So it makes it very difficult. And it's something Toast briefly mentioned. And it's something that I've seen expressed numerous times in the past about like, it was hard to say anything in the moment because of all these cameras and all these people watching. And it's very true. Again, if this was a man that was doing this to a woman lying on that table, a complete stranger, just starts, honking on her butt cheeks there, how many people would be laughing? Probably none. It shouldn't be treated differently in this case. This was still a non-consensual sexual act that was performed on Toast and Saeed that is not being taken seriously. She received a week-long ban and that's it. And it's not like she herself has digivolved into a better person or anything, learned her lesson, expressed any real level of remorse or anything like that. She is still treating it as content. Like just the idea of her sexual assault is now a joke on her stream. Like, oh, I just can't touch people anymore. I'll have to NDA you, tee-hee-hee. That's crazy to me. That is just crazy. I know she issued an apology statement not long ago, which I think is pretty blatantly obvious, not her words. I think that was farted out through an actual PR firm because I don't think she is capable of something like that. I'll stop blabbering here in just a moment, but it is so wild to me how little Twitch did here and how little they seem to care about what's happened on their platform here. In the past, they've made plenty of questionable bans and unbans. Like having full-blown sex, penetrative sex on stream was a 3-day ban. And many other such cases of similar things, like that lady who full-blown spread her butthole goatsy style on stream only being 24 hours, stuff like that. But this is something so different from that, where that sexual content is something that shouldn't be allowed on Twitch and isn't by their own rules, and they don't seem to really enforce them all that well. This is literally not even just against their rules, it is against the law. Sexual assault, again, is illegal, and it has been broadcast on Twitch twice with this woman, Nina Lynn, being the sexual assaulter. And they only give her a week ban for it. This is unlike anything I've seen from Twitch in the past. It is truly shocking. And I'll leave you with one more clip from Saint Nina here. You remember how I called this week ban basically a vacation? Well, it's not just my words. She also views it that way as well.
W chat. I want to say W chat. So all the haters out there, y'all can suck my dick. Word 2, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you bitches, bro. You bitches not me. Y'all been through nothing that I've been through. Fuck you. This ain't the worst it's ever been. I'm not gonna lie. It's bad to say, but this is not the worst it's ever been. I've been through worse. I've actually been through worse. So this jail was kind of like vacay jail a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Nice work, Twitch. Vacay jail for sexual assault. Unbelievable. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Just got back from the cinema after watching Exit 8, a movie that I think a lot of people are sleeping on, but you really shouldn't because it is impressively good, especially for a video game adaptation. Exit 8 is based on a game of the same name, and really a game that kind of popularized the anomaly hunting genre of horror games, which is a genre that I've really started to fall in love with. Every time I play an anomaly hunting game for the gaming channel, I get fucking hearts in my eyes like an anime character. It's just a lot of fun, and Exit 8 was what really, propelled it into the, mainstream consciousness. Also, the gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming, is by far the best gaming channel on YouTube. Just started my Sly Cooper marathon as well, so now's the perfect time to go subscribe over there. But I'm playing fucking hundreds of games a month for that. Anyway, Exit 8 is a very solid game. But I had no clue there would ever be the potential to make a good movie out of it, because it's very simple. You are trapped in an endlessly looping subway tunnel, and every time you try and go forward, you end up just going back to the very beginning. The only way to escape is by checking everything with a fine-tooth comb to see if there's anything that has changed, anything that's out of the ordinary about this corridor, and if there's any anomalies there that you detect, if something's out of whack, then you have to turn around and go the other way in order to progress, and you do this until you reach Exit 8. It's a very simple game premise that was really fun. It had a lot of cool, anomalies that they threw at you. But there was not a big, in-depth story that, would get players invested in the character you play. So I really just didn't think that there was any potential for a movie to spawn from it. And if there was, it'd just be like some boring-ass cash grab. That is not the case with Exit 8. This film fucking slaps. They did an incredible job. The whole first, 15, 20-ish minutes of the film is POV. It is first person of the character that we are following, and it actually feels straight out of the game. Except, they don't just toss you in there and start hunting anomalies. It gives you a character to care about. He is a very passive guy. He's on the subway. There's a lady with a baby that the baby is crying, and now she's getting berated by an angry rider, an angry passenger there. And he just tries to tune it out, go about his day, just trying to avoid confrontation the best of his ability, and just fly under the radar. He then gets a call from his ex and learns that she is pregnant, and that's when kind of the core of the movie, the heartbeat of the movie, takes form about, is he going to step up to be a father? What will you decide? That's the big thing. What is the choice that he is going to make? And while on this phone call, he ends up getting trapped in this looping subway passageway, the subway tunnel. And then it becomes very familiar because they got this one-to-one with the game. It is exactly the same as the game, which was very fucking cool. But even if you haven't played the game, it's very interesting. So he starts to piece together that something's wrong because he's just doing these fucking loops. There's some weird wacko that just keeps walking at him that won't interact. He looks like a robot, just some kind of NPC that's glitching out. He just keeps walking, and then sometimes it goes kind of tits up. This guy will turn around and follow him while smiling. It's odd. And then he starts to panic, but then he notices the information on the wall tells him how to get out of here, the same way the tutorial in the game does. So then he go gadgets, goes full fucking inspector mode there on the tunnel, and tries to deduce whether or not it's anomaly ridden or clear. And it's always tough because sometimes there's some very obvious blatant ones like fucking big old tsunami that blasts through, and sometimes it's very subtle ones like one of the poster's eyes moved, that kind of thing. I think they did a great job of staying true to the game there and making it tense on the big screen. I thought they really played around with the concept very well. But what really elevates this from just a gimmick movie into just a very solid movie on its own two legs is that this is a character that you actually root for. It's a character that grows steadily in this environment. So he starts as a very passive guy and just trying to avoid things and kind of duck his head. He doesn't think he's ready to be a father. Now, I want to avoid big spoilers for this because I think it's detrimental if I just divulge a ton of things about the movie here, and I really think this is a movie worth watching, so I'm only going to touch on tiny spoilers here to continue to glaze it, and also address one of the main complaints people have about this film that I kind of disagree with. But anyway, that's your little spoiler warning. Since he starts as this passive character, it seems like he's always leaning towards just ducking out and just avoiding anything that might be too hard for him. But now that he's in this endless looping tunnel, he has to really start evolving. He needs to start growing here. And I think they really play around with that well. And it's not just him. They introduced 2 other characters as well, such as the Walking Man, who was a really interesting character. It wasn't like just some flat throwaway character. They fleshed him out in a really fascinating way. And then there's also a boy that gets introduced here. And that is when the whole thing changes. So, once he figures out the rules here and how to escape, he starts, learning, the second I see an anomaly, turn around and go the other way because it might be dangerous if I don't. So when he's doing one of his investigations, he instantly sees a child there. Just this boy that's standing in the middle. So he's like, yep, obviously that's a fucking anomaly. So he turns around and goes the other way and expecting it to progress, but it actually resets his progress to 0. And he realizes, oh, that wasn't an anomaly. That's actually just a child that's also trapped in this as well. And then the 2 of them work together to try and get out. But it's obviously not that simple. And now he has to kind of be like a father to this child here and protect him. He takes on a more protective role when, before he arrived at this endless subway tunnel, he might have just did exactly what he did on the subway itself and just tune it out, ignore it, and go about his business by himself because it would have been easier. But he steps up here as he continues to grow. I think it's a gradual, well-done development of this character through a really interesting way, and it's also shot in a very interesting way. It's not like the craziest cinematography ever, but it's really well done, and it makes you care, and it keeps the shots interesting, which also elevates like the anomaly scares and frights and spooky stuff, that kind of thing when the anomalies happen. And that brings me to what it seems like a handful of people are really complaining about with the movie, and that's the fact that he doesn't always just immediately turn around and leave the second that he notices there's an anomaly. He, and by extension the child, investigate the anomalies, which that people are chalking up to being bad decision making. In the game, for instance, in Exit 8 the game, the second you see an anomaly, you basically sprint back the other way in order to progress the game. In the movie, he tried that with the child, and it turns out that wasn't an anomaly. So I actually think they do a good job of showing why he investigates the anomalies more so after that, because he had already tried just instantly turning around when he thought he saw an anomaly, only to realize, nope, that was normal. So I feel like that makes sense there, but also there's a bigger messaging with it. And this is where it's going to be spoilery. There's no way to avoid this. This is a bigger spoiler. But him investigating the anomalies is what helps him grow as a character. Like, for instance, the most important moment in the film was the anomaly where the door opens, which the second the door opened, they could have turned around and left and it would have been correct because obviously something's out of whack, it's an anomaly, and you have to go the other way to progress. But they opened the door fully to see what's on the other side, which everyone's like, why would you do that? That's fucking stupid. These are dumb characters making dumb decisions. And yes, it is a dangerous decision. They could have just opened that up into like a fucking wood chipper or something, or just fell into an endless void like the Oblivion, just this giant shithole. Very possible. But the messaging there, when they open it, what he sees is himself on that subway ignoring the woman and the baby that are in distress because of this asshole that's now like attacking them. And he is overcome with regret. And it's such an emotional beat that only happens because he investigated. So the anomalies are what lets this character grow. So yeah, the optimal play would be just immediately turn around and leave, but if he did that, he would have ended as the exact same character that we saw him begin with. There's no growth there. So I really think that it was well executed there. Yes, you can nitpick it saying like, it's stupid, that's suboptimal, but without it, he doesn't change. And his change and everything he learns about himself and his journey throughout his time in the Exit 8 endless tunnel there, the fucking treadmill there, that is what the movie is about. Him and his experience there and how it changes him and helps him develop. And I thought they did a great job with it. They took a very simple horror game concept of basically, you know, that old game you'd play in the picture books where what's different with this picture and this picture? Circle it. You win, that kind of thing. They took that and used it as a character development tool and set up a really interesting world with it. I was really impressed with how they used it in Exit 8. I thought they did a great job with this movie. I don't really have any complaints other than sometimes it drags. They do let some shots sit for too long that don't really add suspense or tension. It just kind of makes it feel like, all right, come on, we get it. Let's kind of move on to the next thing. Like, there definitely were moments that I thought dragged, but nothing, like, egregious. I really enjoyed this movie a lot more than I thought would ever be even possible with a game like this. So yeah, I thought this slapped. This is definitely a very solid video game adaptation. They took the game and added a story to it and really did it justice. You could even make an argument that they elevated it as well. I'm very, very impressed with what they've done here. So I wanted to yap about this and give you a little review on it, I suppose. That's really about it. Oh, another thing I want to mention. The music in this. They did a great job with the music here, which I didn't expect at all. It's a movie that's really quiet for the most part as he's facing these anomalies, which, again, the message that that is being delivered is about how he's not just like facing these random anomalies. These have meaning. He's facing parts of himself and needs to overcome and grow in order to, make it out of the endless, subway station here. But most of the movie is quiet and a lot of just environmental noise and background noise. But when there's music here, the music goes ballistic. They kind of went hard on the score here. I wanted to make a special mention of that. But anyway, yeah, like I said, it's a very good movie. I recommend it. That's really about it. So yeah. Let's do a little role-playing here, a little thespian exercise. You're going to play the judge, and I'm going to be presenting a case to you. It's the case of a university student being caught red-handed with over 100 videos on his phone of him secretly filming women using the toilet. He was even caught in the act filming a woman using the bathroom. And now I present to you this irrefutable evidence where there is no wiggle room for some kind of alternate explanation. There is no way to weasel out of this being him filming these videos without permission, non-consensually, in a private setting, the toilet. Now, I, as the fun-size lawyer, present to you this case. What do you rule? What do you think is punishment that fits that crime? I would wager a guess that if you've got all your marbles about you, you would rightfully say that jail time is in order for a perverted, unremorseful freak like this. Now, what if I told you this drama exercise wasn't all make-believe? This is a case that just unfolded in Australian court, and the judge ruled that the punishment for this individual wasn't jail time. It was a very stern, hands-on-the-hip wiggling of the finger saying, "Now don't do that again."
He secretly filmed women inside toilets and showers, but Barefoot Cow doesn't appreciate the camera being pointed at him. Mr. Cow, why did you upskirt women? The Melbourne University biomedicine student, originally from Vietnam, walking from court on a community corrections order.
How peculiar that the guy who was addicted to upskirting women and taking non-consensual videos of them using the bathroom doesn't like to be filmed himself. Well, isn't that just the strangest thing? So this is 23-year-old Bao Cao. He is a biomedical student in Australia, and he was caught with over 100 videos of him secretly filming women in bathrooms. They mention like shower. He was caught in the act of filming a woman using the toilet. That's how they actually apprehended him. She noticed that he was secretly filming her while she was on the toilet. He was apparently holding his phone close to the wall, and she took notice of that, alerted security. They came in there and actually caught him red-handed here. Also, according to a couple articles, this is apparently not even the first time that he's had a run-in with the law for identical issues here. The offender had been sentenced twice before, receiving a community corrections order in July 2025 on the same matter, and May 2025 relating to an incident in October of 2024.
Al is supposed to be in Melbourne studying to become a neurosurgeon. Instead, he's been exposed as a serial pervert. 3-year-old was living at Rooming Cos, a CBD student accommodation in the city. A fellow female student was showering when she noticed someone holding a mobile phone under her cubicle. It belonged to Cow and he was arrested soon after. Police then discovered hundreds of secret images and videos of young women. There could be up to 150 alleged victims.
This is from a couple months ago with a previous run-in he had with authorities here. And, surprise, surprise, the strategy of doing nothing and hoping that the bad guy stops being a bad guy didn't exactly work. In this case, where again he was caught, even arrested, and even pled guilty, he still didn't receive a conviction. No punishment. He had to take like a sex offender course or something. He had to do like a tutorial on how not to be a sexual degenerate pervert scumbag loser fucking vile worm.
Cow pleaded guilty. He was sentenced to a community corrections order and forced to undergo a sex offender treatment program. No conviction was recorded.
It also means that if he does go on to become a doctor or a surgeon, his patients are not going to know what he's been up to and what he could potentially get up to.
He should get kicked out by the campus.
Not only should he be kicked out, that should have been like a day one, like snap of the fingers, like instant reaction to all of these crimes that he has literally pled guilty to, caught in the act multiple times. They should have instantly caught him, or kicked him out for the safety of the students, and then throw him in jail. These are serious offenses. And as that lady mentioned, if he goes on to become a doctor, which it seems like he is perfectly within his ability to do so, since there are no consequences for his crimes that he has committed, his patients would then be in danger too. Imagine him around an unconscious woman that he is supposed to be like operating on or something. It's a recipe for disaster. It's fucking terrifying.
A few months ago, Cow was arrested again after filming a woman inside the public toilets here at the District Docklands shopping centre. He confessed and pleaded guilty. Again, no conviction was recorded.
How many women have to be subjected to a perpetrator of this type of crime, and he literally gets away with it? How safe are the female students at that university right now?
That's a great question. How safe are these women? How many women need to be subjected to this perpetrator who keeps getting away with it and is getting sent a very clear message from the justice system over there in Australia that he can just keep doing it to his heart's content till the cows come home? Why don't we ask the judge, Michelle, who is the one that was presiding over the case that was mentioned there about how he was caught filming in that toilet. That's the one that we've been watching prior to this older one. He is done and has been caught multiple times doing this exact same thing, and yet still not being punished.
Mr. Cow, do you still plan on becoming a doctor? Mr. Cow, do you plan on apologising to your victims? Police found over 100 secretly recorded videos and images of innocent women on the 23-year-old's phone, taken inside public bathrooms at Docklands District Shopping Centre and at his student accommodation in the city.
Yeah, he can still pursue being a doctor. He's not getting any actual punishment, no consequences, even though he is very clearly guilty of these crimes for which he is accused. They have overwhelming evidence, and it's not even a matter of if he did it. They know he did. They just don't care. I guess the judge that was presiding over the case just hit him with a yawn. So what? He had over 100 videos secretly recording women in bathrooms? Big whoop! I got the fucking courthouse shitter bugged right now! Sue me! What a despicable outcome to this case. To me, it reads like they don't take sexual crimes seriously. That's what it feels like. It's unbelievable that they know he did this. They just don't want to punish him. So now this disgusting freak gets away with it. Not even a slap on the wrist. Still gets to be a doctor down the line and doesn't go to jail or face any repercussions for it. He has a 12-month period where he can't reoffend. That's all.
But despite his guilty pleas, the court let him off without a conviction. Explaining his actions, he told police he was in the female toilets because he wasn't sure about his gender.
Are you still unsure of your gender?
Now, in all the articles I've read relating to this case, I've only seen this claim from 7 News Australia. I'm not familiar with the organization, but according to them, when police were questioning Mr. Cow as to his reason for being in the women's restroom doing this, he panicked and spit out a bunch of horseradish that he's actually in there because he's unsure on his gender. However, according to a different news organization, what he said when confronted by authorities after being caught in the cubicle secretly filming that woman is that he was gay. He told the police that the reason he was in the women's restroom is because he was gay.
Reaching into her cubicle, she ran and told security, and when he was confronted, Cal said he was gay. That's why he was using the female bathrooms. When police seized Bao Cal's phone, they found more than 100 different videos, but only one victim was identified. The rest remain unknown. It's not the first time Cow has been shown mercy by the courts. In May last year, he avoided conviction after he was caught upskirting a woman, and in July, he avoided conviction again for near identical offending.
It actually is crazy how he continues to just get away with it with no punishments, because it's not like he and his legal team are going in there like he's got fucking Saul Goodman in his corner and they're in there outsmarting them in the legal system, giving like some kind of crazy legal smackdown proving his innocence. They literally march in there and just say, yep, he's guilty. This guy, he did it. Everything you've accused him of, he did do it. Okay, are we done here? Can we all go ahead and leave now? I'm getting kind of hungry, and he's got to go secretly film other women in other bathrooms. So, are we done here? No convictions, right? No convictions? All right, great. Really appreciate it. Big thumbs up. We're going to go ahead and leave now. He just continues to get away with it, even knowing that he is guilty. Everyone knows it. They just don't want to punish him. It's fucking crazy. Now, in the case of what he said to officers at the scene, 7 News Australia claims that he told them he was unsure of his gender, and then 9 News claims that he said he was gay. Either way, this clearly seems like a desperate, like, Hail Mary attempt to avoid going to jail, like, no, you guys have got it all twisted. I'm not in the women's bathroom because I'm a pervert, I'm here because I'm gay. And it's like, okay, that doesn't do anything. What you were doing is still highly illegal. You are caught filming women using the bathroom, and you were caught with over 100 other videos of secretly filming these women, non-consensually. It's a sexual crime. It doesn't matter if he's unsure of his gender or if he's gay or anything like that. Which, by the way, is something he didn't say in his previous run-ins with the authorities for similar crimes that he has been guilty of. So it really seems like it's just something he pulled out of his ass desperately when confronted by the police after getting caught red-handed again. Now, from what I can see from court, this never got brought up. So to me, it seems like his defense found it to be a pretty weak position to try and argue, because him secretly filming videos of women using the toilet, upskirting, about to use the shower in a fucking intimate setting like the bathroom where he's non-consensually filming them is still illegal in every single possible context. So like I said, I haven't been able to find any information on if that was ever even brought up in court or not. It doesn't seem like it was. It sounds like he must have been like really trying to avoid getting arrested again, so then he tried saying like, I'm unsure about my gender, thus I had to be in the women's restroom filming these women non-consensually, collecting data here on my phone with these videos. Like, it sounds like that was something he just tried with the police that were about to arrest him, and not something that they actually tried as like a legal strategy, though I don't know, because not all of the information on this case is public. All we have is the judge's final verdict, where she cites things not related to that, but instead that he's young and also might be lonely. That was her reasoning for no punishment for a serial pervert who has committed numerous crimes.
The court today heard one of his traumatised victims remains anxious and, unsurprisingly, hypervigilant, the incident impacting her ability to use public restrooms.
In her sentencing, the magistrate said Mr. Cow has no family here and considers him to be isolated in the community. She also said the 23-year-old's youth needed to be taken into account.
Bro, this judge can suck a fart out of my butthole. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with this case at all? He's 23 years old. Do you think he doesn't know the difference between consensual filming and non-consensual filming? This is a sexual crime. He is using the women's restroom for the sole purpose of filming them use the bathroom and apparently upskirting women. And apparently, according to some of the articles, was secretly filming women who were about to use the shower. Like, this is not a matter of like, he didn't know any better. How could he have possibly known? He's alone in our community. What are you talking about? There's plenty of people in the world that are alone right now that don't do this degenerate, disgusting, criminal shit. And the message that the court is sending to the victims here is just gross. Literally giving the victims one of these right here. That's the gift from the judge in this case. Over 100 videos of victims that, again, they know the guy is guilty. They know that. They even say as much. And then they just don't do anything about it. They let him get away with it. It's not even like the, like illusion of a punishment. They don't even try and pretend like they're punishing him. They're even just trying to garner sympathy for the guy, saying like, oh, well, he's alone and, well, he's only 23 years old, so we have to make sure we take that into account. So I think what makes sense here is that 12 months, just don't do it again and we're good here. Then all is squared. The victims got no justice. So like they read an impact statement from one of the women who was filmed by Cow here, and she's talking about like how it actually really dramatized her. And I imagine many others probably would feel the same if they found out that when they were using the bathroom, there was some secret fucking evil weirdo in the stall next to them filming them the whole time in order to jerk off to it. Like, I'm sure many people would feel extremely upset and uncomfortable by something like that. And then, on top of that, after they catch the person responsible, they get away with it. And not only do they get away with it, they try and play like a sad song on the world's smallest violin for the guy, not for the victims. They don't do anything for the victims to try and get them justice or anything. It's no compassion for the victims of a sexual crime blows my mind here. And the judge, Michelle, even had the gall to say, like, the women deserve to feel safe in this kind of area, you know, an intimate spot like the bathroom. Which is why I'm ensuring that this guy does not go to jail and does not get punished. We'll have a 12-month period where we ask him to maybe just stop, pump the brakes on that filming women secretly in the restroom business. That ought to make all these victims feel better and feel safe again. It's crazy, man. It blows my mind. Judge Michelle really dropped the ball on this one. I think there needs to be a follow-up investigation here, but that's, maybe I'm on the crack pipe. I just feel like justice wasn't exactly served. No convictions, even though this is not the first time he has faced this. He continues to have a 100% win rate here, and even just, all he does is just plead guilty, and they just refuse to punish him. It's not like he's going in there and outsmarting them or something, or proving his innocence or anything like that. He just goes in there and just like, yeah, I did it. Okay, can I go now? Are we done here? Like, oh yeah, we're done. No conviction. Don't worry about any of that pesky nuisance stuff. Don't worry. Go about your day. Keep studying. Can't wait to see you as a neurologist out there and all that stuff. It's mind-boggling. It really is crazy. I had to yap about this when I learned about it. That's really about it. So yeah. You think I'm unshowered and greasy, don't you? You should be ashamed of yourself. That's pathetic. This is called acting. I am simply playing a character that is a slimy, greasy caveman. It's method acting, you swine. You wouldn't know anything of it, would you? With your ignorance out of the way and this myth fully busted and debunked, I'd like to proceed with the video topic, if you don't mind. Which is, of course, more Pokemon card thieves.
I literally caught somebody in 4K stealing a Charizard from my booth at a card show. So let's do a play-by-play. The card in question is a 25th anniversary celebrations Charizard. But let's start out by actually locating the card.
I don't even know how many videos I have at this point covering Pokemon card thieves. This has to be one of the most commonly stolen items. Like, what else would even be close? Phones? Maybe? Like, perhaps? But I don't even know, because phones, like, nowadays are, like, often locked down, and people know that if you just steal a display phone, you can't do shit with it. You can maybe shove it up your ass, and that's about it. So, like, I can't even think of something else that'd be as stolen, that would be stolen as frequently as Pokemon cards have been over the last year. Because there's at least, like, 5 or 6 robberies a week that we know of with video evidence of people stealing Pokemon cards.
And here we can see one of the guys at the show pick it up to have a look at it. We can see him put the Charizard card right down at the front of my table. It's in the danger zone. And now moments later, let me introduce you to Jamie. Now between the face tat and the high vis, bro's not helping himself go incognito on this one. We see Jamie walk past the Charizard card and quite clearly lock eyes with it.
I saw a lot of super sleuths in the comments debating whether or not that first guy was in on this, and I will admit, it is odd that he would pick up the Charizard and then put it so far away from the place that he got it from. And especially at a card show, most people there probably are somewhat knowledgeable on cards. He would definitely know that putting a card on the edge of the table there, that's like chumming the waters around sharks. That is a disaster waiting to happen. Like, I feel like there is merit to the idea that he could have known this guy and this was like a planned thing, but the uploader shoots that theory down by mentioning that he actually knows that first guy personally and he was interested in buying that card. The reason he had to step away was because something outside of that needed his tending to, so he left to go do that and then came back to buy the card, and it was gone. And he said at no point did those two ever interact or anything, so I would take his word that the first guy probably wasn't in on it. Plus, I also feel like with the way that the card got stolen, this probably wasn't a multi-person operation. This guy right here wearing like the most obvious attire, like he literally is wearing a fucking Fortnite skin to stand out in front of as many people as possible. He is literally wearing accoutrements that are designed so you can see them in the dark. He is actually, it's like he's putting up a whole beacon, like he's giving everyone a fucking UAV so they can constantly find him in the crowd. And he is going to steal this card in the most Neanderthalic way possible. He just grabs it.
And with shaky hands, he even goes in for a little cheeky touch. Now with phone in the left hand at the ready, it's incredible how quickly he's locked in on swiping this thing. Try and act a little nonchalant, has a little gainer in the case, and then looks straight back at me to see whether I'm at all paying attention. What I'm not, my camera definitely is. And here we can see that Jamie spec'd all of his skill points into stealth and thievery, because look at this cheeky maneuver. Bang, and the card is gone. Angled it perfectly so we can see it on the bottom of his phone right here.
That's about as simple as it gets right there. I just don't believe the first guy was in on it here. I don't think this was premeditated and planned. It's clearly not some Ocean's 11 style heist. This guy just sees the card at the edge of the table. He like caresses it once or twice, honks on it like a pair of boobies, and then he puts his phone on top of it and grabs it. And that's it. And you can clearly see that he grabs the card, it even flashes the camera.
Now, Jamie's misplayed this a lot, as his mum, or I don't know, I'm just assuming, it could be his partner, has looked over at the exact right time. I don't know, I'm pretty good at lip reading, and I'm pretty sure she says, "Yeah, man, you should subscribe to the channel."
He makes fun of this lady at the end here and makes a joke out of it, assuming that she knows what just happened. I'm not convinced she does. Like, her turning around and then seeing this guy, I don't think immediately would raise red flags that she must have known he stole that Pokemon card, because he does have the Pokemon card under his phone. We as the viewers can clearly recognize that the card has just been stolen. He's not a good thief by any means. He's like the fucking wet bandits if they went around banging trash cans together to make as much noise as possible during burglaries. Like, he is bad at it, sure, but to someone that's on that side where she is, from that angle, how the fuck would she see that card? How would she know? Unless she has Superman's X-ray vision, there's no way she's going to notice that he just stole a Pokemon card under that phone. Unless, you know, she's his mom and just expects her son to... Hold on, I'm ripping a fart. I had to rip some ass right there. And just expecting her son to be stealing Pokemon cards. Which I guess is possible. Like, yeah, there's a chance she knew. And she does say something that seems to be targeted towards this guy. But I don't know what it is, and I just find it hard to believe that somehow she saw that happen. Because it looks like she was looking in the other direction when he made his big move there. Anyway, though, I want to show you another Pokemon thief.
You said that 19.
This is the hot spot for stealing Pokemon cards. I have seen so many clips now of people just going into card shops and just not even trying to hide it, just stealing cards and walking out. There have been so many videos like this, but this one's the newest that I've seen, so I figured might as well show this. This guy, with no shame at all, He's looking at cards right now. He's got his phone out, and I guess maybe trying to price check it or something. And then he just makes his move. His move being a bumbling oaf that just puts the cards in his pocket and instantly gets caught.
Hello. You want to price those?
Alright, well, thank you. Bye, bud. See you soon. Yep.
Anything else? Can you empty out your pockets for me?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's it.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Just go ahead and move.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to put you on blast, but I don't ever want you to come back.
Yes.
This guy just stole Pokemon cards while wearing his company shirt. He's literally wearing his job uniform while doing this. Like, again, the shamelessness of stealing Pokemon cards here is shocking. Like, these aren't even people that are trying to be stealthy about it. Like, all he does is he puts the cards in his pocket. Then he instantly gets caught doing it because it's just so clear. Plus, he asked to see those cards. Did he just think that these are NPCs in a video game who just fucking forgot that they did that? Like, oh, it's been 15 seconds. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Must have been the wind. Like, what? How did he think he would possibly get away with that? When he puts the cards back, they're gonna notice that it's missing a few. The natural conclusion would be like, oh, where'd those cards go? It must have been the wind. Fucking fell to the back rooms, I guess. It's craziness. Like, even if they didn't catch him in the act, when he went and slapped the cards down, I'm sure the workers would have been like, where are the other cards? And then what? Was he planning to, like, run away? But she happened to see it happen, has the camera pulled up, and he instantly is like, yep, nope, caught me. You did a good job. You'll always remember this as the day you caught Captain Jack Sparrow. It's craziness. Like, and this isn't even, like, the most egregious one. I've seen videos of people just reaching over the counter while the worker turns around briefly to just steal cards out of the display, and then they stand there, and then obviously the worker's gonna notice that it's missing cards in the fucking display. It is crazy how out of control stealing Pokemon cards is, and just how, like, blatant people are with it. Because I think they're just so confident that even if they get caught, there's no real repercussions. Because in cases like with the Charizard, I looked it up, near mint that card goes for like $140. I think people just feel really confident stealing this because they, A, don't expect people to pursue it very hard. B, even if they do, the police probably won't do very much about it because it's not, like, extremely expensive if they're just stealing a couple of cards here and there. And C, they think if they steal these, they can immediately turn around and sell it for a ton of money, which you can't. That is just, it's a terrible idea to even steal these in the first place to try and make money off that shit. It is so out of control. It is nuts. With not just Pokemon, everything in the TCG space right now is just bonkers. Anyway, I just wanted to show you these two instances of stealing cards really poorly. That's about it. So yeah. I've talked about some deplorable evil people on this channel, and a lot of the times the people I cover do face, like, very real punishment for being monsters. That's not always the case, though. Last month I made a video talking about Jesse Butler, the rapist. Jesse Butler, the rapist, was facing 10 rape-related charges, looking at a potential 78-year sentence, and this isn't a case of he was framed, turns out he was innocent, completely blameless, it was the damn deep state working on a crazy conspiracy to throw an innocent man behind bars. No, there's overwhelming evidence to confirm this, including a video he himself took of a strangulation on one of his victims that, according to experts, would have literally killed her if he continued for even seconds longer. He is a rapist. He is a turbo rapist, in fact. And you would expect, given that this is so cut and dry, he would be behind bars for the rest of his life. Well, you'd be wrong to assume that, bozo, because it turns out his family, they've got some real leverage over there in Oklahoma. So much so that the judge and everyone involved in this case thought it was appropriate that he doesn't go to the slammer. Instead, they came up with a fate worse than death. Community service. Yep. His punishment will be no jail time, no nothing. He continues to breathe the free air, be a free man, And all he has to do is complete some community service, do like a phone call check-in weekly, and then some sex offender treatment. They're treating this animal like he stole a balloon on Free Balloon Day. This is absolutely preposterous, and in a sane society, it would lead to everyone involved in this catastrophic ruling not only fired, but also thrown in jail themselves, and then re-sentencing Jesse Butler to a life in prison. Like, it's not a matter of if he did it. They know he did it, and they just don't care. Let me show you what Susan C. Worthington looks like, the judge presiding over this case. I want to put a face to the name so you can see what a rape defender looks like. She is totally okay with this course of action, or really lack of action. Payne County District Attorney Laura Austin Thomas also seems to be enthusiastically on board with this, confirming that his sentence requires him to complete his rehabilitation plan successfully, including an aggressive schedule of therapy with a specialist in sex offender treatment, and should he fail, he faces reclassification as an adult and a sentence of 10 years in prison. That aggressive schedule of therapy, from what I'm seeing, is basically just weekly check-ins. Whoa! Holy shit, how is he gonna survive that? Man, that actually might be harder than going to prison for 78 years. He has to call somebody once a week to talk about, like, his feelings, and probably still raping on the side. Like I said in the last video covering this, him getting away with this, the only lesson he's learned is that he can literally do whatever he wants and he's untouchable, he's invincible. So I imagine, not long into the future, he will rape again, and this time, he might kill his victim. He got very close to a fatal strangulation on his last one, and maybe the lesson he took away is that the reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So, maybe next time around, he won't let them survive. I think there is going to be blood on all of these people's hands. Now, I want to also show you a picture of Lauren Austin Thomas, because I think it's important you see all of the rape defenders here. Now, of course, it's not just these two worms responsible. This is a long process with tons of clowns in the circus that led to this disaster, but these were the only two pictures I could find to associate with them. But, yeah. Jesse Butler is free. He doesn't even have to register on anything, by the way, so he's going to go completely under the radar, incognito. He could be in your backyard raping your dog right now if you're in Oklahoma. Sleep in fear. Just sickening, disgusting stuff. Susan and Laura have sent a very clear, very loud message to the entire world that if you're a rapist, come on down to Payne County, Oklahoma. That's a place you can call home. They'll even pop champagne to welcome you and do everything in their power to protect the rapists. Now anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is because Jesse Butler, the rapist, just had another hearing where a lot of people turned up to protest this complete affront to God that is unfolded here.
In the courthouse, Jesse, why did you rape those girls, Jesse? Jesse, why did you rape the girls? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Do you have anything to say to the victims? Being loud is not a violation. Sir, do you have anything to say to the victims? Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape them, Jesse? Why did you rape the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Why did you strangle them, Jesse? You raped those girls, Jesse. Do you have anything to say to the victims, Jesse? Why did you rape those girls? Are you as dumb as they say you are, Jesse? Is that why you were adjudicated a juvenile, because you're that stupid? Are you that dumb, Jesse? Why did you rape the girls? Jackie, why are you defending your rapist son? Why'd you rape him?
Do you feel bad for being a rapist, Jesse?
Why'd you rape him?
From what I've read and what I understand, there were a lot of people that showed up to express their outrage over this whole situation here. Payne County is very upset. But it doesn't seem like anything's happening at an upper level with Susan or Laura's jobs potentially going into the gutter, which I think they should. That should absolutely just be flushed right down the shitter, because this is not justice. They are clearly not actually looking for justice. They are knowingly allowing a rapist to walk free. I do think they should lose their jobs, and a lot of people showed up to echo similar sentiments about how ridiculous this whole thing is. The sentencing has already happened. This was just like a further hearing that people wanted to show up at to let their voices be heard about how unacceptable this is. So it's all done and dusted. He is not going to jail. He's not going on any kind of registry. He's not going to face any real punishment. All he's going to be doing is some community and service, then like a bit of therapy work, I suppose. That is what Susan, Laura, and the squad of fucking vermin deemed appropriate for the crime of rape, violent rape, numerous counts of rape, as well as a near fatal strangulation. It's unthinkable. It's so unbelievably corrupt. I encourage all of you to look deeper into this case because, I mean, I covered a little bit of it in the video I made on it last time, but there is some really interesting connections with Jesse Butler's family, and not only the judge, but kind of everyone in that area where his family, they do hold a lot of power. Perhaps that played a role in allowing a violent rapist to be free on the streets. Food for thought, I suppose. As you saw in that clip, there are a lot of people following Jesse around, bringing up that he is a monster. And since he's not going to jail, hopefully people will never forget who Jesse Butler is. A rapist. And he should be reminded of that fact every day so people can steer clear of him. It should follow him around like a fucking cloud over his head, like it's a cartoon with like rain falling on him. Like, it is literally a rapist that is a danger to everyone around him. And since the justice system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma didn't want to take it into their hands and do something about it, it's up to the citizens to keep each other informed that Jesse Butler is someone that should be avoided at all costs and ostracized from the rest of the community at the very least, so he can't prey on more victims. He is someone that should never know a moment of peace and relaxation. He is someone that people should literally sound the rape alarm anytime they see him around. He is a fucking monster who got away with it. It is just so infuriating. It is beyond sickening. And I think there should be extreme calls to action for Susan, Laura, and the rest of the system that allowed this to happen. They need to lose their position. I 100% believe they are not fit for their job. They are clearly not actually in the pursuit of justice. The only takeaway you can have from the handling of this case is that the Payne County upper brass here in the justice system is on the side of rapists. It is inarguable. How the fuck can you allow them to continue to hold those positions? There needs to be some kind of governing body to come in and say, no, enough is enough. You're fired. Also, we're going to pursue charges of our own against you for this shit. That's what I think should happen. If there's any real justice out there, I think that's what should 100% fucking happen, because this is just unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering about it. That's about it. So, yeah, the movie was good. And I'm surprised to be saying that, because I went into this movie a little Scrooge-esque, a little bah humbugging, because from the first trailer, I thought, like, yeah, this could be entertaining, but, the last big screen Predator film, Predator 2018, was unbelievably horrible. That was complete dog shit, but I will always defend this. I think Predator 2018 is one of the more fun bad movies we've had in a long time. It is such a piece of trash in all of the right ways that it loops around to being entertaining. So bad, it's good. It is a film where the predator species is harvesting the best DNA from all of the other species they hunt in order to make themselves stronger, so they splice it in to become, even stronger to level up. And they choose humanity, and you're led to believe that they're choosing us because of our strong soldiers, but no, it turns out they're actually hunting our main character's son because he's autistic, and they want to harvest his autism to make themselves stronger. So they came to Earth to take our autism. Really entertainingly shit film. But it is, at its core, a shit film. So Predator Badlands, I didn't have the highest hopes for, especially considering I didn't like the new design of our main character here, Deck. I also didn't love the idea of the Predator being the good guy. Like, how can you really spin that in a way where you give a fuck? But in the context of the film, his look really works because he is the runt of his clan. And he is, like, about to be called because he is weak. And they're insulting him, this and that. So him looking so different from all the other Predators does make sense in the context of the film. And it works, and you buy into it. And I also really think that they do make you care about him. Like, having him be the main character and the good guy, I'll put in quotes, it works. And it doesn't feel like super cheesy or super stupid. Which I was pleasantly surprised by because, again, conceptually, I don't love the idea of taking the Yautja and making him more human throughout a hunt. I just feel like we don't need to make every single character that you ever see in film have all these human traits. I think it's very cool if they're super different from humans across the board. So, like, the idea, I don't love, but they execute it really well to the point where I thought it was really well done, and I actually enjoyed it. And you know what you will enjoy is some canned goof juice, baby. That's right. Gamer Sups is back with some canned goof juice, this time sugar-free. It's available right now, so go get some sugar-free goof juice in a can, baby. What I will say gets a little cattywampus, though, is the humor. So, you can see from the trailer, he does team up with a synth. It's Elle Fanning's character, Thea, and the two of them basically form a little tag team in order for him to complete his task. And they actually banter occasionally. Like, I wouldn't quite say it's MCU humor, but it's just like little jokes and goofs here. Which I do think is a little weird because, I don't know, I feel like the Yautja probably wouldn't be so chummy while on this sacred hunt after everything that Deck had been through. I don't think he would be such an open book, ready to just start, like, joking and, like, nudging a friend here. It just feels a little odd. I don't even think it's, like, poorly done or anything, but I just think that's a little, a little much. Another thing that I was pretty concerned with is that this is PG-13, which I didn't know until I got to the theater. And watching the film, it doesn't feel like a PG-13 movie because there is so much gore, dismemberment, and death and destruction, but it's synths. So, Thea, and I'm going to avoid spoilers for now, we'll get into spoilers in a moment. A lot of other synths are there doing research on this planet where Deck is on his hunt. So he's killing a lot of, like, aliens and stuff, but it's not red blood, it's like Covenant blood from Halo. You got all kinds of different colored blood, yellow and shit, and the synths, of course, aren't red blood. So even though the kills are really gruesome with, like, heads being collapsed, impaled, ripped off, like entire spines getting ripped off, there's never any blood, so it's able to get away with a PG-13 rating, I guess. Which is cool. I mean, I'm still glad that it's so gruesome, but I will say, it does make it feel a little weird because since they are synths, you're expecting them to be smart. But all the synths, aside from a couple, are actual fucking idiots. Which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense because why are these robots so dumb? And, like, they even show fear sometimes. Like just random grunts, and I don't think they were, supposed to have that emotion there. Like, I understand there are some synths in the universe that do, but here, like, just random ones. Like, they're all really dumb. And I just don't think that computes here, because why would they all be so bad at, like, deducing the most basic things? Like, there's actually a scene here where they go undercover to try and, stealthily break through enemy lines here, and the synth even stops one of them and actually falls victim to, like, a Jedi mind trick. Except I'm being very generous with that. It is literally, they're just telling a very comical lie to the synth's face, and he's believing it. And they eventually get the leg up on him because of it. So, like, why are they synths when they are this stupid? The only reason is so they can get away with a PG-13 rating and still have a ton of blood and gore. It's just, when you stop and think about it, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense why all of them are so dumb. They're robots. And I know it's not the biggest deal in the world, but it is just a little weird. Unless these are like fucking first generation Roombas or something, just like throwaway dumb idiot bots that they brought to this planet for an extremely crucial mission. But yeah, if you were worried about this movie being like really watered down because of its rating, I don't think that's really a fear you need to have going into it. I think they do a really good job with the action. In fact, I think the vast majority of this movie is action sequences. He's either hunting creatures on this planet, being hunted himself, or killing synths. So there is pretty much non-stop action happening, and I think it's all really, really cool. Like, they didn't pull any punches, even though it is a PG-13 rated film. So I thought they crushed it in that department. Now, before wrapping it up, I want to briefly get into some spoilers to talk about some other stuff I thought was really cool, but it is a spoiler, so here's your spoiler warning. I really liked Thea, and I really liked seeing more of the Yautja culture. I thought it was very cool to see the Yautja home planet and seeing Deck fight against other Yautja. So him versus father at the very end, I think, was super hype, where he, easily, well, not, I guess I won't say easily, but he overpowers the Royal Guard. I'm assuming they're the Royal Guard, considering they're his father's right-hand men. And the way that he evolved after his time on the most dangerous planet we've seen yet, the death planet, Jenna, was very cool. And then his showdown with his father, that mirrored what happened to his brother, basically. And then he says, I have my own clan. I think it was a really fun conclusion, and the way they set up for a further Predator film was very hype with his mother showing up. I thought that was so fucking cool, and I think they did a great job with the action. And I really liked the Yautja, and I'd love to see more from it. And I also, like I said, like Thea. I think Thea was a very cool character to see in here as well, where she was able to kind of humanize is probably not the right word, but help Dex see that maybe not everything he'd been taught about the Yautja is the only way to live. Maybe there's more to it than just hunting alone. Maybe it's worth, hunting in a pack like wolves and protecting instead of just killing, that kind of thing, which I know can be very cliche, but I think it works really well in this film. So I liked it a lot. I liked it significantly more than I expected. I think it's very hype, and I do hope there is a follow-up to it. Hopefully there is a sequel where we see more of Deck and more of Thea and more of Bud. I think it was very fun. So anyway, it was a good movie. That's about it. So yeah. I have made so many videos over the last few months covering Pokemon card-related crime. Card shops are being robbed more frequently than gas stations, and there is more violent crime happening from Pokemon card scalpers than there was in Gotham City. Like, I think even Batman would be having his work cut out for him trying to put the kibosh on these degenerate loser scumbags. Before diving into the meat and potatoes of the latest Pokemon crime I want to cover in this video, I want to give you some good news at the top here. I'll give you the dessert before force-feeding you the vegetables. The alleged wheelman in that $116,000 Pokemon card heist I covered about a month ago has been arrested. That's the armed robbery. Yeah, about a month ago, at a place called Pokecourt, there was a group of dudes who went in there with guns, and Team Rocket was just waving them around, threatening people, and breaking glass to steal all of the card product, as well as taking money from the register. They caught the driver. His name is Julio Colina. He's 27 years old, loveless, dickless, a virgin. I was trying to find his mugshot, but I couldn't find it, so I'm making up my own fan fiction. I believe he probably stands at 4'6", smells like shit, and loves pee. On the day of the armed Pokemon robbery, he dropped the suspects off and then waited 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all he could spare, like fucking Albert Wesker here. And then drove off with them. He said he was willing to chauffeur them because they'd promised him gifts if they could pack their bags while riding in his van. Those gifts must have been intoxicating. He was addicted to them. Maybe they were just giving him smooches or something for his lonely ass, because he was apparently like a really reliable driver for them for their crimes. He also served as the driver for the same group of goobers on January 9th when they stole Pokemon merchandise worth around $11,000 from a different shop. So this guy really did enjoy driving them around. Those gifts must have been amazing, but he claimed he didn't know what the trio was doing when they left his van, which investigators aren't really buying. They believe it's just a pitiful attempt at him trying to save his own ass, which it obviously it is. I have no doubt he's stupid. I guarantee he's a lobotomite, but he's not dumb enough to just be like, oh, dude, I just dropped these guys off, like, thinking that they were just gonna go do some, like, normal business and stuff, and I was gonna sit there and wait, and they always came back with, like, treats and candy and stuff. I had no idea they were doing anything bad or naughty. I'm as shocked as you guys are. I'm a victim, too. I was driving people that I thought were my friends. So hopefully that defense never works for him and he spends a long time in the slammer and squeals on his friends. I really hope he rolls over belly up and gives up the two dudes that had the guns. I know Pokemon card crime isn't taken seriously by the authorities in any way, shape, or form, unfortunately, even though it is an out-of-control epidemic showing no signs of slowing down. But I have to imagine armed robbery, waving guns at people, threatening people with fucking guns over Pokemon cards is probably something that they should take a little more seriously. So hopefully this entire group here ends up in prison. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But now I'd like to go over the most recent Pokemon robbery that I just saw a video of. It happened to House of Cards in Vancouver, and they unfortunately got ganked by the Goof Troop here. It has become almost routine for the biggest group of losers to come together and decide, like, hey boys, let's go rob a card shop. I'm not exaggerating. Almost every single day, there is a card shop being broken into and having their shit stolen. Pretty much every hour, you can bet your sweet bippy somewhere in the world a card shop just got hit by a sledgehammer, the windows busted in, and the greasiest loser you've ever seen stumbles through and breaks glass, grabbing a handful of Pokemon cards and waddles their way out to try and resell it and scalp, and it's just, oh, it's so fucking pathetic. And I feel so bad for the card shop owners because it's not like this is, you know, the most lucrative business in the world. These aren't stores owned by like billionaires and huge corporations. They're mom and pop shops. Like, these are just card shops from ordinary people that want to try and make a career out of engaging in a community and a hobby that they love. And they are just getting brutalized by the fucking biggest slimeball pigs imaginable that have deluded themselves into thinking that they can make a lot of money off scalping stolen products. I hate these people, man. I swear. I genuinely wish the worst for them. The way the big guy at the end was moving like Frankenstein's monster, I thought that chunky douchebag was about to eat shit while trying to get through the window and just cut himself all on that glass. But he made it through seemingly injury-free, and then these assholes just start storming the store and basically grabbing everything they can find. In total, they spent roughly 3 minutes for this whole operation, and from the time that the window broke and the alarm sounded, police arrived 4 minutes later, according to House of Cards in the comment section. So the police response was pretty quick. A lot of people in the comments were like, what the fuck is the police response time? 2 to 3 business days? But according to House of Cards, it was actually very fast. And it's not like fucking GTA where the police can just spawn in on top of them the second that the, third star gets activated here. So 4 minutes was pretty quick. They were just faster, so the police did not get there in time. And I don't think that's because these are criminal masterminds or anything, galaxy brain geniuses who plotted out to the very second the amount of time they need to spend in the store before police arrived. I think they just got extremely lucky that they were out like a minute before the police got there. I truly don't think that had anything to do with their planning at all. Their plan was very simple. Rent a car, steal a plate, hit glass with a hammer, put a hook in it, and rip it off. Yeehaw. Dukes a hazard. Yippee. Like, there is nothing here that screams highly organized, smart criminals. They just got lucky. This is definitely a group of people that were probably regulars at this shop, so they knew the product that they wanted to target so that way they could do it quickly and leave quickly. And they just got very lucky that it was fast enough that police couldn't catch them in time. Every day I pray that human beings find the strength within them to resist purchasing scalped products. The only fucking reason these crimes happen so often, so frequently, is because people are buying them. And by buying this scalped and stolen shit, it only enables this behavior even more from other people out there. And thus, we are seeing this catastrophic state of the hobby, where not only is like the market itself all fucked up because of complete scumbag losers out there that are exploiting it directly, but now even card shops and just people aren't safe at these card shops because now criminals have infested it and are now just going in there blatantly and brazenly stealing and committing crimes, violent crimes, all to get their hands on Pokemon cards to sell on the secondary market because people are buying them. It's so fucking tragic. It's disgusting. And I really hope authorities will start to look at this more seriously. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. Like, it feels like they don't really pursue it all that hard. Like, if they don't actually catch them in the act, then they probably don't catch them at all, except in the case of the wheelman from the armed robbery. They did follow up on that, and I hope that becomes more commonplace of them trying to follow through on these investigations to catch these people. Because, again, I have no doubt these 3 guys that went in there and stole all that shit have been in that store numerous times and have probably been caught on camera scoping it out. I hope they will pursue it thoroughly, so that way maybe they can arrest them, throw the book at them, and have this act as a deterrent to finally send a message to other people that maybe think about stealing from other card shops and committing violent crimes over fucking shiny cardboard to think twice on it. I hope it ruins their life. I really hope they get caught. I hope it ruins their life. According to House of Cards, the car that they used was a rented vehicle, and the license plate was a stolen plate off of another vehicle. So they can't track the car overly well or anything. Complete pieces of shit, useless, worthless worms. It's also kind of adorable, though, how one of them, the tiny guy, couldn't find black gloves for the crime, so instead he borrowed his mother's mittens and threw those green things on his hand there. I just really hope they get caught. I really, really, really hope they get arrested. It's such a sad state of affairs here for the fucking TCG community, specifically Pokemon cards, because of shit like this, obviously, but it's showing no signs of slowing down, and I just can't fucking stand this garbage. So, wanted to yap about it again, that's about it. See ya. Crazy week for clowns making absolute fools of themselves at sporting events in the stands. We had the Polish millionaire CEO who stole the hat from that kid, and now, I'm sure a lot of you have already seen the clip, we have this Karen at a Phillies game steal a baseball from a kid. Now, I haven't used the word Karen in a while. It's been many moons since that's left my lips. It's nomenclature I've retired. It became too oversaturated and started losing its meaning. But come on, look at her. It's like she was made in a lab to be a Karen. It's like if Meat Canyon made a caricature of a Karen. She just epitomizes the meaning behind the insult. Like, it is hard not to refer to her as a Karen. Now, when I first saw this clip, I thought it was scripted. I thought this is one of those, like, planted actor moments that a lot of sporting teams do, like, where they have actors pretend like the guy's proposing to the girl and she says no and spits on him, pours her drink over his head, that kind of thing. But it's all fake, part of the show, just to be entertaining. This is just, like, so perfect that I thought it was probably just make-believe, just for the sake of, like, a viral clip. is apparently real. I thought for sure this was just someone playing the role of a Karen, like wearing a wig and shit with the attitude, and the way the guy reacts to her approach is like cartoonish, where he like freaks out and he like throws up his hands like he's about to fight, but he does like one of these and kind of reacts the same way my mom used to during jump scares in horror movies. But it's real. And the reason he reacted that way is because she ran up on him when he wasn't looking and fucking shouted at him. So it actually did jump scare him. Like, I totally understand his reaction now after seeing the other angles. I'll show you the other angles in just a moment. But the father didn't want to keep, like, arguing with her. It seems like he just wanted that shit to end ASAP. So he put the kibosh on it by just saying, here, fine, take the ball. Just leave us alone, you fucking Scrooge. Just get out of here. You know, just scram. So, like, he's just like, okay, whatever, take the ball. And she leaves. So now she has taken the ball away from that guy's son. Because he got the ball and immediately gave it to his son. And the kid looks very upset about it. Not that it looks like the lady gives a fuck at all. This might be the happiest moment of her life. It looks like she feeds off misery. She's like a fucking Dementor here, making sure that she saps the fun away from the other people in the stands. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. Let me show you another angle, though, of her talking is not the right word for it, yelling at the guy. God, the voice of a banshee. She is screeching at him about how he took it from her. So she is claiming that when the ball was hit into the stands, she had her hands on it first and he ripped it out of her paws. I decided to break out my monocle and cosplay as a detective here, seeing if I could find evidence to support her claim that she had it first and he took it from her hands. So I decided to walk it through state-of-the-art technology and put it into slow motion here, so that way I could try and analyze the footage to see if I could find any proof of the claim. But unfortunately, there are no conclusive results because the individual in the green shirt in front there blocks it, which kind of like censors what happens. But trying to activate my mind's eye here and like try x-ray vision, it looks like she and the guy next to her do actually like get close to the ball. But from where the guy in the red shirt gets it, it seems too far away for them to have reached it. So I think what happened is they might have like tried to get it and they might have like even, you know, touched it, but it doesn't look like they ever actually grabbed it. It looks more like they were trying to recover a fumble in football and it got away from them. Plus, I don't see any like obvious ripping motion from the dad here. Like if he ripped it out of her hands, you would see him like have like resistance, like he'd have to like pull it away from something, but instead it looks more like he just grabs it and then walks away with it. If she was actually holding on to it and he tore it from her hands like she's claiming, there would have been like a struggle, like resistance there, which I just don't see in the clip. So I find her claims a bit dubious. It's hard to know for sure with 100% certainty, obviously, because you can't see it, but it just doesn't, like what I can tell doesn't lead me to believe that she's right, that he took it away from them. To me, it seems like she believes the ball belonged to her because it did like hit their seats. You can actually see it hit the seats like closest to them in this other angle here, but it doesn't look like they ever actually got their hands on it. It doesn't look like she ever actually had the ball, like gripped it, or maybe even touched it. Like I'm not even sure she ever even like actually touched the ball at any point. It looked like it rolled away from them after it hit the chairs.
You asshole! You fucking asshole! Hey, get out of there! Hear it!
You see what I mean? I don't think she ever actually had the ball. I think there's a bunch of barnacles that she's trying to pull here, and then like attacking the guy to get the ball back to her. It's hers. It's her precious. And then he just decides to stop all this, you know, hoopla. Which actually ended up being a really good decision because his son got more than just a baseball. The kid actually did get to go get a signed bat from one of the Phillies players. So it ended up working out really well there. And now this lady just has a ball that's got a lot of like fucking cursed energy on it now from this absolute fucking diabolical display that she put on. Now, I would like to show you though that she doesn't just take out her wrath on this father here. All the people around them were making fun of her for it, so she went like up into some other guy's face yelling at him. Boo!
Yeah, you tell it! Woo! Oh, shit!
I had to cut the audio from this part here because of a song that plays during it, but she gets right up in this guy's face barking at him. So I'm guessing he was saying something about, like, her behavior being embarrassing or something, so she did not take that lightly.
The classes are up! Karen is ready! Yeah! Wow! Put your glasses on!
The guy filming this had me giggling when he went full Adam Sandler there at the end. Jeremy! Doing one of those. But yeah, everyone around them that saw this happen is now making fun of her. And she's very upset about it, so she literally goes into that guy's face, like, hooting and hollering, and then she's like, bragging about, you know, having the ball now, this and that. So she seems pretty insufferable. From everything I've seen, I don't think there's anything to support her side of the story that she had the ball and this guy ripped it from her hands. I see nothing to indicate that being the case. And it seems like even, you know, Phillies and Marlins here, like the actual organizations, are on the father's side here, that what happened was pretty uncalled for. Anyway, though, wanted to talk about this a bit because everyone is dunking on her right now. This is once again blown up to the same levels as, like, the Polish CEO. It's pretty crazy how often this is happening now. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a bit. That's it. So yeah. I've recently been feeling a lot like how I imagine ancient Mayan culture felt when they first gazed upon the stars and thought to themselves, there's something else out there. I've been on the cusp of a big discovery, one that I've found a deep appreciation for, and I'm only just now learning the intricacies of. And that is SpongeBob horror games. It is a fascinating genre I didn't even know existed in this capacity until only like a month or so ago, when I played one on a whim for my gaming channel, and now I'm hooked on them. I just want to kind of put these on your radar because I have been having a lot of fun playing SpongeBob horror games for some reason. Granted, on my gaming channel, I have been playing a ton of horror games, but probably my favorites so far are the SpongeBob-themed ones. I can't wait to see all four. I imagine one of them is a cease and desist from Nickelodeon or something, perhaps? No, I don't do that. If they actually did cease and desist like Nintendo, Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine and dies, that would have had the creator thrown in jail years ago. This'll make it cost a little more. Oh, that's no problem, sir. I'm reading this like I'm reading this like fucking Grok AI would. I have many students, so I can afford to pay for it. Wow, it means you're a great art teacher. Yes, indeed, I'm professor of art. This is going to be exciting. I get to clean Squidward's classroom. Let's put on my Sunday best. Wow, in the middle of nowhere, Bikini Bottom, huh? Shit is rock bottom. Alright, I'm coming in. Squidward! Oh, this place is filthy. There it is. It is unbelievable. I've only been back in the fucking Megazord here of indie games for like 2 weeks, playing like really dog shit throwaway horror games, and like 5 of the last 7 or so, I haven't posted a video on all of them yet, but 5 at least of the last 7 or 8 have all had a broom sweeping element to it. It is unbelievable how common this is. Is that like the most horrific thing someone can think of when making a game? Chores? Surely there's more we could be exploring. I would think. If I'm lucky, some of Mr. Tentacle's talent may rub off on me. This actually is a banger episode, by the way. This is one of like the classic SpongeBob episodes that just goes fucking ballistic, even holding up super well today. Use needle. Seems about right for old tennis balls. Condom. Come on, SpongeBob, I'll give you one more chance. Use all your knowledge and imagination. Okay, I won't make any more mistakes. First, the artist must concentrate and visualize his concept. Now you've got it. Now I've got to embrace the marble. I've got to be the marble. I've got to fuck the marble. I gotta lick the marble. I gotta serve the marble. With this tool I shall give birth to art. Hit it gently. Yes! Now one more thing left. The nose. Now it's art. Well, what do you think, Squidward?
No!
Asshole! Is this where it finally becomes a horror game? He just point blank assaulted SpongeBob. I saw the whole thing. How dare you shitting on me, SpongeBob? Ouch, it's hurt, Squidward. Don't mind me, just doing my job over here. Want no part of this. Fuck you, SpongeBob. Give me a beautiful sculpture. I'm sorry, Squidward, but I can't imagine like before. You son of a bitch. I'll kicking you repeatedly until you make the sculpture. Please forgive me, Squidward. I'm your friend. No, you're not. I've always hated you. You've always ruined my life, SpongeBob. So many times you shattered my dreams. You destroyed everything I had. My house is often damaged because of you and your stupid friend Patrick. I spent a lot of money to renovate it. I almost lost my job several times, all because of you. Why, annoying person like you, always around me? You become my neighbor. You work where I work. You're everywhere, you asshole. And now you also come to my art class. You arrogantly flaunted your skills in front of me. What do you really want, SpongeBob? SpongeBob's eyes roll into the back of his skull and he fucking sheds his mortal skin like his flesh suit and becomes this transcendent cosmic Lovecraftian horror. Okay, my job's done. Jesus! He's got SpongeBob stun locked. I'll just put this back. I'm not going to intervene. Squidward! Good to see you, bud. That's my boy. Smoking a doobie out here, huh? Got yourself a fucking doink? Alright. Good evening, sir. What are you doing out here? Oh, Mr. Smalldick, I've been waiting for you. Please clean the classroom. Yes, sir. By the way, bring this flashlight. What's it for? It's dark inside, probably due to an electrical short circuit. Waiting for the technician to come here, you just clean up inside. You got it. Doesn't seem too filthy to... well... a couple of broken pieces here. Good Lord, SpongeBob, what has he done to you? Oh, God. Well, he should be able to regenerate. He's immortal. SpongeBob, he's dead! What's going on here? Who did this? It was that old Monty P. Moneybags, wasn't it? If you're still alive, then I'm going to have a really big problem. I must kill you immediately. Damn, this is bad. Left mouse to fire the gun. Okay. Where is he? Shit. Ah! I did it! I defended myself! Jesus! Idiot, you're dealing with the wrong person! Gun will always win against chainsaw. Go to hell, you motherfucker. This must be one of the 4 endings. This is my chance. But no. I already said no more crime. And lying to an art collector is a crime, damn it. And murder, it was in self-defense. That's not a crime. So I will be honest, it was Mr. Squidward. This crazy squid is responsible for all this.
My name is Squidward, and I hate my life. I wake up every day, go to work, and come back home.
That AI voice is rough.
Nothing ever changes. I'm thinking of killing myself.
Oh
But
man, that's
before
dark.
I kill myself, I want to kill the people I hate.
Damn, Squidward. Come on, Squiddy. It's not all that
I can't
bad.
stand working here. Everyone is so fat and annoying. I don't care anymore. I'm going to kill all these people.
No, don't do it, Squidward. There's other alternatives.
Get ready to die.
What about fun? Come on, Squidward, no. They all have to die? I mean, maybe that guy deserves it. He looks like he's disguising himself, probably on the run for some heinous crimes. Oh, wait, do I do something now? I can't move or anything. Oh, I see. I throw the Krabby Patties like shuriken. Take this!
No!
Oh, God. I one-tapped him with the Krabby Patty. Get out of here! You've made Squidward unhappy.
Oh, you bastards.
I just find it hard to believe they're responsible for it. They're just hungry customers. Even in death, she couldn't let go of the Krabby Patty. It was too delicious. He knows what's coming, but I'm out of objects to throw. Oh, I see. I'm not fully out of things to throw. I can just launch lead at them. Shit! The police are here! I gotta finish up! Okay. It was like this when I got here. I swear.
It's time I killed Mr. Krabs.
Oh, he's running. He knows. God, everything is so big and I'm so small. It's mimicking real life right now. It's hitting too close to home.
Squidward, what is happening here? Is that a gun? I came to kill you. And to take your money. No! See you in hell.
His voice acting was actually just ripped from a SpongeBob episode. You can hear the background music playing where they just got it. That's cute. Where's your $1 million, Mr. Krabs? Tell me and I might let you live. Not talking, eh? Not even using a sentence enhancer? Oh, his eyes don't have a hitbox. I gotta pop him right in his fucking nose. Oh, it's Squidward! What's up, bud? Oh! Oh, okay. Damn, Squidward, he means business. That was one hell of a move he got me with. I'm coming, Pat. Oh, Patrick! I'll unplug it. Oh, that's not how that works. Hold on. Maybe there's an on and off switch. Also, you're not strapped down. Why don't you just move? Just move! Hold on, I gotta turn this off. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Shut the power off.
Finally, I'm free! I got circumcised again.
That's a banger line, actually. You and me both, Patrick. Double dipping on the circumcision, am I right? Anything here? No. This must be for SpongeBob's sauna. Gary, no! Gary, why? What the fuck, Squidward? What did Gary ever do to make your life miserable? That's alright. I mean, I guess I kind of get it. SpongeBob. Hey, SpongeBob. Good to see you, bud. Here, I'll help you out.
Hey, Sandy! Did you come to help me?
Yes, SpongeBob. What is this machine?
How the fuck should I know? Squidward put me in it! And I think it's gonna split me in half.
Sandy cheeks! I'm coming to clap those cheeks!
He's coming, Sandy.
This game kind of goes hard.
In the closet.
How did Squidward get this whole machine here?
Get ready to die.
Squidward, no! Please, I will do anything if you let me go.
Squids don't have dicks. Get fucked, SpongeBob.
No! There we go. There's one. Oh, that's gonna just set SpongeBob on fire. No, wait! I can go get more water and extinguish the flames. I gotta wait for Squidward, though. Sorry, just... Can you calm down? You can see I'm actively helping you. Oh, you're safe. Bet you feel like $1,000,000 now, huh?
Thank you, Sandy. You saved me.
You're welcome.
Look, Sandy. Squidward is here.
SpongeBob, you ruined my plans again. This will be the last time. It's time for me to die.
Oh, no! Squidward! Why? This one focuses on the hash-slinging slasher, and it's sure to make me very frightened. I'm hoping it can put some poop in my pants. Let's get after it. This one's for Bikini Bottom. Nice. We did it! Put valuables in safe. Ah! The spatula for a hand. He's here to fuck my ass! Jackpot. What the hell? Oh no! Get back here, scoundrel! The hash-slinging slasher's gonna kill him! Anchovies! This is definitely a valuable. That's the secret formula. Hopefully the hash-slinging slasher won't recognize that... What the hell is he doing? He's motorboating me! No! Stop it! He's breathing heavy, he's moaning. He likes it. I'm causing him to hyperventilate. No! He got me! Wow, this is a really... like, chopping lettuce in real life is faster. Holy shit. Okay. I need to hide. Oh, close. That was close. He's gonna see the chopped lettuce and know something's up. He's gonna know he's not alone. I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, 2 of 6. And that is now out of... What are you doing? There's a lot of rowdy customers. I've got the red pan. I've got the red pan. I've got it. I've got it. Okay, I just need to drop the red pan off, then take out the last trash. I don't know if I was just missing it last time, or if I maybe accidentally kicked it under the dumpster at some point. I don't know. But I turned this fucking thing inside out. I think I have spent longer playing this game than the developer spent making this game. I have spent longer at the Krusty Krab than Mr. Krab himself. And it's all worth it. I've got the last piece of the puzzle. Has he vanished? I don't know. I feel like he probably has. That was scary. That was extremely scary. Wow. 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 Is he still here? Is he still here? If he's here and he gets me, I'm just quitting. Okay, I think I'm safe. Okay. Last thing. Last trash. Come on, baby. Alright, we're free. We're free. We're free. Oh my god. Forever! Forever! Lock main entrance. I'm just going to wait until he spawns and leaves. I'm not taking any chances. I'm immediately going against what I just said, but I don't know, because he might not spawn. Someone's trying to call me and lure me in. Okay. Okay. It's locked. It's locked. The menace is sealed. I hope you're ready to squeal, cause I got a real scary experience to show you today, no doubt. This is Nightmare in Squidville, another SpongeBob horror game.
Upon the brow, and in parting, from you now.
What am I? Okay, this is interesting.
We must find Squidward. It's already dark.
Oh, I must have fallen asleep. Let us knock on some doors to find out where he is.
That's a good plan. Let's go, Patrick. Squidward needs our help. There's a fire over here. Maybe some cult activity. Maybe they're burning him at the stake. Squidward, I'm coming.
Hello, have you seen Squidward?
Nobody home. I have no clues to go off of. They didn't leave a ransom note or anything. Wait. I see, like, aliens or something over there? Mr. Tennis Balls!
Is this Squidward over there?
Oh, baby! He's feral. Oh, okay. Oh, I can drive. It crashed my game. No, they knew SpongeBob didn't have his boating license. Okay, hopefully that's just a one-time thing.
Hey, SpongeBob, wake up. We must find Squidward. It's already dark.
Yes, you're right. You're right, Patrick.
You must have fallen asleep.
There's Squidward.
Oh, Squidward!
Squidward,
oh, wow.
We have been looking for you all day.
Hi, Squidward. Why are you in a cage?
SpongeBob, Patrick, I am happy to see
Oh,
you.
he's drugged.
Would you be so kind and help me out?
He sounds
Can't
very
take a
drunk,
legacy's a
even.
trap. They know me here. They are cannibals. They have eaten the other ones. I am next. I tried to fly away with a leaf blower.
Sounds like he's overdosing. Patrick, get the Narcan.
Rooming a cage, and the key must be somewhere near here. Maybe you see them gathered at the park.
Please hang in there. We see what we can do. Either we find the K or there is another way.
Yes.
Alright, good plan. So, to the park then? Open up! I want to ask you a few questions. Oh, the park happens to be right there. Good news, Patrick. The park wasn't far. I wish they'd stop planting steel plants out here.
Drive over them.
Drive over them. I got them! The day is saved. Maybe one of them had a key. Alright, hop in the boatmobile, Squidward. Oh, they're lapped up. They've started the air raid sirens over there. Not on this side, though, just over there. They know there's been a jailbreak. Crash through the site fast. I did it! Oh my god!
Hell is rising.
Hell is rising?
No. Do you see this in front of us?
This isn't hell rising, this is like the large intestines of a body. Oh!
Come on. We get through this nightmare.
We can do this! Okay, how long does this go for, you think?
You need to boost.
Press space to boost. Turbo mode! The NOS booster's activated. Granny shifting.
We are trapped inside a drink. Where Squidville of the demons that break the spell.
You will terrorize Bikini Bottom no longer. They're screeching at me. Ooh, huge collateral. What a wonderful sound. This might be it. I don't see them spawning anymore.
Sleep well.
Yeah! Is the spell broken? Or do we have to defeat the Flying Dutchman yet?
Thank you, SpongeBob. You saved us.
Oh god. That's the end of the game, I see. AI. You expected me to be in the chair, but sometimes you have to expect the unexpected. The only thing you can expect is when there's some AI dog shit going on. I can't resist the urge to make fun of it. I'm in my artsy era of video making right now. That was like an A24 level intro, getting experimental. I just figured since Quentin Tarantino's lost his marbles, lost his mind, and has gone on these unhinged rants attacking beloved actors like Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard over nothing, it's up to me to pick up the mantle of delivering some creative cinematography, so I'm dipping my toes in there. Toes that Quentin Tarantino I'm not allowing to suckle on. Anyway, speaking about sucking feet, the YouTube CEO just released a statement that sucked a lot of ass, where he's defending the AI usage across the board on the platform, and even goes as far as to say that it's going to be an invaluable tool for people that lacked the skills and equipment to create videos. It will give them the ability to do so. Basically, go to YouTube Shorts and look at all of the incredible stuff that the skillless have been able to do with AI. We've been blessed, thank God. It's a topic most people have been complaining about, especially when it comes to short-form content, because all you get fed is AI gobbledygook, like actual nonsense trash, because it's the easiest thing to just fart out onto the platform. It's infinite content. And when you just scroll, most of the videos you get are AI these days. And the most viewed videos, like if you, instead of just anecdotal evidence about like most videos you get, provably some of the most viewed videos, if you go by views, are AI generated shorts. That is a bleak future, one that a lot of people have expressed their concern over, hoping that YouTube would step in and maybe do more to stop the platform just becoming a cesspool of just AI trash. Neil, on the other hand, the CEO, believes that that's actually a really good thing, because it's giving people that lacked the skills and equipment the ability to put that in front of you. Yeehaw, yippee. But even beyond that, one of the most complained about things on YouTube as a platform is how bad its moderation is, with so many people being falsely banned and shit. And also it's been revealed that AI is part of a big part of the moderation protocol for the platform, and it makes so many mistakes that's led to wrongful terminations that everyone with a functioning frontal lobe will tell you should never happen, because AI should never be able to be the judge, jury, and executioner. It should never have the ability to terminate a channel. There is no world where that makes sense for YouTube to just give the keys to the kingdom over to AI, where it will ban people. AI should never be able to do that. If it wants to use AI for moderation, it should only be able to flag channels internally and then put that up the food chain, up the ladder, for a human being to look at. But Neil seems to have a different vision in mind based on his statement here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what he thinks. This article mentions that YouTube is expanding their AI moderation tools, even in the midst of so many people flagging just how bad they have been and how wrong they have been across the entire platform. The article then makes a mention of just how much money this platform is bringing in, which only makes sense that they can't afford to pay more money for better tools. Instead, they just need to just have AI do it poorly for them. Neil said, however, AI will open the door for a new class of creators who previously lacked technical skills or equipment, arguing the tech will revive YouTube's early era of enthusiastic amateurs while helping the platform surface stronger content overall. That's a very interesting perspective on it all, and I feel like that's one you could only achieve by huffing endless amounts of glue to deteriorate your brain to a level of delusion that I find almost enviable. You really think that by giving these AI tools to everyone out there, what you are getting in return is the old era of YouTube of enthusiastic amateurs producing content? In what universe? It's the antithesis of that. It is the antithesis of creativity. The old era of YouTube that people look back on so fondly, the golden age, that was people just filming something in their bedroom, talking at a camera, or doing something silly, or making a skit, something like that, for the fun of creation, for the fun of being creative and just putting it out there. There was no career in it back then. It was truly just for the love of the game, the love of the sport. And somehow, he believes that these AI tools will reignite that passion, that drive. Based on what data? What we have is endless amounts of data to suggest the opposite, where when you have these tools and make it so easily accessible for people to just squeak out 30 seconds worth of AI drivel on shorts and do that 40 times a day, that's what you will get. It's just AI slop. There's a reason that term exists, because when you go on shorts or even full-length videos now, people are doing like 8 to 10 minute, completely fabricated, phony baloney, false true crime stuff is one of the bigger culprits, where they just have an AI script from ChatGPT that tells a made-up story about a made-up person who did a made-up crime. When you have that content, what there, Neil, is reminiscent of the old era of YouTube with enthusiastic amateurs creating shit. We haven't seen anything positive on YouTube as a result of these AI tools Neil speaks so highly of. They're a fucking scourge right now. Half the time, you don't even know if what you're watching is real or fake because there is so much of this content on there. I say half the time, that's an exaggeration. Point is, there is so much of this content on there. There are tons of people that are completely misled. Like with the P. Diddy trial, for example. There were entire channels dedicated to following the P. Diddy trial, and the channel, turns out, was all just AI garbage making up stories, like the whole Prince storyline and tapes that were revealed that brought down the whole P. Diddy case. All of it was fake. Yet, those channels made tons of money for the people that made the AI garbage. And tons of people took it as the truth. A lot of people believed it. It became a big story that needed to be, like, formally debunked. That's a bad thing, Neil. I don't know where you are seeing any positive usage of skillless creators using AI tools to bring good content to the platform. Like, I don't know where that's coming from. It is just truly an exploitative tool for people to make a ton of quick cash off of by just making infinite videos instantly. Like, that's what we are seeing, and it's not good. Most people are complaining about it, rightfully so, but Neil is defending it tooth and nail. And we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on YouTube's AI moderation tools yet. We're about to get into that. According to YouTube CEO, AI will be key in policing misinformation, IP theft, scams, and what many creators have dubbed AI slop. AI will make our ability to detect and enforce on violative content better, more precise, able to cope with scale, and adds that the system improves literally every week. Is that so, Neil? It improves every week? Because I just read a story today about a channel that got terminated because another channel re-uploaded their video, and YouTube's AI moderation tools took down the original creator's channel thinking that he had re-uploaded that other channel's video, even though he was the creator of it, and you let the re-uploader walk away. You punish the real person, not the imposter. The AI tools are getting better every week, huh? There is stories daily about the fuck-ups from AI moderation tools. What I do agree with him, though, is that given the scale of this platform, it would be impossible for humans to be able to police all of it. And that's something I've said from the get-go. This could be an invaluable tool in accumulating a lot of, like, potential bad actors or internal flags. But under no circumstances should AI have the ability to make a judgment call on if a channel gets terminated. It should never have the ability to issue a strike. What it should do is alert a real flesh and blood human being, an employee, God forbid, doing their job to look at what has been flagged and analyze it to see, is this actually violative content? Because right now we have so many examples of AI messing it up. It's been making big boo-boos, big whoops-a-daisies daily. And they are easily overturned once a human being is alerted to the mistake. AI shouldn't have the ability to do this in the first place. It should always come down to a person behind these calls. But Neil likes to let AI moderation run rampant. I imagine Neil would have no problem stepping down and letting AI run YouTube at some point. Am I right, Neil? It is a problem. In his interview, where all of this stems from, it really highlights just how delusional this company is under the leadership of Neil. In September, YouTube unveiled more than 30 AI-powered programs designed to make it easier for anyone to shoot, edit, upload, and make money from videos. That's 3 times as many as it launched last year. Among the innovations were tools that allow a phrase to be turned into a song, or that can translate a video and dub it. One bot can find the best parts of raw footage and edit them together, literally just stealing footage and making a video out of it for yourself to make money off of. Beautiful. Another can turn a long video into a short. All of this says YouTube is in service of helping more people become creators. Already the #1 choice of dream job for young teenagers and much hoped for among Gen Z. Neil, how does any of that remind you of the old era of YouTube with people enthusiastically creating content? How? By having AI do it all for you and you can just slap it on your channel to make money off of it? Gotta tell you, buddy, that doesn't really sound like the YouTube I remember on the front lines back in 2007. It just feels like it's very much a corporate decision from YouTube where you can make more money off of this trash. But maybe that's just a crackpot conspiracy theory. I don't know, Neil. Maybe I'm just way off the mark on this one. Maybe there is so much good content you're consuming that's AI generative on the platform right now. I have no doubt you're watching tons of it, right? I still remember when YouTube's slogan was broadcast yourself. Neil is arguing the opposite. It's not about broadcasting yourself, it's about letting AI broadcast shit for you. This Time interview really is just fucking laughable. Neil, who has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it, proved to be a quick study about traditional media, according to those who have done business with him. I would say Neil is very well prepared, says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. What a fucking amazing vouch. That's who I want to put my trust in. Someone that Roger Goodell is saying really has a good handle on it. He's got this industry by the titties. Take my word for it. He understands what he's trying to build. He's got a deep understanding of the media landscape and where YouTube fits and where content can help him advance his strategies. He is right in that last part. Neil knows exactly what he wants. He wants YouTube to be very AI focused. I think that's pretty clear given the direction that he seems to be pushing it. I also can't help but giggle very hard at that first sentence about how he has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it. Since when? When has that started? What did I miss that somewhere along the way? Because even with this issue with AI moderation, I haven't seen him call out anything with it or make any big, bold changes. It's still in the exact same state it was fucking at the very beginning. Like, I don't see Neil really getting into the weeds of any of it. Like, what are you talking about? He's a guy who's more than willing to plug his ears to it and just let it ride until there's enough of a hubbub about it on Twitter, then someone will step in and fix it for him. Now, just to give you a whole picture of what was said here in the interview, he's optimistic about the implications of AI for his company in the world, believes YouTube could see a return to the early villagey days when it was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, which I've already completely dove into by this point, but just wanted you to see what was actually said in the article itself. AI will create an entirely new class of creators that today can't do it because they don't have the skills or they don't have the equipment. Again, they are not the ones doing it with these AI tools, Neil. It is the AI doing it for them based off of a couple of sentences. I wouldn't necessarily say that harkens back to the days of the early villagey days when YouTube was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, Neil. It's so fucking silly. But the same rule will apply, which is there will be good content and bad content, and it will be up to YouTube and our investment in technology and algorithms to bring that to the fore. That's true, Neil. Now, can you point out some of the good AI content you're trying to describe here? Because I don't think that shit exists. It is very much the entire purpose of it to be cheap, easy, and infinite. And that is how it is being used on YouTube right now. Go on your own platform, Neil, and scroll TikToks for just 15 seconds. You're only going to be seeing a ton of trash, mostly AI. Like, come on, man. Like, snap back to reality. This is ridiculous. And at the very least, do the bare minimum of restricting AI moderation tools' ability to ban creators. That shouldn't be allowed. That should just straight up be illegal. Like, I really think that should be a fucking crime to have YouTube knowingly allowing AI, which has a very provable track record of being wrong and making mistakes, be the one to take away entire people's livelihoods like that without any human oversight. That should not be allowed under any fucking circumstances. That needs to be fixed right now, Neil. Maybe instead of doing Time magazine interviews, that should be like on the top layer of your priorities, I would hope. Because it is just unacceptable and it is out of control. It's happening daily. It's not in this perfect state you seem to think it is, and it doesn't seem like it's improving literally every single week like you say it is. Anyway, this interview made me upset and I wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related, so it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of, like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au natural. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are going to do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're going to have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. Feels like it's been a while since the last time I covered a good old-fashioned Walmart weirdo, and I got quite a specimen for you today. It's a gentle sir who's going ballistic because, as I understand it, he was upset that there wasn't 3 managers in his section to complain to. I guess he really wanted to, like, run the gauntlet, like, wagging his finger at a manager. Customer's always right. You should know that, or something. Like he's going like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving everyone high fives. He wanted to go through and just give a bunch of fucking complaints to a ton of Walmart managers, I guess. And since they weren't there, he instead took his anger out on one of the employees. And apparently, the woman that was filming tried to interject to get him to calm down, which only fanned his flames of anger even more.
You want to call me a dumb bitch again?
Dumb bitch? Okay. Fuck you. So,
I'm recording him for...
Let me tell you what I've accomplished.
Do you have a son?
I don't have any children. I haven't found a capable mate.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
It sure as hell does make a lot of sense.
That makes...
Turned into like a pseudo-therapy session there for a moment. This guy just came over and just trauma dumped briefly. So she asked, do you have a son? I imagine she was going to ask, do you teach him to treat people this way? But he immediately took that question on the chin saying, no, I haven't found a capable mate. So he's like, he comes over here, yeah, I'm mateless, what about it? No mates? Is what it is, I guess. And then he even says like, yeah, it does make a lot of sense actually why no woman would want to be around me. I get it. Yeah, you know what? That does sound about par for the course. I'm over here just fucking spitting and shitting in a Walmart because there's not enough managers for me to be yelling at. Also, just the sassy way he says it sounds like a child during a temper tantrum. No, I haven't found a capable mate. Oh man, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Anyway, though, he comes over after calling her a dumb bitch and then saying, fuck you. He marches over. He gets his phone out to start recording, which is a pretty common power move that dumb assholes like this try when they're getting, like, called out on something and then they try and, like, go into their defense mechanism of also recording. Like, I can do it too. Look at this. So now he's recording her because he deludes himself into thinking that people will be on his side if they have his perspective from his camera. So after blowing up on a Walmart employee and then calling this stranger a dumb bitch and then saying, like, he hasn't found a capable mate, there's no woman on this planet capable of handling my seed. I'm a victim of my own masculinity. I'm too much of a man, and women can't handle it. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense why no woman wants to be around me. That I do get. Time to start recording now. Now it's time I win. Here's my checkmate move.
A lot of sense.
Tell me about your accomplishments today, ma'am. I can talk to them however I want.
No,
you don't even know what I was saying to him.
It's disrespectful. Look,
You're
you're
standing up.
speaking to me. You're a large man.
You involved
and I'm
yourself
a
in
small
something that's
female.
not your. It's not your business.
It's my business to protect other
No, it
women
isn't.
from
It's not.
abusive
I
assholes
wasn't
like
abusing
you.
them. You have nothing. You have no idea what I was even
It's
saying
verbal
to them.
abuse.
No, you just wanted to get
verbal
involved.
abuse, and if I'm a woman
The
and you're verbally
only
abusing a
one of-
woman,
the only
I will
one
stand
that-
between you and them every time.
And do what? Do you want to talk about it outside? And I'm going to stand between them. You want to go outside and talk about it, stupid?
So here she's kind of laying the foundation for what led to all this. He was being rude to an employee, she stepped in, and then all of this started blowing up. And now tough guy here's like, so what are you going to do about it, huh? You want to take it outside? He must have analyzed the surrounding area, making sure there was no men nearby that might take him up on the challenge, no doubt. So now that he's confirmed that it's only this woman and the other female employees, now he feels like a real big guy saying, let's take it outside then. Do you want to take it outside, huh? Now, something I want to mention is he's only just started recording. This is the intro to his video from his side of things. So they didn't even get all the prerequisite lore of him being like an asshole to the Walmart employee or what led to this interaction between him and the woman filming. So when he shares this with his fucking Facebook group or whoever he hangs around with, if anybody at all they're going to see is their goofball loser-ass friend going up to a woman, asking her, do you want to take it outside, challenging her to a fight. Wow, bud, I'm sure this one's gonna bang. They're gonna be cheering for you. A big round of applause. Somehow the video he himself is recording makes him look even worse than the full video does. Because now it's just him as like a highlight reel challenging a woman to a fight at Walmart, basically.
Guys, do y'all want to get trespassed?
No, I want to find out who's the manager for the section.
He's being
She's
verbally
involving
abusive
herself in
to
something that's
these
not her
employees.
business. She should just go about her business.
And he's being aggressive.
Calm down.
Bye. Was I abusing you?
I said he was being verbally abusive.
Was I abusing
yes.
you or was I complaining about the manager? Don't lie.
He was using language and everything.
That's right. Why did I get mad? Because you're supposed to have three. Because your manager can't do their job. That's why I got mad.
Bit, or I will have your
sometimes could be.
That's pretty much where the video wraps up right there. The other employee comes over and just threatens to trespass both of them because of all the commotion here, so they get separated. And that's kind of where it is curtains. So the context clues here. If I'm understanding correctly, he was mad because there wasn't a manager there, so he took his anger out on the employee for the lack of manager, saying that there needs to be 3 of them there, I think? 3 managers, maybe? Which to me seems excessive. Why would you have 3 managers in a single section in the store? Unless he's like this raid boss of cringe, like the top tier male Karen, that they need 3 managers just to like wrangle them in, to like hold them down. I feel like that's just way too many managers to allocate to one spot. But maybe he meant like there's supposed to be a manager here and then 3 employees? So he needs like a whole army to take care of him to like fluff his nuts or something? I really don't even know what the whole complaint is here in the first place. Because clearly there are employees in this section. He was just berating one of them about the lack of manager, apparently. So like, you did have people there to help you. I don't know why he needed to like escalate it and get even angrier at the employee for what I imagine is something very trivial in the first place. Now, the woman who filmed this did make a follow-up to it to give like a little more insight onto what happened next. They did like go their separate ways, but apparently he kept carrying on, and according to her, he was escorted out of the Walmart. Not super willingly, he wasn't, very enthusiastic about that, and she did mention that police were involved with that. Not overly surprising, that checks out. That makes a lot of sense. Much like him not being able to find a capable mate. That also does make sense. And I'm gonna let you in on a little secret real quick. Here, come in close, I'll whisper it in your ear. Anyone who says capable mate probably is doomed to be alone forever. You're already kind of too far gone. You are so lost in the fucking sauce. You are probably already a douchebag and already kind of just in a loveless position. The only salvation that you can find is crawling yourself out of that hole that led you to thinking that that's a normal thing to say. No sane person is going to be talking about like, yeah, the reason I have no kids at this age and I'm not in a relationship or anything is just because I haven't found a capable mate. That's just so fucking odd. What a peculiar thing to say. You immediately raise eyebrows with that kind of shit. So that's just a little, free tip right there. Don't end up like this guy. I think it should be a pretty easy fate to avoid. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit. It does feel like it's been a while since the last time we analyzed a wacky Walmart meltdown freakout type thing. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I've been on these in a while, and I used to do them all the time. Many of you may remember way back many moons ago, I used to do an annual video, a yearly roundup of the most common questions I got asked that year, and answering them all in one big video dump. But it's been a long time since I've done that, mainly because I started streaming daily, which means I was answering the same 50 questions every 4 minutes, so there wasn't really a ton of questions that were going unanswered. But I wanted to give a little mix-up here, hit you with the shake and bake, because there is one question that for actual years I have been asked probably above all else. The only thing that comes close, maybe second place, is why am I so short? Which is a question I've answered 3 times now. I mean, again, it's not a question for me. You gotta ask the man upstairs. I don't know why God made me this short, but I don't mind being fun-sized. Can't change it. Is what it is. But I'll be right back, though. I have to excuse myself to the little sailor's room. Alright, anyway, and that question is about the gym. What is my advice for anyone looking to get started with gym going? A fitness journey. And it's a question I always enjoy answering or just diving in on. The subject is just something I'm very familiar with. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe go fuck yourself. But a little bit of lore on, my academic career. When I first went into college, I had a digital arts major. I wanted a career in animation. But it became painfully clear for the 2 years I spent in this major that there is no one worse in that field than myself. I have to be the least talented organism on the planet when it comes to art and animation. When zookeepers give paintbrushes to elephants and they fucking doodle on a canvas, that demonstrates a higher level of artistic prowess than what I was able to produce in 2 years with that major. So going into my junior year of college, I switched to a human sciences degree with a concentration on exercise physiology. And even though I don't use it these days, I of course still am very active in the gym. I know a lot of people like when I do the old sleeper build showcase type shit. It is something that I've always been very passionate about, and as such, I get questions about fitness and gym all the time, like where to start, because that is the hardest part of this whole journey. So I wanted to make this whole video dedicated to that topic on how to get started with working out. I always really enjoy seeing that so many people are really taking their health more seriously. It's always been the number one thing I recommend to people that are struggling with self-esteem or maybe finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot mentally. I always recommend starting some kind of fitness journey, setting these small, attainable little goals that you can chip away at, so that way you can feel yourself progressing and taking your health more seriously. I really think it can just do wonders for people's self-esteem, their outlook, and their general attitude. And it's something that's completely free to begin with. You don't need an expensive gym membership. You only need your body. I'm a big proponent of calisthenics. The bulk of my training these days has been heavy weights, but I always integrate calisthenics into my workouts because I think they are just great for functional strength, and especially if you are just starting, it is great for beginners because there's so many progressions. So push-ups, for example. If you can't do a full push-up, you can do knee push-ups. Pretty much every calisthenic movement has progressions for it. But by far, the most important thing when it comes to working out and taking your health more seriously, and one that everyone always mentions, how do you stick with it? How do you stay motivated? I believe it's routine. It's not easy to start for a lot of people. It's very hard to stay motivated. It's hard. It is difficult. But if you can just grit your teeth and bear it for a week of sticking to a schedule, it starts to become easier. It starts to become routine. It becomes more comfortable. And then over time, maybe you start to enjoy it. Maybe you and your friends want to start working out together. You go to the gym together. Then it becomes fun. It may start as something daunting that you're not looking forward to, but if you stick with it for a week or two and it starts to feel like a routine or even starts to feel fun if you're doing it with a friend or you start to find the joy in working out, then it starts to be locked in. Then it becomes far easier to stay working out, going to the gym, this kind of thing. So that's always the number one piece of advice I give to anyone looking to start a health and fitness journey is stick with it for like a week or two so it starts to feel like a routine. It becomes a normal part of your scheduling because then it's a lot easier to stick with it. Now, the next piece of advice I always give to people that are starting a health and fitness journey is you do not need to spend fucking oodles of doubloons on all of these outrageous fitness courses that are being hawked on every single social media platform out the wazoo. You don't need to do that. It's the big 2026. There is unlimited information right at your fingertips for exercise science. There are countless great resources online. There's innumerable channels on YouTube dedicated to every single possible training methodology that you could ever imagine. And when you're just beginning, you don't need to make yourself like the perfect split off rip. You don't need the perfect workout regimen to begin with. I think what's far more valuable to a beginner is having a big charcuterie board of a lot of different exercises that you have compiled from a lot of different training resources and trying them all yourself. Making sure to use good form, learning the movements, and finding which exercises you like the best. Because when you're starting a health and fitness journey, you probably want to be enjoying it. Having fun would make it a lot easier to stick with it. So finding the exercises you actually like doing in the beginning, I think, is far more helpful than immediately spending hundreds of dollars finding the most optimized workout splits for yourself. That can come later. Once you're more, seasoned in the gym, you know what you like, you know what's working for you, what's not, then you can start catering your workouts more specifically using other resources that are specific for the goals that you are trying to achieve. But I don't think you need to do all of that all at once. I think it's much more valuable when you're starting out to find the exercises that you really like. Now, naturally, that leads into another question. How do you find these exercises? Where do you go to learn about these lifts and how to properly do them? And how do you avoid the information overload if you do just type in like chest workout, for example? Because if you do type in something like that, you're going to get hundreds of thousands of videos from thousands of different channels and influencers telling you a bunch of conflicting things. Like maybe this guy over here is saying you're a fucking idiot if you're doing barbell bench press. This guy over here saying, no, actually it's a gold standard to just flat barbell bench. This guy over here is preaching the gospel about, no, actually you have to dumbbell press. That's the only way to train your chest. That's the way you got to do it. And when you're just starting, it's a lot of noise. How do you figure out what's the best or who to trust? And I believe, kind of like what was said in the famous commercial, why not both? When you are just starting, I think it's valuable to experiment. So learn both of these lifts and try them for yourself. Because maybe this guy hates dumbbell press, but you end up loving it. So now that can also help you narrow down what channels you want to get your fitness information from, what resources work for you personally and what you enjoy most from your lifts. And like I said, it doesn't always have to be weight training. Maybe you fall in love with calisthenics. The point is just trying a lot of these movements and a lot of these lifts and figuring out what you enjoy most will help you stick with something. I think that's far more effective than immediately spending tons of money buying like a program and, buying a bunch of supplements. Just try shit yourself first. And as you become more accustomed to working out, as you start making it more of a routine, then you can start fine-tuning it a bit more. And I think by trying a ton of things, it'll help you narrow in on what resources are teaching you these kind of things. And those can be the channels or influencers, whatever, that you follow as like your trusted source for workouts, because it's what's, most enjoyable to you and what's working for you on a personal level. But as I said, the most important thing to start is trying to lock it in as a routine. And starting with somebody else is always going to make things easier. If you do this with like a friend, I think that makes it infinitely more fun just off rip. So if that's an option on the table for you and a buddy to begin this kind of thing, I definitely think that's going to help both of you right away. But again, it can be done solo too. It just takes effort. Like it does take some time and it takes some effort. But I truly think it's worth it, which is why I always recommend it to everyone. And I always like when people ask me about it, even though I'm not the most knowledgeable guy in the world on it. Far from it. There are people far smarter than I on this subject. But hopefully this yap session has been helpful to someone out there that's been tinkering around with the idea of taking their health and fitness a little more seriously. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. There's a handful of things that can instantly make pretty much anyone's blood boil. Hitting your toe on something, or road rage, just inconveniences while driving. But few things can make you see red and ruin your day quite like animal cruelty, watching someone abuse their pets. It's horrific, and it immediately elicits a response of disgust and anger. Even the most calm person on the planet would lose their cool and go into a bubbling rage if they saw a video of someone beating their dog or cat or something like that. Like, I know Thorfinn famously said he has no enemies, but he didn't see Aspen Cartier beating her puppy on a Twitch stream. That's what we're talking about today. A couple days ago, a streamer, and I guess also rapper, named Aspen Cartier was streaming, and then started beating her puppy because it got out of its cage. I don't really know how to even show you this clip because it is just animal abuse. It would get the video taken down, I imagine. So I'm going to try and cut around it to show you the very clear evidence of what unfolded on stream that she's trying to deny happened, which has become a very common tactic, I guess, in the modern day and age, to just say that what you saw with your eyes isn't real. Take my word for it, as opposed to what you witnessed.
I think we finna end stream out because this motherfucking dog, like, goddamn. I'm not gonna be on social media until February 1st, so. How you get out the cage? Fuck you guys.
I'm going to cut it right here. This continues for quite a while longer, like another 15 or so seconds, of the dog screaming and yelping in pain with what sounds like her striking it. It then ends with this. What a fucking scumbag. That is a 3-month-old puppy, by the way. So, as a result of this being broadcast on stream, which she didn't seem to have any issue with on her end, she thought everything was, business as usual. What's the big deal? What? You guys don't do this to your 3-month-old puppy? You never heard of discipline? Hey, he got out of his cage. I gotta get him with the goddamn fucking Tekken combo. It's the only way to teach the dog about, not leaving the cage without my permission. It's crazy how it didn't even register that what she did here was bad. So, she did get banned for this, and she tried to defend herself by saying she didn't beat the dog, and brought the dog in as like a witness to explain that it's fine.
Why you beat the damn dog? I didn't beat the fucking dog.
Is you beat? Is you beat up?
Say I'm really small and I over-exaggerate. Say it. Say it. Okay, tell him. Tell him that you're fine. Tell him right now. I'm not playing. Tell them. Tell them. You're fine and you're for sale.
Oh my God, he's so fucking dramatic.
That's her defense, that the dog is dramatic. Regular old Phoenix right here. Watertight explanation here. What an excuse. Pack it up, folks. Case closed. The dog was just being dramatic. Just disregard all of the very clear fucking haymakers she was dropping on the dog. The dog was being, just dramatic about it. You gotta rub some dirt in it, obviously. Fucking psychopath. Absolute lunatic. In this video, in the second video where she's got the dog on its back, it's very clear that this puppy does not want to be around her. It looks traumatized and afraid of her and is constantly trying to get away from her, which is why it's starting to, cry out when trying to remove itself from her grasp. Are some dogs dramatic? Sure. I feel like anyone that's ever had dogs knows that sometimes, for example, when giving a bath, they will sometimes get very dramatic about not wanting a bath. This is so fucking different from that. This is clearly a dog that is afraid and a dog that was crying in pain being hit. You can see it on stream. And you can hear a lot of really concerning sounds on stream as well while the dog is crying. This is a totally different situation. This is not the dog being dramatic. This is her being a fucking monster. Now, this blew up to such a big degree that the authorities were alerted multiple times about this, and they ended up taking in Aspen Cartier. They charged her with animal cruelty, and when authorities brought the dog in from her custody, they noted that it seemed to be in good health, so it doesn't seem like the dog has suffered any, like, debilitating injuries or anything like that, which the drooling worms that are desperately trying to defend her are really latching onto, saying, see, the dog is completely fine. She didn't beat the dog at all. Let me go ahead and sit you down here, stupid, since it seems like you just blew in from fucking Moronville. Them reporting that the dog appeared to be in good health just means that there were no observable injuries that they were able to notice, like a limp, you know, an injured leg, something like that, when they went and got the dog out of her custody. That doesn't mean that the puppy wasn't beaten. You can watch it happen on stream. All that means is that the beatings didn't lead to any lasting, noticeable injuries on the puppy when they got it. It still happened. It's not, you know, like the fucking Tooth Fairy make-believe. You can watch her hit the dog on stream. It clearly was beaten on stream. And just because she didn't break its legs or something like a Kit Kat bar doesn't mean that the beatings are all of a sudden excusable or, you know, not that big of a deal. It's still a big deal, and she still deserves these animal cruelty charges and a severe punishment. Her being banned on Twitch needs to be a permaban, 1000%. This is some downright deplorable evil shit here that she's done. Who knows how often she's beaten this puppy? All we know for sure is that it's happened at least once on stream, and that's one too many. That should never happen. That is awful. And she 1000% needs to be harshly punished with these animal cruelty charges. Anyway, I wanted to yap about this. That's really about it. So, yeah. If you heard some weird noises outside of your home earlier today that sounded like some kind of haunting, like a ghost saying boo, well, rest assured it wasn't a ghost. It was probably just some people that saw the new Silent Hill movie. It has a 9% on Rotten Tomatoes right now, which I imagine will probably be one of the lowest of the year, if I had to guess. I just got home from seeing it, and I want to give you my thoughts on it. I was someone who just recently watched the first Silent Hill movie from 2006, and then the abhorrent abomination that was Silent Hill 2012, whenever that came out, where it was like all about 3D, and it was actual trash, but in an entertainingly bad sense. Every conceivable thing that could go wrong with a movie went wrong with the second Silent Hill film. I think it was called Revelation or something. And it creates kind of like a disaster masterpiece that's so bad it's good. But that first film I actually glazed. I made a whole video going over it because it is surprisingly passionate. Like, it is a film that very clearly wanted to have a faithful adaptation of the source material, and I think it succeeded for the most part. It has some problems, sure, it's got its flaws, but that first Silent Hill movie from 2006 is actually pretty solid. And the director of that movie didn't direct the second one, Revelations, which I'm sure he still goes to bed with a smile on his face every night for, because if he did direct Revelation, boy howdy, I bet he never would have landed another gig in his life. And then he came back to make this new Silent Hill film, Return to Silent Hill. This director's name is Christoph Gans, and I was cautiously optimistic that this was going to be good, even though a lot of like the behind the scenes photos weren't looking amazing. I had faith that this being the same director of the 06 movie was going to come and deliver something of high quality that Silent Hill fans and even just anyone could appreciate, really. That hopium couldn't have been more misplaced. I just finished seeing it and it just makes me question, how the fuck is this the same guy that made that movie in 2006? Everything he did right in 2006, he must have forgotten. Maybe the Men in Black came in and neuralized him or something. I don't know. But something happened between then and now that led to Return to Silent Hill. What I will say is that I don't think it's a 9% bad. It's not nearly that catastrophic. I think the reason it's that low is because it is pretty insulting to the source material. Like, if you're familiar with Silent Hill 2, this movie is most likely going to really rub you the wrong way. This thing is going to be chafing your fucking cheeks, I bet. It's a movie that fans of the franchise will not like, and fans of good movies also will not like. I saw this movie with two friends that hadn't played the game that it's based on, and both of them had the same reaction when the credits rolled, which was, which compared to the other reviews may as well have been fucking 2 thumbs way up and 5 stars on Letterboxd. Most people seem to really hate it. I am more in that camp where there, for me, were very few things to appreciate about it. And I think a large part of that is because I do like the game so much, and I do like his previous Silent Hill movie significantly more. But for the sake of this review, I'm going to set those things aside to the best of my ability. We're going to be getting into spoilers, so here's your spoiler warning. One thing this movie does that I think is absolutely going to make fans dislike it and any general audience member dislike it as well is that it tries to take moments from the game and ham-fist them into this film in context that just doesn't work, which leads to a lot of ambiguity. If you've played the game, you'll recognize the scene because it plays out similar to the cutscene in the video game counterpart, but it's in a very different place for a very different reason. Really, the best way to summarize this movie, it's like watching a YouTuber try to speedrun the lore of Silent Hill 2 while ripping shots of Fireball. So there's a lot of things that they're forgetting about, and it leads to a lot of disjointed shit. Like, a great example is Eddie. Eddie is in here for actually maybe 30 seconds, and then he, like, punches James once or twice, and then he disappears, and he is never even referenced again throughout the rest of the movie. I think people just forgot that they ever even had that character in this movie to begin with, and I think the actor forgot he even took the role to begin with as well. Like, there are just so many things that do not work and feel out of place, but you can recognize them from the game because I guess they felt like an obligation to have game moments in this movie, but they're also putting them in this movie in a completely different sense because this movie completely rewrites a lot of the most crucial components of the game lore. So now the scenes that they're taking don't fit in the movie's lore, so everything's all fucking cattywampus and isn't really working. It's constantly clashing. So a huge thing they change in this movie versus the game is now they introduce a cult, and Mary's father was basically the cult's god that was poisoning his daughter, and that's how she ends up getting sick. And also, it completely rewrites James and his motivation and his relationship with Mary. That completely changes in this movie for the worse. And it completely changes a lot of the scenes that they took from the game and put in the movie, because now those scenes don't work here. But even setting all of that aside, like the messiness aside, the visuals are also really inconsistent. There's a few moments that look pretty good. Like, I still think the nurses, for the most part, look good. It's clear this wasn't like a massive budget blockbuster or anything. So I know they, had fucking morsels to work with in the grand scheme of Hollywood budgets, but there are some moments that look fucking terrible. Especially when it comes towards the end of the movie. And pretty much any time they introduce fire, it looks awful. So, like, the visuals get really rough, and there are some laughably bad scenes in here. Like, the very beginning of the movie, actually, there was something that made me do this in my seat. I did one of these, just out of instinct. And it's when James meets Mary, which is very different from the video game, which I understand he wouldn't be able to take this movie and make it one-to-one with Silent Hill 2. I would never expect that, and I don't even think that would be a good idea. But what you would expect is that there'd be a cohesive story told that is at least faithful to the source material, like he did for the first Silent Hill film. Anyway, though, James meets Mary because he was smoking a doobie, getting a little joint lit up in his car, got distracted and then swerved as a truck was coming towards him, and then he hits Mary's luggage, throwing the clothes all over the place. She's like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me, I can't believe this wasn't tarnation." He's like, "Oh, I feel so bad," and it's kind of love at first sight. She has all of her bags packed, waiting for a bus. The bus shows up. Mary flags down the bus. Wait, bus driver, let me on. But because her luggage got hit with the car, one of the latches doesn't work. So once James puts the clothes back in and he's helping her carry it to the bus, it opens up and her clothes spill out again. And she goes, never mind, go on. And then shoos the bus away. Why would she do that? All she had to do was just carry that piece of luggage in without the latches. She would just put it under her arm, which is exactly what James did eventually too. So why would she then just completely uproot her entire plan, which she has presumably spent a long time cooking up and had to have a lot of motivation to even tempt this idea of getting on the bus, which you'll learn about later in the film. And all of a sudden she just decides, oh, fuck it, since the latch on my suitcase here is broken, I'll just forsake all of that and go back to my fucking existence in Silent Hill. Why? What reasonable person would do that after you've already steeled your resolve to make this decision in the first place, all because the latch on the suitcase no longer works? But anyway, that's how they meet. They fall in love. It eventually leads to them going to Silent Hill, and James witnesses some really peculiar cult activity in Silent Hill, all with these interesting characters doing weird stuff with Mary. And by interesting characters, I mean just your most generic, formulaic cult members doing weird occult shit. It's just really disappointingly lame. Like, I could go on, but I don't think there's a real reason to. Like I said, it's not a 9% bad. Like, there are some things to like about it. The music in particular, I thought they did a good job with. Like, the music is very Silent Hill, which is good. They didn't butcher that. And there's a couple of scenes that I think were pretty okay because, like, for the nurses, they once again used dancers, which worked really well in the first Silent Hill film. And there are a couple of moments where I do think, like, the practical effects they used looked good. And I also think that the actor who played James did a pretty decent job with the character, actually. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I actually thought he did fine as James. It's just, he was given quite a bit of poop to work with here, unfortunately. But his actual portrayal of the character, I thought, was pretty decent in comparison to, like, the video game counterpart. I thought he did, like, a very solid attempt at it. I just wish that the rest of the movie around it was of higher quality, is all. Oh, there's one other big thing I want to mention. I recently learned through that, like, Matt Damon interview segment or whatever it was about how, like, Netflix wants him to repeat the movie's plot multiple times for people that aren't paying attention, like, on their phones. That way they can always know what's going on. So a big thing that they preach is, like, you need to reiterate everything happening multiple times. This movie gave me that vibe because, like I said, there's a lot of ambiguity in this film about, like, what's in James' head, what's a hallucination, what's real, what's, like, actually happening and all of that, which you would expect means the audience would have to start paying attention and starting to think. But then the movie will always tell you exactly what's real and what's fake. They have, like, characters that will just verbalize the plot multiple times, like, well, Mary died and, James, he's been having a hard time accepting it. James, after Mary's death, which he refuses to accept, has been making up all kinds of things in his head. It's like he doesn't even want to come back to reality. And it's like constantly telling you, like, okay, so that's a hallucination, that's fake. Okay, so that's real, that's fake. It is constantly just regurgitating the things that I would expect you would need to think about as an audience member, which was pretty annoying. And like Pyramid Head, for example, there is a scene that beats that home that this is a projection of James, where Pyramid Head gets summoned by James and then does something. I won't spoil that, I suppose. I don't know why I'm going to keep any spoilers to myself here, but Pyramid Head gets summoned by James, and then it zooms into a opening in Pyramid Head's mask, and you see James's face. And if that wasn't enough to convey the message, it then cuts to a flashback of James painting, and it's a portrait of James, and he's throwing red paint on it in the shape of a pyramid on his head. And it's like, okay, we fucking get it. Like, I don't understand why it had to, like, beat these things home, while also trying to present itself as somewhat ambiguous or even, like, artsy at points. It just doesn't... Overall, I just don't think this movie lands for anyone really, fans of the game, or even just people that want to see a good movie. I don't think this does a good job in general. But I also don't think it's 9% bad. It's not good, but it's definitely not 9%. Anyway, that's about it. Yeah. I love aliens. I love UFOs. I keep my finger on the pulse of anything related to extraterrestrial activity. I've even set up my own homemade tuning fork so that way I'll know if there's any big three-titted alien babes that are cruising through. The thing is, I wasn't even going to bother talking about this latest batch of UFO files because they are just completely worthless. There was tremendous amounts of hubbub about declassifying these files. This is the truth. We're going to drag you kicking and screaming. You're not ready, but we're going to make sure you're ready. Swallow your vegetables anyway. Here it is. Cosmic beings, UFOs. And then what they actually declassified was just that. Nothing is what they declassified. There is genuinely nothing interesting in there, yet they continued to, like, hype and glaze it up. It's just trash. There's nothing even worth talking about. Like, yeah, there's the star-shaped entity thing, but that's really it. Everything else is stuff we've already seen a bit about, and others are just completely embarrassing. Why was it uninteresting? There was just nothing substantial is the problem. Just more bleh. I don't know, man, that artist rendition was pretty convincing. Oh. Actual site photo with FBI lab-rendered graphic overlay depicting corroborating eyewitness reports from September 2023 of an apparent ellipsoid bronze metallic object materializing out of a bright light in the sky. It's pretty thought-provoking. Also, if this is what FBI lab-rendered graphics look like in 2026, that's pretty insane. You gotta give them time to catch up, man. Technology's advancing quick. They're still on that GeoCities vibe. It takes time. That shit needs DLSS 5. It's from a game in the 90s. Is it? They just grabbed an image from a game? An old 90s game? So yeah, the Alien Files weren't anything super cool. Still nothing. It's still no pickles. Oh, I didn't even read the statements they said about it. This is unprecedented transparency in what the US government knows about UFOs, Hegseth said, adding, these files hidden behind classifications have long fueled justified speculation, and it's time the American people see it for themselves. We can't handle this kind of truth, man. You gotta keep this under wraps. This is gonna cause a nationwide panic. He's right. Dagnabbit, he's right. From a game that was on 7 floppy disks split across them due to file size. This was probably very innovative for its time, if that's the case. Don't copy that floppy. Any day now, though, we'll get some really irrefutable, hard proof of extraterrestrial visitation. I'm telling you. See, look, they're even teasing it. There's more to come. Government saying new materials will be released on a rolling basis every few weeks as records are found, reviewed, and declassified. I am salivating. I can't wait to see the next batch. No, like I said, my dad thought that this was nothing. He texted me last night saying that it was a big nothing burger. Yeah, that was unprompted too. Usually he doesn't get the latest UFO drops, but last night I guess he was just seeing it somewhere and he texted me, said, the released UFO vids are a real nothing burger, exclamation, exclamation. What a joke, exclamation, exclamation. So he was pretty upset. He sounds so invested. Well, I mean, he is to a certain degree. He doesn't keep up with, like, the latest baloney dumps, like the fucking spheres, the goddamn flying colanders, and, like, little soccer balls in the sky that people go crazy over. He doesn't care about that shit. But when it comes to, like, file releases and stuff, he at least tries to stay on top of it and take a look, but so far he has not seen anything convincing. So he's not active in the UFO subreddit. He is not. He certainly doesn't like that very much. They're hiding the real UFO pictures like Bubble Bass hiding the pickles under his tongue. Brother, I've got bad news. I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off. There is none. Like, I'm sure they have some, like, wacky files and stuff, because they had so many old school weirdo projects, like the MK Ultra stuff. They also had all of these, like, astral projecting projects that they were doing, the CIA was conducting with, like, the psychics and stuff, which is why, like, a year ago you saw those articles about the declassified CIA documents confirming that there was giants on Mars. But if you actually look at it, what they were doing is they had these drug-induced maniacs go in, fucking blindfold them, and try and, like, guess cue cards that they were holding, and then they'd tell them stories about how they astral projected onto Mars and had conversations with giants. Like, you're not going to find anything, like, actually convincing when it gets declassified, because they did some fucking nut job shit in the CIA back in, like, the 60s and 70s. They were actually trying to do, like, Marvel X-Men stuff. And then they wrote about it as if it was, like, successful. So, like, ESP, mind readers, astral projectors, time travelers, they had all of these kind of wacky programs. They also killed a lot of people. Well, I mean, in the pursuit of mutants and superhumans, that's to be expected. The gay bomb, too. Oh, the gay bomb is a classic. The gay bomb actually is a classic. The thought being drop a bomb that would cause all the dudes to just start fucking each other and not fight anymore. The enemy is gay now. But they still shot at us. I do love that thinking, though, like that's gonna somehow be a really effective weapon. Like, let's just assume it works. Let's assume they did create the gay bomb. They deploy it. Now all the soldiers have sex. They all blow their load. Then they go right back to what they were doing before. So you bought yourself, like, a couple of minutes where they're fucking, and then what? It was a truly baffling proposal. Might backfire on your own army. Oh, can you imagine transporting the gay bomb, but it springs a leak? Then the plane crashes because everyone's fucking themselves ferociously. No! We made the whole plane gay! No, it's gay! Shit! The one thing we couldn't plan for! No! Yeah, it was interesting stuff, man, I'm telling you. Those declassified files and the ones that we keep getting have some really wacky projects the government looked into at the very least. Some actively pursued. Oh, point I was making, to tie it back to the alien stuff, I do not think they have anything like groundbreaking in regards to aliens. Like, I don't think there's alien bodies, alien weaponry, alien craft that they've ever recovered or anything like that. Surely they have, like, unexplainable aerial phenomena, like stuff that they've already declassified, like the tic-tac, that kind of stuff, which is interesting, but I don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think they have anything, like, that's gonna make you go, oh my god, aliens are real and they were here. Because I don't think aliens have ever been here. Because if they have, we would have never known about them. They're not gonna get all the way here and fucking crash. That's not going to happen. The technology that they would need to get here, it would be unthinkable that it would somehow malfunction here. You can't even begin to understand and comprehend the technology that would be necessary for a different species to make it here. It defies our understanding of everything. But you can't debunk that tic-tac, can you? I can't. I don't know what it is, but I just don't think it's extraterrestrial. I don't think it was aliens in their cruiser. Just because I can't explain it doesn't mean that that's the default correct answer. You can't tell me whether or not there's poop in my pants right now. There's no way. You can make a guess, but you don't know. I got a little something special to make you happy this Friday morning, so clear a little space in your room and get ready to bust out the old hot dog dance. You're going to be cutting the rug when you hear this. U.S. Supreme Court declines to hear dispute over copyrights for AI-generated material. That's right. They are not folding like origami here on this topic. There has already been a precedent set that you cannot copyright AI-generated work. And despite AI dweebs constantly trying to fight tooth and nail for copyright protections for their sludge and slop of AI art and that shit, the U.S. Supreme Court is saying, nuh-uh. No, this is dumb, this is barnacles. Which is exactly what they should be doing. Under no circumstances should AI-generated work be eligible for copyright protection. That's such an outlandish notion. This can just put the smile on the face of even the biggest Grinch. Supreme Court declined on Monday to take up the issue of whether art generated by artificial intelligence can be copyrighted under U.S. law, turning away a case involving a computer scientist from Missouri who was denied a copyright for a piece of visual art made by his AI system. Plaintiff Stephen Thaler had appealed to the justices after lower courts upheld a U.S. Copyright Office decision that the AI-crafted visual art at issue in this case was ineligible for copyright protection because it did not have a human creator. Music to my ears. That is exactly right. Pin the tail on the donkey. That is the truth with some cheese on it. AI-generated shit like this, these AI hemorrhoids, are not actual human creations at all. It isn't something that should be copyrightable, especially because what gets generated is based off of other people's work, already existing works. It's just derivative of that, what it was trained on. So I am happy to see that common sense is prevailing here in this case. And also, I've seen some people bemoaning this decision here about like how this is so bad for AI artists. Won't someone think of the struggling AI artists? And it's interesting because one of the core arguments I've seen from that community is that IP is a scam. No one should own IP. It should be freely and readily accessible to everyone to steal and iterate on. And yet, then they turn around and try and copyright their own AI trash, their own AI IP, so they can keep it under lock and key. Goddamn hypocrites. It's ridiculous. Also, that whole argument is stupid in the first place. If there was no such thing as IP, then you know who benefits? It's not the little guy. It's not like the average Joe Schmo. It's the big corporations. They can just take all of your shit and pump out endless content far better than any normal person ever could. So while there definitely are some very real problems with current IP law, the whole idea of IP is sensible and necessary, because if it didn't exist, what stops Disney from just going online and just taking everyone's shit, right? Like, let's say they stumble across Godslap, our comic book IP, as well as upcoming animated feature film. They could easily just be like, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and take that and we'll beat Charles and his team to it. What takes them years will take us months and we'll just start making tons of money off Godslap. Fuck them. And if there's no such thing as IP, what am I going to do? They can just biblically smack me down. But because there are protections in place, I could absolutely blast those cheeks in a court of law about the violations there. So there is a real merit to IP existing. Yes, there are problems, but it is a necessary thing, because if it didn't exist, the people that benefit are not you, me, or any other person. It's companies that would benefit from just taking your shit and capitalizing off it, and you get in return nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it's a brain-dead argument from a brain-dead community of AI jingling keys enthusiasts that clearly don't fucking think for themselves anymore. They just ask Grok to do it for them. It's so degenerate and so cringe, and I love seeing news like this where there's a bit of a reality check there. And yet they still can't have that come to Jesus moment about, maybe we're the fucking idiots. Maybe we're the ones that aren't activating neurons. Anyway, though, to go back to dancing in this guy's tears, a federal judge in Washington upheld the office's decision in the Thaler case in 2023, writing that human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia affirmed the ruling in 2025. Thaler's lawyers told the Supreme Court in a filing that his case was of paramount importance considering the rapid rise of generative AI. Oh yeah, I'm sure this is a big life or death moment here. This case we're going to be talking about for eons to come, no doubt, about this one fucking stupid asshole's dumb AI-generated piece of art of train tracks going to a portal. Like, yeah, I'm sure this is the one of paramount importance. Oh my god, it's so cringe. With the refusal by the court to hear the appeal, Thaler's lawyer said, even if it later overturns the Copyright Office's test in another case, it will be too late. The Copyright Office will have irreversibly and negatively impacted AI development and use in the creative industry during critically important years. Stop, no! I can only come so hard. I can only handle so much good news all at once. Oh, that just sounds so wonderful. Smooth silk in my ears. Although the Copyright Act does not define the term author, multiple provisions of the Act make clear that the term refers to a human rather than a machine, the administration said. The Supreme Court previously rejected Thaler's request to hear his argument in a separate case involving prototypes for a beverage holder and a light beacon concerning whether AI-generated inventions should be eligible for U.S. patent protections. This guy just sucks. What a loser. His patent applications were rejected by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on similar grounds. You don't say! This guy just keeps hawking anything AI generated and taking it to Big Daddy government. Hey guys, can we get some patents and protections for this trash, please? Oh, come on. AI worked so hard on it. I'm a prompt engineer. Think about me. Please copyright it. Please. The desperation is like a tasty treat here. This guy wants copyright protection for his AI-generated trash, yet believes that it's totally fine to take from other real human beings' work in order to make his shit. So it's like, okay, I can steal from you, but if anyone tries to take my train tracks to a portal, it's getting pugilistic, okay? Government, back me up, please. What do you mean, no? This really is such a good thing, because let's think about this at scale, even outside of this dumbass's train track AI piece. Companies that, like, replace their entire creative workforce with AI down the line. Well, assuming these rulings continue to be upheld, it's going to mean that their output won't be protected by copyright anymore because it will not be human created, right? That would be the implication. They've set the precedent that it must be a human author, and just simply typing sentences to have AI, a machine, do it all for you doesn't count. So, when you have Coca-Cola, for example, that's become addicted to AI slop with all of their AI commercials, when you have them putting out these fully AI-generated commercials, they don't actually own any of that, it seems. That would be the understanding, that what they are spitting out from AI is not copyrightable. So those are completely nothing. They don't own shit. Someone who develops a shitty game in Roblox owns more IP than Coke does of that commercial that they've just put out there. Which makes sense because, again, humans didn't create it. There's nothing real in there from an actual human that made that, other than the sentences, which don't count because it is a machine that does it all for you. So, maybe this could even serve as a deterrent from these fucking vampiric corporations that are just doing their best to ham-fist AI into every single aspect of their companies to replace as many people as possible. Maybe they would think twice because as it all goes fully AI, they no longer have copyright protections on what gets farted out from it. So, who knows? But anyway, I just wanted to celebrate this because this is a very positive development here. I think this is absolutely the right choice, and hopefully it never wavers. I hope they don't falter on this stance because they are correct. Copyrightable work should be reserved exclusively for human-created work, not AI drivel. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.